Highlights of his travels. His discourse at the peace conferences at Lake Mohonk, his addresses to large gatherings at Columbia, Howard, and New York universities, his participation in the 4th Annual Conference of the National Association for the Advancement of the Colored People, his fearless assertion of the truth of the prophetic missions of both Jesus Christ and Mohammed in Temple Emmanuel, a Jewish synagogue in San Francisco, where no less than 2,000 people were gathered. His illuminating discourse before an audience of 1,800 students and 180 teachers and professors at Leland Stanford University, his memorable visit to the Bowery Mission in the slums of New York, the brilliant reception given in his honor in Washington, at which many outstanding figures in the social life of the capital were presented to him. These stand out as the highlights of the unforgettable mission he undertook in the service of his father's cause. Secretaries of state, ambassadors, congressmen, distinguished rabbis and churchmen, and other people of eminence attained his presence, among whom were such figures as Dr. D.S. Jordan, president of Leland Stanford University, Professor Jackson of Columbia University, Professor Jack of Oxford University, Rabbi Stephen Wise of New York, Dr. Martin A. Mayer, Rabbi Joseph L. Levi, Rabbi Abraham Simon, Alexander Graham Bell, Rabindranath Tagore, Honorary Franklin K. Lane, Mrs. William Jennings Bryan, Andrew Carnegie, Honorary Franklin McVeigh, Secretary of the United States Treasury, Lee McClung, Mr. Roosevelt, Admiral Wainwright, Admiral Peary, the British, Dutch, and Swiss ministers in Washington, Yusuf Diyar Pasha, the Turkish ambassador in that city, Thomas Seton, Honorary William Sulzer, and Prince Mohammed Ali of Egypt, the Khedive's brother. When Abdu'l-Baha visited this country for the first time in 1912, a commentator on his American travels has written, he found a large and sympathetic audience waiting to greet him personally and to receive from his own lips his loving and spiritual message. Beyond the words spoken, there was something indescribable in his personality that impressed profoundly all who came into his presence. The dome-like head, the patriarchal beard, the eyes that seemed to have looked beyond the reach of time and sense, the soft yet clearly penetrating voice, the translucent humility, the never-failing love, but above all the sense of power mingled with gentleness that invested his whole being with a rare majesty of spiritual exaltation that both set him apart and yet that brought him near to the lowliest soul. It was all this, and much more that can never be defined, that have left with his many friends memories that are ineffaceable and unspeakably precious. A survey, however inadequate, of the varied and immense activities of Abdu'l-Baha in his tour of Europe and America cannot leave without mentioning some of the strange incidents that would often accompany personal contact with him. The bold determination of a certain indomitable youth, who, fearing Abdu'l-Baha would not be able to visit the Western states, and unable himself to pay for a train journey to New England, had travelled all the way from Minneapolis to Maine, lying on the rods between the wheels of a train. The transformation effected in the life of the son of a country rector in England, who in his misery and poverty had resolved, whilst walking along the banks of the Thames, to put an end to his existence, and who at the sight of Abdu'l-Baha's photograph displayed in a shop window had inquired about him, hurried to his residence, and been so revived by his words of cheer and comfort as to abandon all thought of self-destruction. The extraordinary experience of a woman whose little girl, as a result of a dream she had had, insisted that Jesus Christ was in the world, and who, at the sight of Abdu'l-Baha's picture exposed in the window of a magazine store, had instantly identified it as that of the Jesus Christ of her dream, an act which impelled her mother, after reading that Abdu'l-Baha was in Paris, to take the next boat for Europe and hasten to attain his presence. The decision of the editor of a journal printed in Japan to break his journey to Tokyo at Constantinople and travel to London for the joy of spending one evening in his presence. The touching scene when Abdu'l-Baha, receiving from the hands of a Persian friend recently arrived in London from Ashgabat, a cotton handkerchief containing a piece of dry black bread and a shriveled apple, the offering of a poor Bahá'í workman in that city, opened it before his assembled guests, and leaving his luncheon untouched, broke pieces off that bread, and partaking himself of it, shared it with those who were present. These are but a few of a host of incidents that shed a revealing light on some personal aspects of his memorable journeys. Nor can certain scenes revolving around that majestic and patriarchal figure as he moved through the cities of Europe and America ever be effaced from memory. The remarkable interview in which Abdu'l-Baha, while placing lovingly his hand on the head of Archdeacon Wilberforce, answered his many questions, whilst that distinguished churchman sat on a low chair by his side. The still more remarkable scene when that same archdeacon, after having knelt with his entire congregation to receive his benediction at St. John's the Divine, passed down the aisle to the vestry hand in hand with his guest, whilst a hymn was being sung by the entire assembly standing. The sight of Jalal-ud-Dawla fallen prostrate at his feet, profuse in his apologies and imploring his forgiveness for his past iniquities. The enthusiastic reception accorded him at Leland Stanford University, when before the gaze of well nigh 2,000 professors and students, he discoursed on some of the noblest truths underlying his message to the West. The touching spectacle at Bowery Mission, when 400 of the poor of New York filed past him, each receiving a piece of silver from his blessed hands. The acclamation of a Syrian woman in Boston, who, pushing aside the crowd that had gathered round him, flung herself at his feet, exclaiming, "I confess that in thee I have recognized the Spirit of God and Jesus Christ himself." The no less fervent tribute paid him by two admiring Arabs, who, as he was leaving that city for Dublin, New Hampshire, cast themselves before him, and sobbing aloud, avowed that he was God's own messenger to mankind. The vast congregation of 2,000 Jews assembled in a synagogue in San Francisco, intently listening to his discourse, as he demonstrated the validity of the claims advanced by both Jesus Christ and Mohammed. The gathering he addressed one night in Montreal, at which in the course of his speech his turban fell from his head, so carried away was he by the theme he was expounding. The boisterous crowd in a very poor quarter of Paris, who, awed by his presence, reverently and silently made way for him as he passed through their midst, whilst returning from a mission hall whose congregation he had been addressing. The characteristic gesture of a Zoroastrian physician who, arriving in breathless haste on the morning of Abdu'l-Baha's departure from London to bid him farewell, anointed with fragrant oil first his head and his breast, and then, touching the hands of all present, placed round his neck and shoulders a garland of rosebuds and lilies. The crowd of visitors, arriving soon after dawn, patiently waiting on the doorsteps of his house in Cadogan Gardens until the door would be opened for their admittance. His majestic figure, as he paced with a vigorous step the platform, or stood with hands upraised to pronounce the benediction in church and synagogue alike, and before vast audiences of reverent listeners. The unsolicited mark of respect shown him by distinguished society women in London, who would spontaneously curtsy when ushered into his presence. The poignant sight when he stooped low to the grave of his beloved disciple Thornton Chase in Inglewood Cemetery and kissed his tombstone, an example which all those present hastened to follow. The distinguished gathering of Christians, Jews and Moslems, men and women and representative of both the East and the West, assembled to hear his discourse on world unity in the mosque at Woking. Such scenes as these, even in the cold record of the printed page, must still have much of their original impressiveness and power. Who knows what thoughts flooded the heart of Abdu'l-Baha as he found himself the central figure of such memorable scenes as these? Who knows what thoughts were uppermost in his mind as he sat at breakfast beside the Lord Mayor of London, or was received with extraordinary deference by the Khedive himself in his palace, or as he listened to the cries of Allahu Akbar and to the hymns of thanksgiving and praise that would herald his approach to the numerous and brilliant assemblages of his enthusiastic followers and friends, organized in so many cities of the American continent. Who knows what memories stirred within him as he stood before the thundering waters of Niagara, breathing the free air of a far-distant land, or gazed in the course of a brief and much-needed rest upon the green woods and countryside in Glenwood Springs, or moved with a retinue of Oriental believers along the paths of the Trocadero Gardens in Paris, or walked alone in the evening beside the majestic Hudson on Riverside Drive in New York, or as he paced the terrace of the Hôtel du Parc at Tonon-les-Bains, overlooking the Lake of Geneva, or as he watched from Serpentine Bridge in London the pearly chain of lights beneath the trees stretching as far as the eye could see. Memories of the sorrows, the poverty, the overhanging doom of his earlier years. Memories of his mother, who sold her gold buttons to provide him, his brother and his sister with sustenance, and who was forced in her darkest hours to place a handful of dry flour in the palm of his hand to appease his hunger. Of his own childhood, when pursued and derided by a mob of ruffians in the streets of Tehran, of the damp and gloomy room formerly a morgue which he occupied in the barracks of Acre, and of his imprisonment in the dungeon of that city. Memories such as these must surely have thronged his mind. Thoughts, too, must have visited him of the Bab's captivity in the mountain fastnesses of Azerbaijan, when at night time he was refused even a lamp, and of his cruel and tragic execution when hundreds of bullets riddled his youthful breast. Above all, his thoughts must have centered on Baha'u'llah, whom he loved so passionately, and whose trials he had witnessed and had shared from his boyhood. The vermin-infested Siarchal of Tehran, the bastinado inflicted upon him in Armul, the humble fare which filled his kashkul while he lived for 2 years the life of a dervish in the mountains of Kurdistan, the days in Baghdad when he did not even possess a change of linen, and when his followers subsisted on a handful of dates, his confinement behind the prison walls of Akka, when for 9 years even the sight of verdure was denied him, and the public humiliation to which he was subjected at government headquarters in that city. Pictures from the tragic past such as these must have many a time overpowered him with feelings of mingled gratitude and sorrow, as he witnessed the many marks of respect, of esteem and honour now shown him and the faith which he represented. "O Baha'u'llah, what hast thou done?" he, as reported by the chronicler of his travels, was heard to exclaim one evening, as he was being swiftly driven to fulfill his 3rd engagement of the day in Washington. "O Baha'u'llah, may my life be sacrificed for thee. O Baha'u'llah, may my soul be offered up for thy sake. How full were thy days with trials and tribulations, how severe the ordeals thou didst endure, how solid the foundation thou hast finally laid, and how glorious the banner thou didst hoist." One day, as he was strolling, that same chronicler has testified, he called to remembrance the days of the Blessed Beauty, referring with sadness to his sojourn in Suleymaniye, to his loneliness, and to the wrongs inflicted upon him. Though he had often recounted that episode, that day he was so overcome with emotion that he sobbed aloud in his grief. All his attendants wept with him, and were plunged into sorrow as they heard the tale of the woeful trials endured by the ancient beauty, and witnessed the tenderness of heart manifested by his son. A most significant scene in a century-old drama had been enacted. A glorious chapter in the history of the first Bahá'í Century had been written. Seeds of undreamt-of potentialities had, with the hand of the centre of the covenant himself, been sown in some of the fertile fields of the Western world. Never in the entire range of religious history had any figure of comparable stature arisen to perform a labour of such magnitude and imperishable worth. Forces were unleashed through those fateful journeys, which even now, at a distance of well-nigh 35 years, we are unable to measure or comprehend. Already a queen, inspired by the powerful arguments adduced by Abdu'l-Baha in the course of his addresses in support of the divinity of Muhammad, has proclaimed her faith and borne public testimony to the divine origin of the Prophet of Islam. Already a President of the United States, imbibing some of the principles so clearly enunciated by him in his discourses, has incorporated them in a peace program, which stands out as the boldest and noblest proposal yet made for the well-being and security of mankind. And already, alas, a world which proved deaf to his warnings and refused to heed his summons has plunged itself into 2 global wars of unprecedented severity, the repercussions of which none as yet can even dimly visualize. Chapter 20. Growth and expansion of the faith in East and West. Abdu'l-Bahá's historic journeys to the West, and in particular his 8-month tour of the United States of America, may be said to have marked the culmination of his ministry, a ministry whose untold blessings and stupendous achievements only future generations can adequately estimate. As the day star of Baha'u'llah's revelation had shone forth in its meridian splendor at the hour of the proclamation of his message to the rulers of the earth in the city of Adrianople, so did the orb of his covenant mount to its zenith and shed its brightest rays when he who was its appointed center arose to blazon the glory and greatness of his father's faith among the peoples of the West. That divinely instituted covenant had shortly after its inception demonstrated beyond the shadow of a doubt its invincible strength through its decisive triumph over the dark forces which its arch-breaker had with such determination arrayed against it. Its energizing power had soon after been proclaimed through the signal victories which its torchbearers had so rapidly and courageously won in the far-off cities of Western Europe and the United States of America. Its high claims had, moreover, been fully vindicated through its ability to safeguard the unity and integrity of the faith in both the East and the West. It had subsequently given further proof of its indomitable strength by the memorable victory it registered through the downfall of Sultan Abdul Hamid and the consequent release of its appointed center from a 40-year captivity. It had provided for those still inclined to doubt its divine origin yet another indisputable testimony to its solidity by enabling Abdu'l-Bahá, in the face of formidable obstacles, to effect the transfer and the final entombment of the Bab's remains in a mausoleum on Mount Carmel. It had manifested also before all mankind, with a force and in a measure hitherto unapproached, its vast potentialities, when it empowered him in whom its spirit and its purpose were enshrined, to embark on a 3-year-long mission to the Western world, a mission so momentous that it deserves to rank as the greatest exploit ever to be associated with his ministry. Nor were these, preeminent though they were, the sole fruits garnered through the indefatigable efforts exerted so heroically by the centre of that covenant. The progress and extension of his father's faith in the East, the initiation of activities and enterprises which may be said to signalize the beginnings of a future administrative order, the erection of the first Mashraq al-Askar of the Baha'i world in the city of Ashgabat in Russian Turkestan, the expansion of Baha'i literature, the revelation of the tablets of the divine plan, and the introduction of the faith in the Australian continent. These may be regarded as the outstanding achievements that have embellished the brilliant record of Abdu'l-Bahá's unique ministry. In Persia, the cradle of the faith, despite the persecutions which throughout the years of that ministry persisted with unabated violence, a noticeable change marking the gradual emergence of a proscribed community from its hitherto underground existence, could be clearly discerned. Nasr-ed-Din Shah, 4 years after Baha'u'llah's ascension, had on the eve of his jubilee, designed to mark a turning point in the history of his country, met his death at the hands of an assassin named Mirza Reza, a follower of the notorious Sayyid Jamaluddin Afghani, an enemy of the faith and one of the originators of the constitutional movement, which, as it gathered momentum during the reign of the Shah's son and successor, Muzaffar-ed-Din, was destined to involve in further difficulties an already hounded and persecuted community. Even the Shah's assassination had at first been laid at the door of that community, as evidenced by the cruel death suffered immediately after the murder of the sovereign by the renowned teacher and poet Mirza Ali Muhammad, surnamed Varqa, Dove, by Baha'u'llah, who together with his 12-year-old son Ruhullah was inhumanly put to death in the prison of Tehran by the brutal Hajib-ud-Dawleh, who, after thrusting his dagger into the belly of the father and cutting him into pieces before the eyes of his son, adjured the boy to recant, and meeting with a blunt refusal, strangled him with a rope. 3 years previously, a youth named Mohammad Reza Yazdi was shot in Yazd on the night of his wedding while proceeding from the public bath to his home, the first to suffer martyrdom during Abdu'l-Baha's ministry. In Torbat-e-Haydariyeh, in consequence of the Shah's assassination, 5 persons, known as Shuhayda-e Khamse, 5 martyrs, were put to death. In Mashhad, a well-known merchant, Haji Muhammad Tabrizi, was murdered and his corpse set on fire. An interview was granted by the new sovereign and his Grand Vizier, the unprincipled and reactionary Mirza Ali Asghar Khan, the Atabat-e-Azam, to 2 representative followers of the faith in Paris, 1902, but it produced no real results whatever. On the contrary, a fresh storm of persecutions broke out a few years later, persecutions which, as the constitutional movement developed in that country, grew ever fiercer as reactionaries brought groundless accusations against the Baha'is and publicly denounced them as supporters and inspirers of the nationalist cause. Renewed persecutions in Persia. A certain Muhammad Javad was stripped naked in Esfahan and was severely beaten with a whip of braided wires, while in Kashan the adherents of the faith of Jewish extraction were fined, beaten, and chained at the instigation of both the Mohammedan clergy and the Jewish doctors. It was, however, in Yazd and its environs that the most bloody outrages committed during Abdu'l-Baha's ministry occurred. In that city, Haji Mirzaya Halabi-Saz was so mercilessly flogged that his wife flung herself upon his body and was in her turn severely beaten, after which his skull was lacerated by the cleaver of a butcher. His 11-year-old son was pitilessly thrashed, stabbed with penknives, and tortured to death. Within the space of half a day, 9 people met their death. A crowd of about 6,000 people of both sexes vented their fury upon the helpless victims, a few going so far as to drink their blood. In some instances, as was the case with a man named Mirza Asadullah Sabbagh, they plundered their property and fought over its possession. They evinced such cruelty that some of the government officials were moved to tears at the sight of the harrowing scenes in which the women of that city played a conspicuously shameful part. In Taft, several people were put to death, some of whom were shot and their bodies dragged through the streets. A newly converted 18-year-old youth named Hussein was denounced by his own father and torn to pieces before the eyes of his mother, whilst Muhammad Kamal was hacked to bits with knife, spade and pickaxe. In Manshad, where the persecutions lasted 19 days, similar atrocities were perpetrated. An 80-year-old man named Sayyid Mirza was instantly killed in his sleep by 2 huge stones which were thrown on him. A Mirza Sadegh, who asked for water, had a knife plunged into his breast, his executioner afterwards licking the blood from the blade, while Shater Hassan, one of the victims, was seen before his death distributing some candy in his possession among the executioners and dividing among them his clothing. A 65-year-old woman, Khadija Sultan, was hurled from the roof of a house. A believer named Mirza Muhammad was tied to a tree and made a target for hundreds of bullets and his body set on fire, whilst another, named Ustad Rezaya Safar, was seen to kiss the hand of his murderer, after which he was shot and his corpse heaped with insults. In Banadok, in Dehbala, in Farrash Shah, in Abbasabad, in Hanza, in Ardekan, in Dowlatabad and in Hamadan, crimes of similar nature were committed, an outstanding case being that of a highly respected and courageous woman named Fatemeh Begum, who was ignominiously dragged from her house, her veil was torn from her head, her throat cut across, her belly ripped open, and having been beaten by the savage crowd with every weapon they could lay their hands on, she was finally suspended from a tree and delivered to the flames. In Sari, in the days when the agitation for the constitution was moving towards a climax, 5 believers of recognized standing, known later as the Shuhadaye Khamse, 5 martyrs, were done to death, whilst in Neiris a ferocious assault, recalling that of Yazd, was launched by the enemy, in which 19 lost their lives, among them the 65-year-old Mullah Abdul Hamid, a blind man, who was shot and his body foully abused, and in the course of which a considerable amount of property was plundered, and numerous women and children had to flee for their lives, or seek refuge in mosques, or live in the ruins of their houses, or remain shelterless by the wayside. In Sirjan, in Durabad, in Tabriz, in Ave, in Qom, in Najafabad, in Sangsar, in Shah Mirzad, in Esfahan, and in Jahrom, redoubtable and remorseless enemies, both religious and political, continued under various pretexts, and even after the signing of the constitution by the Shah in 1906, and during the reign of his successors, Muhammad Ali Shah and Ahmad Shah, to slay, torture, plunder, and abuse the members of a community who resolutely refused to either recant or deviate a hair's breadth from the path laid down for them by their leaders. Even during Abdu'l-Baha's journeys to the West, and after his return to the Holy Land, and indeed till the end of his life, he continued to receive distressing news of the martyrdom of his followers and of the outrages perpetrated against them by an insatiable enemy. In Dowlatabad, a prince of the royal blood, Habibullah Mirza by name, a convert to the faith who had consecrated his life to its service, was slain with a hatchet and his corpse set on fire. In Mashhad, the learned and pious Sheikh Ali Akbar Kuchani was shot to death. In Sultanabad, Mirza Ali Akbar and 7 members of his family, including a 40-day-old infant, were barbarously massacred. Persecutions of varying degrees of severity broke out in Nain, in Shah Mirzad, in Bandar Jaz and in Qamsar. In Kermanshah, the martyr Mirza Yaqub Mutahide, the ardent 25-year-old Jewish convert to the faith, was the last to lay down his life during Abdu'l-Baha's ministry, and his mother, according to his own instructions, celebrated his martyrdom in Hamadan with exemplary fortitude. In every instance, the conduct of the believers testified to the indomitable spirit and unyielding tenacity that continue to distinguish the lives and services of the Persian followers of the faith of Baha'u'llah. Despite these intermittent severe persecutions, the faith that had evoked in its heroes so rare a spirit of self-sacrifice was steadily and silently growing. Engulfed for a time and almost extinguished in the sombre days following the martyrdom of the Bab, driven underground throughout the period of Baha'u'llah's ministry, it began after his ascension and under the unerring guidance and as a result of the unfailing solicitude of a wise, a vigilant and loving master, to gather its forces and gradually to erect the embryonic institutions which were to pave the way for the establishment at a later period of its administrative order. It was during this period that the number of its adherents rapidly multiplied, that its range, now embracing every province of that kingdom, steadily widened, and the rudimentary forms of its future assemblies were inaugurated. It was during this period, at a time when state schools and colleges were practically non-existent in that country, and when the education given in existing religious institutions was lamentably defective, that its earliest schools were established, beginning with the Tarbiyat schools in Tehran for both boys and girls, and followed by the Ta'id and Mohabbat schools in Hamadan, the Wahdat-e-Bashar school in Kashan, and other similar educational institutions in Barfurush and Qazvin. It was during these years that concrete and effectual assistance, both spiritual and material, in the form of visiting teachers from both Europe and America, of nurses, instructors, and physicians, was first extended to the Baha'i community in that land, these workers constituting the vanguard of that host of helpers which Abdu'l-Baha promised would arise in time to further the interests of the faith as well as those of the country in which it was born. It was in the course of these years that the term Babi as an appellation designating the followers of Baha'u'llah in that country was universally discarded by the masses in favor of the word Baha'i, the former henceforth being exclusively applied to the fast dwindling number of the followers of Mirza Yahya. During this period, moreover, the first systematic attempts were made to organize and stimulate the teaching work undertaken by the Persian believers. Attempts which, apart from reinforcing the foundations of the community, were instrumental in attracting to its cause several outstanding figures in the public life of that country, not excluding certain prominent members of the Shia sacerdotal order and even descendants of some of the worst persecutors of the faith. It was during the years of that ministry that the house of the Bab in Shiraz, ordained by Baha'u'llah as a center of pilgrimage for his followers, and now so recognized, was by the order of Abdu'l-Baha and through his assistance restored, and that it became increasingly a focus of Baha'i life and activity for those who were deprived by circumstances of visiting either the most great house in Baghdad or the most holy tomb in Akka. Construction of the Mashraq al-Askar in Ashgabad. More conspicuous than any of these undertakings, however, was the erection of the first Mashraq al-Askar of the Baha'i world in the city of Ashgabad, a center founded in the days of Baha'u'llah, where the initial steps preparatory to its construction had been already undertaken during his lifetime. Initiated at about the close of the first decade of Abdu'l-Baha's ministry, 1902, fostered by him at every stage in its development, personally supervised by the Venerable Haji Mirza Muhammad Taqi, the Vakilud Dawleh, a cousin of the Bab, who dedicated his entire resources to its establishment and whose dust now reposes at the foot of Mount Carmel, under the shadow of the tomb of his beloved kinsman, carried out according to the directions laid down by the Centre of the Covenant himself, a lasting witness to the fervour and the self-sacrifice of the Oriental believers who were resolved to execute the bidding of Baha'u'llah as revealed in the Kitab-aqdas. This enterprise must rank not only as the first major undertaking launched through the concerted efforts of his followers in the heroic age of his faith, but as one of the most brilliant and enduring achievements in the history of the first Bahá'í Century. The edifice itself, the foundation stone of which was laid in the presence of General Kropotkin, the Governor-General of Turkestan, who had been delegated by the Tsar to represent him at the ceremony, has thus been minutely described by a Baha'i visitor from the West. The Mashraq al-Askar stands in the heart of the city, its high dome standing out above the trees and housetops, being visible for miles to the travellers as they approach the town. It is in the centre of a garden bounded by 4 streets. In the 4 corners of this enclosure are 4 buildings. One is the Baha'i school, one is the travellers' house, where pilgrims and wayfarers are lodged. One is for the keepers, while the 4th one is to be used as a hospital. 9 radial avenues approach the temple from the several parts of the grounds, one of which, the principal approach to the building, leads from the main gateway of the grounds to the principal portal of the temple. In plan, he further adds, the building is composed of 3 sections, namely, the central rotunda, the aisle or ambulatory which surrounds it, and the loggia which surrounds the entire building. It is built on the plan of a regular polygon of 9 sides. One side is occupied by the monumental main entrance, flanked by minarets. A high, arched portico extending 2 stories in height, recalling in arrangement the architecture of the world-famous Taj Mahal in Agra in India, the delight of the world to travellers, many of whom pronounce it to be the most beautiful temple in the world. Thus, the principal doorway opens toward the direction of the Holy Land. The entire building is surrounded by 2 series of loggias, one upper and one lower, which opens out upon the garden, giving a very beautiful architectural effect in harmony with the luxuriant semi-tropical vegetation which fills the garden. The interior walls of the rotunda are treated in 5 distinct stories. First, a series of 9 arches and piers which separate the rotunda from the ambulatory. Second, a similar treatment with balustrades which separate the triforium gallery, which is above the ambulatory and is reached by 2 staircases in the loggias, placed one on either side of the main entrance, from the well of the rotunda. Third, a series of 9 blank arches filled with fretwork, between which are escutcheons bearing the greatest name. Fourth, a series of 9 large arched windows. Fifth, a series of 18 bull's-eye windows. Above and resting on a cornice surmounting this last story rises the inner hemispherical shell of the dome. The interior is elaborately decorated in plaster relief work. The whole structure impresses one by its mass and strength. Nor should mention be omitted of the 2 schools for boys and girls which were established in that city, of the pilgrim house instituted in the close vicinity of the temple, of the spiritual assembly and its auxiliary bodies formed to administer the affairs of a growing community, and of the new centres of activity inaugurated in various towns and cities in the province of Turkestan, all testifying to the vitality which the faith had displayed ever since its inception in that land. Consolidation of the faith in the East, in Europe, and in the North American continent. A parallel, if less spectacular development could be observed in the Caucasus. After the establishment of the first centre and the formation of an assembly in Baku, a city which Bahá'í pilgrims travelling in increasing numbers from Persia to the Holy Land via Turkey invariably visited, new groups began to be organized and, evolving later into well-established communities, cooperated in increasing measure with their brethren both in Turkestan and Persia. In Egypt, a steady increase in the number of the adherents of the faith was accompanied by a general expansion in its activities. The establishment of new centres, the consolidation of the chief centre established in Cairo, the conversion, largely through the indefatigable efforts of the learned Mirza Abul Fazl, of several prominent students and teachers of the Azhar University, premonitory symptoms foreshadowing the advent of the promised day on which, according to Abdu'l-Baha, the standard and emblem of the faith would be implanted in the heart of that time-honoured Islamic seat of learning. The translation into Arabic and the dissemination of some of the most important writings of Baha'u'llah revealed in Persian, together with other Bahá'í literature. The printing of books, treatises and pamphlets by Bahá'í authors and scholars. The publication of articles in the press written in defense of the faith and for the purpose of broadcasting its message. The formation of rudimentary administrative institutions in the capital as well as in nearby centres. The enrichment of the life of the community through the addition of converts of Kurdish, Coptic and Armenian origin. These may be regarded as the first fruits garnered in a country which, blessed by the footsteps of Abdu'l-Baha, was in later years to play a historic part in the emancipation of the faith, and which, by virtue of its unique position as the intellectual centre of both the Arab and Islamic worlds, must inevitably assume a notable and decisive share of responsibility in the final establishment of that faith throughout the East. Even more remarkable was the expansion of Bahá'í activity in India and Burma, where a steadily growing community, now including among its members representatives of the Zoroastrian, the Islamic, the Hindu and the Buddhist faiths, as well as members of the Sikh community, succeeded in establishing its outposts as far as Mandalay and the village of Dainadu Kalazu in the Hanthawadi district of Burma, at which latter place no less than 800 Baha'is resided, possessing a school, a court, a hospital of their own, as well as land for community cultivation, the proceeds of which they devoted to the furtherance of the interests of their faith. In Iraq, where the house occupied by Baha'u'llah was entirely restored and renovated, and where a small yet intrepid community struggled in the face of constant opposition to regulate and administer its affairs. In Constantinople, where a Bahá'í Centre was established. In Tunis, where the foundations of a local community were firmly laid. In Japan, in China, and in Honolulu, to which Bahá'í teachers travelled and where they settled and taught. In all of these places, the manifold evidences of the guiding hand of Abdu'l-Bahá and the tangible effects of his sleepless vigilance and unfailing care could be clearly perceived. Nor did the nascent communities established in France, England, Germany, and the United States cease to receive, after his memorable visits to those countries, further tokens of his special interest in and solicitude for their welfare and spiritual advancement. It was in consequence of his directions and the unceasing flow of his tablets addressed to the members of these communities, as well as his constant encouragement of the efforts they were exerting, that Bahá'í centres steadily multiplied, that public meetings were organised, that new periodicals were published, that translations of some of the best-known works of Baha'u'llah and of the tablets of Abdu'l-Bahá were printed and circulated in the English, the French, and German languages, and that the initial attempts to organise the affairs and consolidate the foundations of these newly established communities were undertaken. In the North American continent, more particularly, the members of a flourishing community inspired by the blessings bestowed by Abdu'l-Bahá, as well as by his example and the acts he performed in the course of his prolonged visit to their country, gave an earnest of the magnificent enterprise they were to carry through in later years. They purchased the 12 remaining lots forming part of the site of their projected temple, selected during the sessions of their 1920 convention the design of the French-Canadian Bahá'í architect Louis Bourgeois, placed the contract for the excavation and the laying of its foundations, and succeeded soon after in completing the necessary arrangements for the construction of its basement. Measures which heralded the stupendous efforts which, after Abdu'l-Bahā's ascension, culminated in the erection of its superstructure and the completion of its exterior ornamentation. The War of 1914 to 1918 and its effects on the centre of the faith. The War of 1914 to 18, repeatedly foreshadowed by Abdu'l-Bahá in the dark warnings he uttered in the course of his Western travels, and which broke out 8 months after his return to the Holy Land, once more cast a shadow of danger over his life, the last that was to darken the years of his agitated yet glorious ministry. The late entry of the United States of America in that world-convulsing conflict, The neutrality of Persia, the remoteness of India and of the Far East from the theatre of operations, ensured the protection of the overwhelming majority of his followers, who, though for the most part entirely cut off for a number of years from the spiritual centre of their faith, were still able to conduct their affairs and safeguard the fruits of their recent achievements in comparative safety and freedom. In the Holy Land, however, though the outcome of that tremendous struggle was to liberate once and for all the heart and centre of the faith from the Turkish yoke, a yoke which had imposed for so long upon its founder and his successor such oppressive and humiliating restrictions, yet severe privations and grave dangers continued to surround its inhabitants during the major part of that conflict, and renewed for a time the perils which had confronted Abdu'l-Baha during the years of his incarceration in Akka. The privations inflicted on the inhabitants by the gross incompetence, the shameful neglect, the cruelty and callous indifference of both the civil and military authorities, though greatly alleviated through the bountiful generosity, the foresight and the tender care of Abdu'l-Baha, were aggravated by the rigours of a strict blockade. A bombardment of Haifa by the Allies was a constant threat, at one time so real that it necessitated the temporary removal of Abdu'l-Baha, his family, and members of the local community to the village of Abu Sennan at the foot of the hills east of Akka. The Turkish commander-in-chief, the brutal, the all-powerful and unscrupulous Jamal Pasha, an inveterate enemy of the faith, through his own ill-founded suspicions and the instigation of its enemies, had already grievously afflicted Abdu'l-Baha, and even expressed his intention of crucifying him and of razing to the ground the tomb of Baha'u'llah. Abdu'l-Baha himself still suffered from the ill health and exhaustion brought on by the fatigues of his 3-year journeys. He felt acutely the virtual stoppage of all communication with most of the Bahá'í centres throughout the world. Agony filled his soul at the spectacle of human slaughter, precipitated through humanity's failure to respond to the summons he had issued or to heed the warnings he had given. Surely sorrow upon sorrow was added to the burden of trials and vicissitudes which he, since his boyhood, had borne so heroically for the sake and in the service of his father's cause. And yet, during these sombre days, the darkness of which was reminiscent of the tribulations endured during the most dangerous period of his incarceration in the prison fortress of Akka, Abdu'l-Baha, whilst in the precincts of his father's shrine, or when dwelling in the house he occupied in Akka, or under the shadow of the Bab's sepulchre on Mount Carmel, was moved to confer once again, and for the last time in his life, on the community of his American followers a signal mark of his special favour, by investing them, on the eve of the termination of his earthly ministry, through the revelation of the tablets of the divine plan, with a world mission, whose full implications even now, after the lapse of 1/4 of a century, still remain undisclosed, and whose unfoldment thus far, though as yet in its initial stages, has so greatly enriched the spiritual as well as the administrative annals of the first Bahá'í century. The conclusion of this terrible conflict, the first stage in a titanic convulsion long predicted by Baha'u'llah, not only marked the extinction of Turkish rule in the Holy Land, and sealed the doom of that military despot who had vowed to destroy Abdu'l-Baha, but also shattered once and for all the last hope still entertained by the remnant of covenant breakers, who, untaught by the severe retribution that had already overtaken them, still aspired to witness the extinction of the light of Baha'u'llah's covenant. Furthermore, it produced those revolutionary changes which, on the one hand, fulfilled the ominous predictions made by Baha'u'llah in the Kitab al-Aqdas, and enabled, according to scriptural prophecy, so large an element of the outcasts of Israel, the remnant of the flock, to assemble in the Holy Land, and to be brought back to their folds and their own border, beneath the shadow of the incomparable branch, referred to by Abdu'l-Baha in his Some Answered Questions, and which, on the other hand, gave birth to the institution of the League of Nations, the precursor of that world tribunal, which, as prophesied by that same incomparable branch, the peoples and nations of the earth must needs unitedly establish. No need to dwell on the energetic steps which the English believers, as soon as they had been apprised of the dire peril threatening the life of Abdu'l-Baha, undertook to ensure his security, on the measures independently taken, whereby Lord Curzon and others in the British cabinet were advised as to the critical situation at Haifa, on the prompt intervention of Lord Lamington, who immediately wrote to the Foreign Office to explain the importance of Abdu'l-Baha's position, on the dispatch which the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour, on the day of the receipt of this letter, sent to General Allenby, instructing him to extend every protection and consideration to Abdu'l-Baha, his family, and his friends. On the cablegram subsequently sent by the General, after the capture of Haifa, to London, requesting the authorities to notify the world that Abdu'l-Baha is safe. On the orders which that same general issued to the general commanding officer in command of the Haifa operations to ensure Abdu'l-Baha's safety, thus frustrating the express intention of the Turkish commander-in-chief, according to information which had reached the British intelligence service, to crucify Abdu'l-Baha and his family on Mount Carmel in the event of the Turkish army being compelled to evacuate Haifa and retreat northwards. The 3 years which elapsed between the liberation of Palestine by the British forces and the passing of Abdu'l-Baha were marked by a further enhancement of the prestige which the faith, despite the persecutions to which it had been subjected, had acquired at its world centre, and by a still greater extension in the range of its teaching activities in various parts of the world. The danger which for no less than 70 years and 5 had threatened the lives of the founders of the faith and of the centre of his covenant was now, at long last, through the instrumentality of that war, completely and definitely lifted. The head of the faith and its twin holy shrines in the plain of Akka and on the slopes of Mount Carmel were henceforth to enjoy for the first time, through the substitution of a new and liberal regime for the corrupt administration of the past, a freedom from restrictions which was later expanded into a clearer recognition of the institutions of the cause. Nor were the British authorities slow to express their appreciation of the role which Abdu'l-Baha had played in allaying the burden of suffering that had oppressed the inhabitants of the Holy Land during the dark days of that distressing conflict. the conferment of a knighthood upon him at a ceremony specially held for his sake in Haifa, at the residence of the British governor, at which notables of various communities had assembled. The visit paid him by General and Lady Allenby, who were his guests at luncheon in Bachi, and whom he conducted to the tomb of Baha'u'llah. The interview at his Haifa residence between him and King Faisal, who shortly after became the ruler of Iraq. The several calls paid him by Sir Herbert Samuel, later Viscount Samuel of Carmel, both before and after his appointment as High Commissioner for Palestine. His meeting with Lord Lamington, who likewise called upon him in Haifa, as well as with the then Governor of Jerusalem, Sir Ronald Stores. The multiplying evidences of the recognition of his high and unique position by all religious communities, whether Muslim, Christian, or Jewish. The influx of pilgrims who from east and west flocked to the Holy Land in comparative ease and safety to visit the holy tombs in Akka and Haifa, to pay their share of homage to him, to celebrate the signal protection vouchsafed by Providence to the faith and its followers, and to give thanks for the final emancipation of its head and world centre from Turkish yoke. These contributed each in its own way to heighten the prestige which the faith of Baha'u'llah had been steadily and gradually acquiring through the inspired leadership of Abdu'l-Baha. Expansion of Baha'i activities and opening of the Australian continent. As the ministry of Abdu'l-Baha drew to a close, signs multiplied of the resistless and manifold unfoldment of the faith, both in the East and in the West, both in the shaping and consolidation of its institutions, and in the widening range of its activities and its influence. In the city of Ashgabat, the construction of the Mashraq al-Askar, which he himself had initiated, was successfully consummated. In Wilmette, the excavations for the Mother Temple of the West were carried out, and the contract placed for the construction of the basement of the building. In Baghdad, the initial steps were taken according to his special instructions to reinforce the foundations and restore the most great house associated with the memory of his father. In the Holy Land, an extensive property east of the Bab sepulchre was purchased through the initiative of the Holy Mother, with the support of contributions from Baha'is in both the East and the West, to serve as a site for the future erection of the first Baha'i school at the World Administrative Center of the Faith. The site for a Western pilgrim house was acquired in the neighborhood of Abdu'l-Baha's residence, and the building was erected soon after his passing by American believers. The Oriental Pilgrim House, erected on Mount Carmel by a believer from Ashgabat soon after the entombment of the Bab's remains, for the convenience of visiting pilgrims, was granted tax exemption by the civil authorities, the first time such a privilege had been conceded since the establishment of the faith in the Holy Land. The famous scientist and entomologist Dr. Auguste Forel was converted to the faith through the influence of a tablet sent him by Abdu'l-Baha, one of the most weighty the master ever wrote. Another tablet of far-reaching importance was his reply to a communication addressed to him by the Executive Committee of the Central Organization for a Durable Peace, which he dispatched to them at The Hague by the hands of a special delegation. A new continent was opened to the cause when, in response to the tablets of the Divine Plan unveiled at the first convention after the war, the great-hearted and heroic High Dun, at the advanced age of 62, promptly forsook his home in California and, seconded and accompanied by his wife, settled as a pioneer in Australia, where he was able to carry the message to no less than 700 towns throughout that Commonwealth. A new episode began when, in quick response to those same tablets and their summons, the star servant of Baha'u'llah, the indomitable and immortal Martha Root, designated by her master Herald of the Kingdom and Harbinger of the Covenant, embarked on the first of her historic journeys, which were to extend over a period of 20 years and to carry her several times around the globe, and which ended only with her death far from home and in the active service of the cause she loved so greatly. These events mark the closing stage of a ministry which sealed the triumph of the heroic age of the Bahá'í dispensation, and which will go down in history as one of the most glorious and fruitful periods of the first Bahá'í Century. Chapter 21. The Passing of Abdu'l-Bahá. Abdu'l-Bahā's great work was now ended. The historic mission with which his father had 29 years previously invested him had been gloriously consummated. A memorable chapter in the history of the first Bahá'í Century had been written. The heroic age of the Bahá'í dispensation, in which he had participated since its inception and played so unique a role, had drawn to a close. He had suffered as no disciple of the faith who had drained the cup of martyrdom had suffered. He had laboured as none of its greatest heroes had laboured. He had witnessed triumphs such as neither the herald of the faith nor its author had ever witnessed. Events preceding his passing. At the close of his strenuous Western tours, which had called forth the last ounce of his ebbing strength, he had written, "Friends, the time is coming when I shall be no longer with you. I have done all that could be done. I have served the cause of Baha'u'llah to the utmost of my ability. I have laboured night and day all the years of my life. Oh, how I long to see the believers shouldering the responsibilities of the cause. My days are numbered, and save this, there remains none other joy for me." Several years before, he had thus alluded to his passing. "O ye my faithful loved ones, should at any time afflicting events come to pass in the Holy Land, never feel disturbed or agitated. Fear not, neither grieve. For whatsoever thing happeneth will cause the word of God to be exalted, and his divine fragrances to be diffused." And again, "Remember, whether or not I be on earth, my presence will be with you always. Regard not the person of Abdu'l-Bahá." He thus counselled his friends in one of his last tablets, "For he will eventually take his leave of you all. Nay, fix your gaze upon the word of God. The loved ones of God must arise with such steadfastness that should in one moment hundreds of souls, even as Abdu'l-Bahá himself, be made a target for the darts of woe, nothing whatsoever shall affect or lessen their service to the cause of God." In a tablet addressed to the American believers a few days before he passed away, he thus vented his pent-up longing to depart from this world. I have renounced the world and the people thereof. In the cage of this world I flutter, even as a frightened bird, and yearn every day to take my flight unto thy kingdom. Ya Baha'u'llah, make me drink of the cup of sacrifice and set me free. He revealed a prayer less than 6 months before his ascension in honor of a kinsman of the Bab, and in it wrote, O Lord, my bones are weakened, and the hoar hairs glisten on my head, and I have now reached old age, failing in my powers. No strength is there left in me wherewith to arise and serve thy loved ones. O Lord, my Lord, hasten my ascension unto thy sublime threshold, and my arrival at the door of thy grace beneath the shadow of thy most great mercy. Through the dreams he dreamed, through the conversations he held, through the tablets he revealed, it became increasingly evident that his end was fast approaching. 2 months before his passing, he told his family of a dream he had had. I seemed, he said, to be standing within a great mosque, in the inmost shrine, facing the Qibla, in the place of the Imam himself. I became aware that a large number of people were flocking into the mosque. More and yet more crowded in, taking their places in rows behind me, until there was a vast multitude. As I stood, I raised loudly the call to prayer. Suddenly, the thought came to me to go forth from the mosque. When I found myself outside, I said within myself, for what reason came I forth, having not led the prayer? But it matters not. Now that I have uttered the call to prayer, the vast multitude will of themselves chant the prayer. A few weeks later, whilst occupying a solitary room in the garden of his house, he recounted another dream to those around him. I dreamed a dream, he said, and behold, the blessed beauty, Baha'u'llah, came and said to me, destroy this room. None of those present comprehended the significance of this dream until he himself had soon after passed away, when it became clear to them all that by the room was meant the temple of his body. A month before his death, which occurred in the 78th year of his age, in the early hours of the 28th of November 1921, he had referred expressly to it in some words of cheer and comfort that he addressed to a believer who was mourning the loss of his brother. And about 2 weeks before his passing, he had spoken to his faithful gardener in a manner that clearly indicated he knew his end to be nigh. I am so fatigued, he observed to him. The hour is come when I must leave everything and take my flight. I am too weary to walk. He added, it was during the closing days of the Blessed Beauty, when I was engaged in gathering together his papers, which was strewn over the sofa in his writing chamber in Bachi, that he turned to me and said, it is of no use to gather them. I must leave them and flee away. I also have finished my work. I can do nothing more, therefore must I leave it and take my departure. Till the very last day of his earthly life, Abdul-Baha continued to shower that same love upon high and low alike, to extend that same assistance to the poor and the downtrodden, and to carry out those same duties in the service of his father's faith as had been his wont from the days of his boyhood. On the Friday before his passing, Despite great fatigue, he attended the noonday prayer at the mosque and distributed afterwards alms, as was his custom, among the poor, dictated some tablets, the last ones he revealed, blessed the marriage of a trusted servant, which he had insisted should take place that day, attended the usual meeting of the friends in his home, felt feverish the next day, and being unable to leave the house on the following Sunday, sent all the believers to the tomb of the Bab to attend a feast which a Parsi pilgrim was offering on the occasion of the anniversary of the Declaration of the Covenant. Received with his unfailing courtesy and kindness that same afternoon, and despite growing weariness, the Mufti of Haifa, the mayor, and the head of the police, and inquired that night, the last of his life, before he retired, after the health of every member of his household, of the pilgrims, and of the friends in Haifa. At 1:15 a.m. he arose, and walking to a table in his room, drank some water and returned to bed. Later on, he asked one of his 2 daughters, who had remained awake to care for him, to lift up the net curtains, complaining that he had difficulty in breathing. Some rose water was brought to him, of which he drank, after which he again lay down, and when offered food, distinctly remarked, "You wish me to take some food, and I am going?" A minute later, his spirit had winged its flight to its eternal abode, to be gathered at long last to the glory of his beloved Father, and taste the joy of everlasting reunion with him. The news of his passing, so sudden, so unexpected, spread like wildfire throughout the town, and was flashed instantly over the wires to distant parts of the globe, stunning with grief the community of the followers of Baha'u'llah in East and West. Messages from far and near, from high and low alike, through cablegrams and letters poured in, conveying to the members of a sorrow-stricken and disconsolate family expressions of praise, of devotion, of anguish, and of sympathy. The British Secretary of State for the Colonies, Mr. Winston Churchill, telegraphed immediately to the High Commissioner for Palestine, Sir Herbert Samuel, instructing him to convey to the Bahá'í community, on behalf of His Majesty's government, their sympathy and condolence. Viscount Allenby, the High Commissioner for Egypt, wired the High Commissioner for Palestine, asking him to convey to the relatives of the late Sir Abdul Baha Abbas Effendi and to the Baha'i community his sincere sympathy in the loss of their revered leader. The Council of Ministers in Baghdad instructed the Prime Minister Sayyid Abdur Rahman to extend their sympathy to the family of His Holiness Abdul Baha in their bereavement. The Commander-in-Chief of the Egyptian Expeditionary Force, General Congreve, addressed to the High Commissioner for Palestine a message requesting him to convey his deepest sympathy to the family of the late Sir Abbas Bahá'í. General Sir Arthur Money, former Chief Administrator of Palestine, wrote expressing his sadness, his profound respect, and his admiration for him, as well as his sympathy in the loss which his family had sustained. One of the distinguished figures in the academic life of the University of Oxford, a famous professor and scholar, wrote on behalf of himself and his wife, "The passing beyond the veil into fuller life must be specially wonderful and blessed for one who has always fixed his thoughts on high and striven to lead an exalted life here below. Many and diverse newspapers, such as the London Times, the Morning Post, the Daily Mail, the New York World, Le Temps, the Times of India and others, in different languages and countries, paid their tribute to one who had rendered the cause of human brotherhood and peace such signal and imperishable services. His funeral. The High Commissioner, Sir Herbert Samuel, sent immediately a message conveying his desire to attend the funeral in person, in order, as he himself later wrote, to express my respect for his creed and my regard for his person. As to the funeral itself, which took place on Tuesday morning, a funeral the like of which Palestine had never seen, no less than 10,000 people participated, representing every class, religion, and race in that country. A great throng, bore witness at a later date the High Commissioner himself, had gathered together, sorrowing for his death, but rejoicing also for his life. Sir Ronald Storrs, governor of Jerusalem at the time, also wrote in describing the funeral, "I have never known a more united expression of regret and respect than was called forth by the utter simplicity of the ceremony." The coffin containing the remains of Abdu'l-Bahá was borne to its last resting place on the shoulders of his loved ones. The cortege which preceded it was led by the city constabulary force, acting as a guard of honour, behind which followed, in order, the Boy Scouts of the Moslem and Christian communities holding aloft their banners, a company of Moslem choristers chanting their verses from the Qur'an, the chiefs of the Moslem community headed by the Mufti, and a number of Christian priests, Latin, Greek, and Anglican. Behind the coffin walked the members of his family, the British High Commissioner Sir Herbert Samuel, the Governor of Jerusalem Sir Ronald Storrs, the Governor of Phoenicia Sir Stuart Sims, officials of the government, consuls of various countries resident in Haifa, notables of Palestine, Moslem, Jewish, Christian, and Druze, Egyptians, Greeks, Turks, Arabs, Kurds, Europeans and Americans, men, women, and children. A long train of mourners, amid the sobs and moans of many a grief-stricken heart, wended its slow way up the slopes of Mount Carmel to the mausoleum of the Bab. Close to the eastern entrance of the shrine, the sacred casket was placed upon a plain table, and in the presence of that vast concourse, 9 speakers, who represented the Moslem, the Jewish, and Christian faiths, and who included the Mufti of Haifa, delivered their several funeral orations. These concluded, the High Commissioner drew close to the casket, and with bowed head fronting the shrine, paid his last homage of farewell to Abdu'l-Bahá. The other officials of the government followed his example. The coffin was then removed to one of the chambers of the shrine, and there lowered, sadly and reverently, to its last resting place, in a vault adjoining that in which were laid the remains of the Bab. During the week following his passing, from 50 to 100 of the poor of Haifa were daily fed at his house, whilst on the 7th day corn was distributed in his memory to about 1,000 of them, irrespective of creed or race. On the 40th day, an impressive memorial feast was held in his memory, to which over 600 of the people of Haifa, Akka, and the surrounding parts of Palestine and Syria, including officials and notables of various religions and races, were invited. More than 100 of the poor were also fed on that day. One of the assembled guests, the governor of Phoenicia, paid a last tribute to the memory of Abdu'l-Baha in the following words. Most of us here have, I think, a clear picture of Sir Abdu'l-Baha Abbas, of his dignified figure walking thoughtfully in our streets, of his courteous and gracious manner, of his kindness, of his love for little children and flowers, of his generosity and care for the poor and the suffering. So gentle was he and so simple that in his presence one almost forgot that he was also a great teacher, and that his writings and his conversations have been a solace and an inspiration to hundreds and thousands of people in the East and in the West. Thus was brought to a close the ministry of one who was the incarnation, by virtue of the rank bestowed upon him by his father, of an institution that has no parallel in the entire field of religious history, a ministry that marks the final stage in the apostolic, the heroic, and most glorious age of the dispensation of Baha'u'llah. Significance of his ministry. Through him, the covenant, that excellent and priceless heritage bequeathed by the author of the Baha'i Revelation, had been proclaimed, championed, and vindicated. Through the power which that divine instrument had conferred upon him, the light of God's infant faith had penetrated the West, had diffused itself as far as the islands of the Pacific, and illumined the fringes of the Australian continent. Through his personal intervention, the message whose bearer had tasted the bitterness of a lifelong captivity had been noised abroad, and its character and purpose disclosed for the first time in its history before enthusiastic and representative audiences in the chief cities of Europe and of the North American continent. Through his unrelaxing vigilance, the holy remains of the Bab, brought forth at long last from their 50-year concealment, had been safely transported to the Holy Land, and permanently and befittingly enshrined, in the very spot which Baha'u'llah himself had designated for them, and had blessed with his presence. Through his bold initiative, the first Mashraqul Askar of the Baha'i world had been reared in Central Asia in Russian Turkestan, whilst through his unfailing encouragement a similar enterprise of still vaster proportions had been undertaken and its land dedicated by himself in the heart of the North American continent. Through the sustaining grace overshadowing him since the inception of his ministry, his royal adversary had been humbled to the dust. The arch-breaker of his father's covenant had been utterly routed, and the danger which, ever since Baha'u'llah had been banished to Turkish soil, had been threatening the heart of the faith, definitely removed. In pursuance of his instructions, and in conformity with the principles enunciated and the laws ordained by his father, the rudimentary institutions heralding the formal inauguration of the administrative order to be founded after his passing had taken shape and been established. Through his unremitting labours, as reflected in the treatises he composed, the thousands of tablets he revealed, the discourses he delivered, the prayers, poems, and commentaries he left to posterity, mostly in Persian, some in Arabic, and a few in Turkish, the laws and principles constituting the warp and woof of his father's revelation had been elucidated, its fundamentals restated and interpreted, its tenets given detailed application, and the validity and indispensability of its verities fully and publicly demonstrated. through the warnings he sounded, an unheeding humanity steeped in materialism and forgetful of its God had been apprised of the perils threatening to disrupt its ordered life, and made, in consequence of its persistent perversity, to sustain the initial shocks of that world upheaval which continues until the present day to rock the foundations of human society. And lastly, through the mandate he had issued to a valiant community, the concerted achievements of whose members had shed so great a lustre on the annals of his own ministry, he had set in motion a plan, which soon after its formal inauguration achieved the opening of the Australian continent, which in a later period was to be instrumental in winning over the heart of a royal convert to his father's cause, and which today, through the irresistible unfoldment of its potentialities, is so marvellously quickening the spiritual life of all the republics of Latin America as to constitute a befitting conclusion to the records of an entire century. Nor should a survey of the outstanding features of so blessed and fruitful a ministry omit mention of the prophecies which the unerring pen of the appointed centre of Baha'u'llah's covenant has recorded. These foreshadow the fierceness of the onslaught that the resistless march of the faith must provoke in the West, in India, and in the Far East, when it meets the time-honoured sacerdotal orders of the Christian, the Buddhist, and Hindu religions. They foreshadow the turmoil which its emancipation from the fetters of religious orthodoxy will cast in the American, the European, the Asiatic and African continents. They foreshadow the gathering of the children of Israel in their ancient homeland, the erection of the banner of Baha'u'llah in the Egyptian citadel of Sunni Islam, the extinction of the powerful influence wielded by the Shia ecclesiastics in Persia, the load of misery which must needs oppress the pitiful remnants of the breakers of Baha'u'llah's covenant at the world centre of his faith, the splendour of the institutions which that triumphant faith must erect on the slopes of a mountain, destined to be so linked with the city of Akka that a single grand metropolis will be formed to enshrine the spiritual as well as the administrative seats of the future Bahá'í Commonwealth. The conspicuous honour which the inhabitants of Baha'u'llah's native land in general, and its government in particular, must enjoy in a distant future. The unique and enviable position which the community of the most great name in the North American continent must occupy as a direct consequence of the execution of the world mission which he entrusted to them. Finally, they foreshadow, as the sum and summit of all, the hoisting of the standard of God among all nations, and the unification of the entire human race, when all men will adhere to one religion, will be blended into one race, and become a single people. Nor can the revolutionary changes in the great world which that ministry has witnessed be allowed to pass unnoticed, most of them flowing directly from the warnings which were uttered by the Bab in the first chapter of his Qayyum al-Asma, on the very night of the declaration of his mission in Shiraz, and which were later reinforced by the pregnant passages addressed by Baha'u'llah to the kings of the earth and the world's religious leaders in both Surah Muluk and the Kitab Aqdas. The conversion of the Portuguese monarchy and the Chinese empire into republics, the collapse of the Russian, the German and Austrian empires, and the ignominious fate which befell their rulers. The assassination of Nasr-ed-Din Shah, the fall of Sultan Abdul Hamid. These may be said to have marked further stages in the operation of that catastrophic process, the inception of which was signalized in the lifetime of Baha'u'llah by the murder of Sultan Abdul Aziz, by the dramatic downfall of Napoleon III, and the extinction of the Third Empire, and by the self-imposed imprisonment and virtual termination of the temporal sovereignty of the Pope himself. Later, after Abdu'l-Baha's passing, the same process was to be accelerated by the demise of the Qajar dynasty in Persia, by the overthrow of the Spanish monarchy, by the collapse of both the Sultanate and the Caliphate in Turkey, by a swift decline in the fortunes of Shia Islam and of the Christian missions in the East, and by the cruel fate that is now overtaking so many of the crowned heads of Europe. Nor can this subject be dismissed without special reference to the names of those men of eminence and learning who were moved at various stages of Abdu'l-Baha's ministry to pay tribute not only to Abdu'l-Baha himself, but also to the faith of Baha'u'llah. Such names as Count Leo Tolstoy, Professor Arminius Vambery, Professor Auguste Forel, Dr. David Starr Jordan, the Venerable Archdeacon Wilberforce, Professor Jowett of Balliol, Dr. T.K. Cheney, Dr. Estlin Carpenter of Oxford University, Viscount Samuel of Carmel, Lord Lamington, Sir Valentine Shirrell, Rabbi Stephen Wise, Prince Mohammed Ali of Egypt, Sheikh Mohammed Abdu, Mezzat Pasha and Khorshid Pasha attest, by virtue of the tributes associated with them, the great progress made by the faith of Baha'u'llah under the brilliant leadership of his exalted son. Tributes whose impressiveness was, in later years, to be heightened by the historic, the repeated and written testimonies which a famous queen, a granddaughter of Queen Victoria, was impelled to bequeath to posterity as a witness of her recognition of the prophetic mission of Baha'u'llah. Fate of the enemies during his ministry. As for those enemies who have sedulously sought to extinguish the light of Baha'u'llah's covenant, the condign punishment they have been made to suffer is no less conspicuous than the doom which overtook those who, in an earlier period, had so basely endeavoured to crush the hopes of a rising faith and destroy its foundations. To the assassination of the tyrannical Nasir-ed-Din Shah and the subsequent extinction of the Qajar dynasty, reference has already been made. Sultan Abdul Hamid, after his deposition, was made a prisoner of state and condemned to a life of complete obscurity and humiliation, scorned by his fellow rulers and vilified by his subjects. The bloodthirsty Jamal Pasha, who had resolved to crucify Abdu'l-Baha and raze to the ground Baha'u'llah's holy tomb, had to flee for his life and was slain while a refuge in the Caucasus by the hand of an Armenian whose fellow compatriots he had so pitilessly persecuted. The scheming Jamal ad-Din Afghani, whose relentless hostility and powerful influence had been so gravely detrimental to the progress of the faith in Near Eastern countries, was, after a checkered career filled with vicissitudes, stricken with cancer, and having had a major part of his tongue cut away in an unsuccessful operation, perished in misery. The 4 members of the ill-fated Commission of Inquiry dispatched from Constantinople to seal the fate of Abdu'l-Baha suffered each in his turn a humiliation hardly less drastic than that which they had planned for him. Aref Bey, the head of the commission, seeking stealthily at midnight to flee from the wrath of the Young Turks, was shot dead by a sentry. Azam Bey succeeded in escaping to Egypt, but was robbed of his possessions by his servant on the way, and was in the end compelled to seek financial assistance from the Baha'is of Cairo, a request which was not refused. Later, he sought help from Abdul-Baha, who immediately directed the believers to present him with a sum on his behalf, an instruction which they were unable to carry out, owing to his sudden disappearance. Of the other two members, one was exiled to a remote place, and the other died soon after in abject poverty. The notorious Yahya Bey, the chief of the police in Akka, a willing and powerful tool in the hand of Mirza Muhammad Ali, the arch-breaker of Baha'u'llah's covenant, witnessed the frustration of all the hopes he had cherished, lost his position, and had eventually to beg for pecuniary assistance from Abdul-Baha. In Constantinople, in the year which witnessed the downfall of Abdul Hamid, no less than 31 dignitaries of the state, including ministers and high officers of the government, among whom numbered redoubtable enemies of the faith, were in a single day arrested and condemned to the gallows, a spectacular retribution for the part they had played in upholding a tyrannical regime and in endeavouring to extirpate the faith and its institutions. In Persia, apart from the sovereign, who had in the full tide of his hopes and the plenitude of his power been removed from the scene in so startling a manner, a number of princes, ministers, and mujtahids, who had actively participated in the suppression of a persecuted community, including Kamran Mirza, the Na'ib Sultaneh, the Jalal-e-Dawleh, and Mirza Ali Asghar Khan, the Atabek Azam, and Sheikh Muhammad Taqi Najafi, the son of the Wolf, lost one by one their prestige and authority, sank into obscurity, abandoned all hope of achieving their malevolent purpose, and lived, some of them, long enough to behold the initial evidences of the ascendancy of a cause they had so greatly feared and so vehemently hated. When we note that in the Holy Land, in Persia, and in the United States of America, certain exponents of Christian ecclesiasticism, such as Vastralski, Wilson, Richardson, or Easton, observing and in some cases fearing the vigorous advances made by the faith of Baha'u'llah in Christian lands, arose to stem its progress. And when we watch the recent and steady deterioration of their influence, the decline of their power, the confusion in their ranks, and the disillusion of some of their old-standing missions and institutions in Europe, in the Middle East, and in Eastern Asia, may we not attribute this weakening to the opposition which members of various Christian sacerdotal orders began in the course of Abdu'l-Baha's ministry to evince towards the followers and institutions of a faith which claims to be no less than the fulfillment of the promise given by Jesus Christ and the establisher of the kingdom he himself had prayed for and foretold. And finally, he who from the moment the divine covenant was born until the end of his life showed a hatred more unrelenting than that which animated the aforementioned adversaries of Abdu'l-Baha, who plotted more energetically than any one of them against him, and afflicted his father's faith with a shame more grievous than any which its external enemies had inflicted upon it. Such a man, together with the infamous crew of covenant breakers whom he had misled and instigated, was condemned to witness in a growing measure, as had been the case with Mirza Yahya and his henchmen, the frustration of his evil designs, the evaporation of all his hopes, the exposition of his true motives, and the complete extinction of his erstwhile honour and glory. His brother, Mirza Zia-ul-lah, died prematurely. Mirza Agha Jan, his dupe, followed that same brother 3 years later to the grave. And Mirza Badiullah, his chief accomplice, betrayed his cause, published a signed denunciation of his evil acts, but rejoined him again only to be alienated from him in consequence of the scandalous behaviour of his own daughter. Mirza Muhammad Ali's half-sister, Furuqiyyeh, died of cancer, whilst her husband, Sayyid Ali, passed away from a heart attack before his sons could reach him, the eldest being subsequently stricken in the prime of life by the same malady. Muhammad Javad Ghazvini, a notorious covenant-breaker, perished miserably. Shah-Ullah, who, as witnessed by Abdu'l-Baha in his will, had counted on the murder of the centre of the covenant, and who had been dispatched to the United States by his father to join forces with Ibrahim Khairullah, returned crestfallen and empty-handed from his inglorious mission. Jamal Borujerdi, Mirza Muhammad Ali's ablest lieutenant in Persia, fell a prey to a fatal and loathsome disease. Sayyid Mehdi Dahaji, who, betraying Abdu'l-Baha, joined the covenant breakers, died in obscurity and poverty, followed by his wife and his 2 sons. Mirza Hossein Ali Jahromi, Mirza Hossein Shirazi Khortumi, and Haji Muhammad Hossein Kashani, who represented the archbreaker of the covenant in Persia, India, and Egypt, failed utterly in their missions, whilst the greedy and conceited Ibrahim Khairullah, who had chosen to uphold the banner of his rebellion in America for no less than 20 years, and who had the temerity to denounce in writing Abdu'l-Baha, his false teachings, his misrepresentations of Baha'ism, his dissimulation, and to stigmatize his visit to America as a death blow to the cause of God, met his death soon after he had uttered these denunciations, utterly abandoned and despised by the entire body of the members of a community whose founders he himself had converted to the faith, and in the very land that bore witness to the multiplying evidences of the established ascendancy of Abdu'l-Baha, whose authority he had in his later years vowed to uproot. As to those who had openly espoused the cause of this archbreaker of Baha'u'llah's covenant, or who had secretly sympathized with him whilst outwardly supporting Abdu'l-Baha, some eventually repented and were forgiven. Others became disillusioned and lost their faith entirely. A few apostatized, whilst the rest dwindled away, leaving him in the end, except for a handful of his relatives, alone and unsupported. Surviving Abdu'l-Baha by almost 20 years, he who had so audaciously affirmed to his face that he had no assurance he might outlive him, lived long enough to witness the utter bankruptcy of his cause, leading meanwhile a wretched existence within the walls of a mansion that had once housed a crowd of his supporters. Was denied by the civil authorities as a result of the crisis he had, after Abdu'l-Baha's passing, foolishly precipitated, the official custody of his father's tomb, was compelled a few years later to vacate that same mansion, which through his flagrant neglect had fallen into a dilapidated condition, was stricken with paralysis, which crippled half his body, lay bedridden in pain for months before he died. and was buried, according to Moslem rites, in the immediate vicinity of a local Moslem shrine, his grave remaining until the present day devoid of even a tombstone, a pitiful reminder of the hollowness of the claims he had advanced, of the depths of the infamy to which he had sunk, and of the severity of the retribution his acts had so richly merited. Fourth period, the inception of the formative age of the Bahá'í Faith, 1921 to 1944. Chapter 22. The rise and establishment of the administrative order. Its origins. With the passing of Abdu'l-Bahá, the first century of the Bahá'í era, whose inception had synchronized with his birth, had run more than 3/4 of its course. 77 years previously, the light of the faith proclaimed by the Bab had risen above the horizon of Shiraz and flashed across the firmament of Persia, dispelling the age-long gloom which had enveloped its people. A bloodbath of unusual ferocity in which government, clergy, and people, heedless of the significance of that light and blind to its splendor, had jointly participated, had all but extinguished the radiance of its glory in the land of its birth. Baha'u'llah had at the darkest hour in the fortunes of that faith been summoned, while himself a prisoner in Tehran, to reinvigorate its life, and been commissioned to fulfill its ultimate purpose. In Baghdad, upon the termination of the 10-year delay interposed between the first intimation of that mission and its declaration, he had revealed the mystery enshrined in the Bab's embryonic faith and disclosed the fruit which it had yielded. In Adrianople, Baha'u'llah's message, the promise of the Babi as well as of all previous dispensations, had been proclaimed to mankind, and its challenge voiced to the rulers of the earth in both the East and the West. Behind the walls of the prison fortress of Akka, the bearer of God's newborn revelation had ordained the laws and formulated the principles that were to constitute the warp and woof of his world order. He had, moreover, prior to his ascension, instituted the covenant that was to guide and assist in the laying of its foundations and to safeguard the unity of its builders. Armed with that peerless and potent instrument, Abdu'l-Bahá, his eldest son and centre of his covenant, had erected the standard of his father's faith in the North American continent and established an impregnable basis for its institutions in Western Europe, in the Far East, and in Australia. He had, in his works, tablets, and addresses, elucidated its principles, interpreted its laws, amplified its doctrine, and erected the rudimentary institutions of its future administrative order. In Russia, he had raised its first house of worship, whilst on the slopes of Mount Carmel he had reared a befitting mausoleum for its herald, and deposited his remains therein with his own hands. Through his visits to several cities in Europe and the North American continent, he had broadcast Baha'u'llah's message to the peoples of the West, and heightened the prestige of the cause of God to a degree it had never previously experienced. And lastly, in the evening of his life, he had, through the revelation of the tablets of the divine plan, issued his mandate to the community which he himself had raised up, trained, and nurtured, a plan that must, in the years to come, enable its members to diffuse the light and erect the administrative fabric of the faith throughout the 5 continents of the globe. The moment had now arrived for that undying, that world-vitalizing spirit that was born in Shiraz, that had been rekindled in Tehran, that had been fanned into flame in Baghdad and Adrianople, that had been carried to the west and was now illuminating the fringes of 5 continents, to incarnate itself in institutions designed to canalize its outspreading energies and stimulate its growth. The age that had witnessed the birth and rise of the faith had now closed. The heroic, the apostolic age of the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, that primitive period in which its founders had lived, in which its life had been generated, in which its greatest heroes had struggled and quaffed the cup of martyrdom, and its pristine foundations had been established. A period whose splendours no victories in this or any future age, however brilliant, can rival, had now terminated with the passing of one whose mission may be regarded as the link binding the age in which the seed of the newborn message had been incubating, and those which are destined to witness its efflorescence and ultimate fruition. Character of the formative period. The formative period, the iron age of that dispensation, was now beginning. The age in which the institutions, local, national, and international, of the faith of Baha'u'llah were to take shape, develop, and become fully consolidated, in anticipation of the third, the last, the golden age, destined to witness the emergence of a world-embracing order, enshrining the ultimate fruit of God's latest revelation to mankind, a fruit whose maturity must signalize the establishment of a world civilization and the formal inauguration of the kingdom of the Father upon earth, as promised by Jesus Christ himself. Nature of the administrative order. To this world order the Bab himself had, whilst a prisoner in the mountain fastnesses of Azerbaijan, explicitly referred in his Persian Bayan, the mother book of the Babi dispensation, had announced its advent and associated it with the name of Baha'u'llah, whose mission he himself had heralded. Well is it with him, is his remarkable statement in the 16th chapter of the 3rd Vahed, who fixeth his gaze upon the order of Baha'u'llah, and rendereth thanks unto his Lord, for he will assuredly be made manifest. To this same order, Baha'u'llah, who in a later period revealed the laws and principles that must govern the operation of that order, had thus referred in the Kitab-i-Aqdas, the mother book of his dispensation. The world's equilibrium hath been upset through the vibrating influence of this most great order. Mankind's ordered life hath been revolutionized through the agency of this unique, this wondrous system, the like of which mortal eyes have never witnessed. Its features Abdul-Baha, its great architect, delineated in his will and testament, whilst the foundations of its rudimentary institutions are now being laid after him by his followers in the East and in the West, in this, the formative age of the Bahá'í dispensation. The last 23 years of the first Bahá'í century may thus be regarded as the initial stage of the formative period of the faith, an age of transition to be identified with the rise and establishment of the administrative order, upon which the institutions of the future Bahá'í world commonwealth must needs be ultimately erected in the golden age that must witness the consummation of the Bahá'í dispensation. The charter which called into being outlined the features and set in motion the processes of this administrative order, is none other than the will and testament of Abdu'l-Baha, his greatest legacy to posterity, the brightest emanation of his mind, and the mightiest instrument forged to ensure the continuity of the 3 ages which constitute the component parts of his father's dispensation. Features of the Will and Testament of Abdu'l-Baha. The Covenant of Baha'u'llah had been instituted solely through the direct operation of his will and purpose. The Will and Testament of Abdu'l-Baha, on the other hand, may be regarded as the offspring resulting from that mystic intercourse between him who had generated the forces of a God-given faith and the one who had been made its sole interpreter and was recognized as its perfect exemplar. The creative energies unleashed by the originator of the law of God in this age gave birth, through their impact upon the mind of him who had been chosen as its unerring expounder, to that instrument, the vast implications of which the present generation, even after the lapse of 23 years, is still incapable of fully apprehending. This instrument can, if we would correctly appraise it, no more be divorced from the one who provided the motivating impulse for its creation than from him who directly conceived it. The purpose of the author of the Bahá'í Revelation had, as already observed, been so thoroughly infused into the mind of Abdu'l-Baha, and his spirit had so profoundly impregnated his being, and their aims and motives been so completely blended, that to dissociate the doctrine laid down by the former from the supreme act associated with the mission of the latter would be tantamount to a repudiation of one of the most fundamental verities of the faith. The administrative order which this historic document has established, it should be noted, is by virtue of its origin and character unique in the annals of the world's religious systems. No prophet before Baha'u'llah, it can be confidently asserted, not even Muhammad, whose book clearly lays down the laws and ordinances of the Islamic dispensation, has established authoritatively and in writing anything comparable to the administrative order which the authorized interpreter of Baha'u'llah's teachings has instituted. An order which, by virtue of the administrative principles which its author has formulated, the institutions he has established, and the right of interpretation with which he has invested its guardian, must and will, in a manner unparalleled in any previous religion, safeguard from schism the faith from which it has sprung. Nor is the principle governing its operation similar to that which underlies any system, whether theocratic or otherwise, which the minds of men have devised for the government of human institutions. Neither in theory nor in practice can the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah be said to conform to any type of democratic government, to any system of autocracy, to any purely aristocratic order, or to any of the various theocracies, whether Jewish, Christian, or Islamic, which mankind has witnessed in the past. It incorporates within its structure certain elements which are to be found in each of the 3 recognized forms of secular government, is devoid of the defects which each of them inherently possesses, and blends the salutary truths which each undoubtedly contains, without vitiating in any way the integrity of the divine verities on which it is essentially founded. The hereditary authority which the guardian of the administrative order is called upon to exercise, and the right of the interpretation of the Holy Writ solely conferred upon him. The powers and prerogatives of the Universal House of Justice, possessing the exclusive right to legislate on matters not explicitly revealed in the Most Holy Book. The ordinance exempting its members from any responsibility to those whom they represent, and from the obligation to conform to their views, convictions, or sentiments. The specific provisions requiring the free and democratic election by the mass of the faithful of the body that constitutes the sole legislative organ in the worldwide Baha'i community. These are among the features which combine to set apart the order identified with the revelation of Baha'u'llah from any of the existing systems of human government. Nor have the enemies who, at the hour of the inception of this administrative order, and in the course of its 23-year existence, both in the East and in the West, from within and from without, misrepresented its character, or derided and vilified it, or striven to arrest its march, or contrived to create a breach in the ranks of its supporters, succeeded in achieving their malevolent purpose. The strenuous exertions of an ambitious Armenian, who in the course of the first years of its establishment in Egypt endeavoured to supplant it by the scientific society which in his short-sightedness he had conceived and was sponsoring, failed utterly in its purpose. The agitation provoked by a deluded woman who strove diligently both in the United States and in England to demonstrate the unauthenticity of the charter responsible for its creation, and even to induce the civil authorities of Palestine to take legal action in the matter, a request which to her great chagrin was curtly refused, as well as the defection of one of the earliest pioneers and founders of the faith in Germany, whom that same woman had so tragically misled, produced no effect whatsoever. The volumes which a shameless apostate composed and disseminated during that same period in Persia, in his brazen efforts not only to disrupt that order but to undermine the very faith which had conceived it, proved similarly abortive. The schemes devised by the remnants of the covenant breakers, who immediately the aims and purposes of Abdu'l-Baha's will became known, arose, headed by Mirza Badi'ullah, to wrest the custodianship of the holiest shrine in the Baha'i world from its appointed guardian, likewise came to naught and brought further discredit upon them. The subsequent attacks launched by certain exponents of Christian orthodoxy in both Christian and non-Christian lands were the object of subverting the foundations and distorting the features of this same order, were powerless to sap the loyalty of its upholders or to deflect them from their high purpose. Not even the infamous and insidious machinations of a former secretary of Abdu'l-Baha, who, untaught by the retribution that befell Baha'u'llah's amanuensis, as well as by the fate that overtook several other secretaries and interpreters of his master in both the East and the West, has arisen and is still exerting himself to pervert the purpose and nullify the essential provisions of the immortal document from which that order derives its authority, have been able to stay, even momentarily, the march of its institutions along the course set for it by its author, or to create anything that might, however remotely, resemble a breach in the ranks of its assured, its wide-awake and stalwart supporters. The document establishing that order, the charter of a future world civilization which may be regarded in some of its features as supplementary to no less weighty a book than the Kitab-e-Aqdas, signed and sealed by Abdu'l-Baha, entirely written with his own hand. Its first section, composed during one of the darkest periods of his incarceration in the prison fortress of Akka, proclaims categorically and unequivocally the fundamental beliefs of the followers of the faith of Baha'u'llah, reveals in unmistakable language the twofold character of the mission of the Bab, discloses the full station of the author of the Baha'i revelation, asserts that all others are servants unto him and do his bidding, stresses the importance of the Kitab-e-Aqdas, establishes the institution of the guardianship as a hereditary office, and outlines its essential functions, provides the measures for the election of the International House of Justice, defines its scope, and sets forth its relationship to that institution, prescribes the obligations and emphasizes the responsibilities of the hands of the cause of God, and extols the virtues of the indestructible covenant established by Baha'u'llah. That document, furthermore, lauds the courage and constancy of the supporters of Baha'u'llah's covenant, expatiates on the sufferings endured by its appointed centre, recalls the infamous conduct of Mirza Yahya and his failure to heed the warnings of the Bab, exposes in a series of indictments the perfidy and rebellion of Mirza Muhammad Ali and the complicity of his son Sha'a'ullah and of his brother Mirza Badiullah, reaffirms their excommunication and predicts the frustration of all their hopes, summons the Afnan, the Bab's kindred, the hands of the cause, and the entire company of the followers of Baha'u'llah to arise unitedly to propagate his faith, to disperse far and wide, to labour tirelessly, and to follow the heroic example of the apostles of Jesus Christ, warns them against the dangers of association with the covenant breakers, and bids them shield the cause from the assaults of the insincere and the hypocrite, and counsels them to demonstrate by their conduct the universality of the faith they have espoused, and vindicate its high principles. In that same document, its author reveals the significance and purpose of the Huququllah, right of God, already instituted in the Kitab-e-Aqdas, enjoins submission and fidelity towards all monarchs who are just, expresses his longing for martyrdom, and voices his prayers for the repentance as well as the forgiveness of his enemies. Obedient to the summons issued by the author of so momentous a document, conscious of their high calling, galvanized into action by the shock sustained through the unexpected and sudden removal of Abdu'l-Baha, guided by the plan which he, the architect of the administrative order, had entrusted to their hands, undeterred by the attacks directed against it by betrayers and enemies, jealous of its gathering strength and blind to its unique significance, the members of the widely scattered Baha'i communities in both the East and the West arose with clear vision and inflexible determination to inaugurate the formative period of their faith by laying the foundations of that world-embracing administrative system designed to evolve into a world order which posterity must acclaim as the promise and crowning glory of all the dispensations of the past. Not content with the erection and consolidation of the administrative machinery provided for the preservation of the unity and the efficient conduct of the affairs of a steadily expanding community, the followers of the faith of Baha'u'llah resolved, in the course of the 2 decades following Abdu'l-Baha's passing, to assert and demonstrate by their acts the independent character of that faith, to enlarge still further its limits and swell the number of its avowed supporters. In this triple worldwide effort, it should be noted, the role played by the American Baha'i community since the passing of Abdu'l-Baha until the termination of the first Baha'i century has been such as to lend a tremendous impetus to the development of the faith throughout the world, to vindicate the confidence placed in its members by Abdu'l-Baha himself, and to justify the high praise he bestowed upon them and the fond hopes he entertained for their future. Indeed, so preponderating has been the influence of its members in both the initiation and the consolidation of Baha'i administrative institutions, that their country may well deserve to be recognized as the cradle of the administrative order which Baha'u'llah himself had envisaged, and which the will of the centre of his covenant had called into being. It should be borne in mind in this connection that the preliminary steps aiming at the disclosure of the scope and working of this administrative order, which was now to be formally established after Abdu'l-Baha's passing, had already been taken by him and even by Baha'u'llah in the years preceding his ascension. The appointment by him of certain outstanding believers in Persia as hands of the cause, the initiation of local assemblies and boards of consultation by Abdu'l-Baha in leading Bahá'í centers in both the East and the West, the formation of the Bahá'í Temple Unity in the United States of America, the establishment of local funds for the promotion of Bahá'í activities, the purchase of property dedicated to the faith and its future institutions, the founding of publishing societies for the dissemination of Baha'i literature, the erection of the first Mashrul Askar of the Baha'i world, the construction of the Bab's mausoleum on Mount Carmel, the institution of hostels for the accommodation of itinerant teachers and pilgrims. These may be regarded as the precursors of the institutions which, immediately after the closing of the heroic age of the faith, were to be permanently and systematically established throughout the Baha'i world. Beginnings of the administrative order. No sooner had the provisions of that divine charter delineating the features of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah been disclosed to his followers, then they set about erecting, upon the foundations which the lives of the heroes, the saints and martyrs of that faith had laid, the first stage of the framework of its administrative institutions. Conscious of the necessity of constructing as a first step a broad and solid base upon which the pillars of that mighty structure could subsequently be raised, fully aware that upon these pillars, when firmly established, the dome, the final unit crowning the entire edifice, must eventually rest, undeflected in their course by the crisis which the covenant breakers had precipitated in the Holy Land, or the agitation which the stirrers of mischief had provoked in Egypt, or the disturbances resulting from the seizure by the Shia community of the House of Baha'u'llah in Baghdad, or the growing dangers confronting the faith in Russia, or the scorn and ridicule which had greeted the initial activities of the American Baha'i community from certain quarters that had completely misapprehended their purpose. The pioneer builders of a divinely conceived order undertook in complete unison, and despite the great diversity in their outlook, customs, and languages, the double task of establishing and of consolidating their local councils, elected by the rank and file of the believers, and designed to direct, coordinate, and extend the activities of the followers of a far-flung faith. In Persia, in the United States of America, in the Dominion of Canada, in the British Isles, in France, in Germany, in Austria, in India, in Burma, in Egypt, in Iraq, in Russian Turkestan, in the Caucasus, in Australia, in New Zealand, in South Africa, in Turkey, in Syria, in Palestine, in Bulgaria, in Mexico, in the Philippine Islands, in Jamaica, in Costa Rica, in Guatemala, in Honduras, in San Salvador, in Argentina, in Uruguay, in Chile, in Brazil, in Ecuador, in Colombia, in Paraguay, in Peru, in Alaska, in Cuba, in Haiti, in Japan, in the Hawaiian Islands, in Tunisia, in Puerto Rico, in Baluchistan, in Russia, in Transjordan, in Lebanon, and in Abyssinia. Such councils, constituting the basis of the rising order of a long persecuted faith, were gradually established. Designated as spiritual assemblies, an appellation that must in the course of time be replaced by their permanent and more descriptive title of Houses of Justice, bestowed upon them by the author of the Bahá'í Revelation. Instituted without any exception in every city, town, and village where 9 or more adult believers are resident, annually and directly elected on the first day of the greatest Bahá'í festival by all adult believers, men and women alike, invested with an authority rendering them unanswerable for their acts and decisions to those who elect them, solemnly pledged to follow under all conditions the dictates of the most great justice that can alone usher in the reign of the most great peace which Baha'u'llah has proclaimed and must ultimately establish, charged with the responsibility of promoting at all times the best interests of the communities within their jurisdiction, of familiarizing them with their plans and activities, and of inviting them to offer any recommendations they might wish to make, cognizant of their no less vital task of demonstrating through association with all liberal and humanitarian movements the universality and comprehensiveness of their faith, disassociated entirely from all sectarian organizations, whether religious or secular, assisted by committees annually appointed by and directly responsible to them, to each of which a particular branch of Bahá'í activity is assigned for study and action, supported by local funds to which all believers voluntarily contribute. These assemblies, the representatives and custodians of the faith of Baha'u'llah, numbering at the present time several hundred, and whose membership is drawn from the diversified races, creeds, and classes constituting the worldwide Bahá'í community, have in the course of the last 2 decades abundantly demonstrated, by virtue of their achievements, their right to be regarded as the chief sinews of Bahá'í society, as well as the ultimate foundation of its administrative structure. Local assemblies. The Lord hath ordained, is Baha'u'llah's injunction in his Kitab al-Aqdas, that in every city a house of justice be established, wherein shall gather counsellors to the number of Baha, 9, and should it exceed this number, it doth not matter. It behoveth them to be the trusted ones of the merciful among men, and to regard themselves as the guardians appointed of God for all that dwell on earth. It is incumbent upon them to take counsel together and to have regard for the interests of the servants of God for his sake, even as they regard their own interests, and to choose that which is meet and seemly. These spiritual assemblies, is Abdu'l-Bahá's testimony in a tablet addressed to an American believer, are aided by the Spirit of God. Their defender is Abdu'l-Bahá. Over them he spreadeth his wings. What bounty is there greater than this? These spiritual assemblies, he in that same tablet has declared, are shining lamps and heavenly gardens, from which the fragrances of holiness are diffused over all regions, and the lights of knowledge are shed abroad over all created things. From them the spirit of life streameth in every direction. They indeed are the potent sources of the progress of man, at all times and under all conditions. Establishing beyond any doubt their God-given authority, he has written, "It is incumbent upon everyone not to take any step without consulting the spiritual assembly, and all must assuredly obey with heart and soul its bidding, and be submissive unto it, that things may be properly ordered and well arranged. If after discussion," he furthermore has written, "a decision be carried unanimously, well and good. But if the Lord forbid differences of opinion should arise, a majority of voices must prevail." National assemblies. Having established the structure of their local assemblies, the base of the edifice which the architect of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah had directed them to erect, his disciples in both the East and the West unhesitatingly embarked on the next and more difficult stage of their high enterprise. In countries where the local Baha'i communities had sufficiently advanced in number and in influence, measures were taken for the initiation of national assemblies, the pivots round which all national undertakings must revolve. Designated by Abdu'l-Bahá in his will as the secondary houses of justice, they constitute the electoral bodies in the formation of the International House of Justice, and are empowered to direct, unify, coordinate and stimulate the activities of individuals as well as local assemblies within their jurisdiction. Resting on the broad base of organized local communities, themselves pillars sustaining the institution which must be regarded as the apex of the Baha'i administrative order, these assemblies are elected according to the principle of proportional representation by delegates representative of Baha'i local communities assembled at convention during the period of the Rezvan festival, are possessed of the necessary authority to enable them to ensure the harmonious and efficient development of Baha'i activity within their respective spheres, are freed from all direct responsibility for their policies and decisions to their electorates, are charged with the sacred duty of consulting the views, of inviting the recommendations, and of securing the confidence and cooperation of the delegates, and of acquainting them with their plans, problems, and actions, and are supported by the resources of national funds, to which all ranks of the faithful are urged to contribute. Instituted in the United States of America, 1925, the National Assembly superseding in that country the institution of Baha'i Temple Unity formed during Abdu'l-Bahá's ministry. In the British Isles, 1923, in Germany, 1923, in Egypt, 1924, in Iraq, 1931, in India 1923, in Persia 1934, and in Australia 1934. Their election renewed annually by delegates whose number has been fixed according to national requirements at 9, 19, 95, or 171, 9 times 19. These national bodies have, through their emergence, signalized the birth of a new epoch in the formative age of the faith, and marked a further stage in the evolution, the unification, and consolidation of a continually expanding community. Aided by national committees responsible to and chosen by them, without discrimination, from among the entire body of the believers within their jurisdiction, and to each of which a particular sphere of Baha'i service is allocated. These Baha'i National Assemblies have, as the scope of their activities steadily enlarged, proved themselves, through the spirit of discipline which they have inculcated, and through their uncompromising adherence to principles which have enabled them to rise above all prejudices of race, nation, class, and colour, capable of administering in a remarkable fashion the multiplying activities of a newly consolidated faith. National Committees. Nor have the national committees themselves been less energetic and devoted in the discharge of their respective functions. In the defence of the faith's vital interests, in the exposition of its doctrine, in the dissemination of its literature, in the consolidation of its finances, in the organisation of its teaching force, in the furtherance of the solidarity of its component parts, in the purchase of its historic sites, in the preservation of its sacred records, treasures, and relics, in its contacts with the various institutions of the society of which it forms a part, in the education of its youth, in the training of its children, in the improvement of the status of its women adherents in the East, the members of these diversified agencies, operating under the aegis of the elected national representatives of the Baha'i community, have amply demonstrated their capacity to promote effectively its vital and manifold interests. The mere enumeration of the national committees, which, originating mostly in the West and functioning with exemplary efficiency in the United States and Canada, now carry on their activities with a vigour and a unity of purpose which sharply contrast with the effete institutions of a moribund civilization, would suffice to reveal the scope of these auxiliary institutions, which an evolving administrative order, still in the secondary stage of its development, has set in motion. The Teaching Committee, the Regional Teaching Committees, the Inter-American Committee, the Publishing Committee, the Race Unity Committee, the Youth Committee, the Reviewing Committee, the Temple Maintenance Committee, the Temple Program Committee, the Temple Guides Committee, the Temple Librarian and Sales Committee, the Boys and Girls Service Committees, the Child Education Committee, the Women's Progress, Teaching and Program Committees, the Legal Committee, the Archives and History Committee, the Census Committee, the Baha'i Exhibits Committee, the Baha'i News Committee, the Baha'i News Service Committee, the Braille Transcriptions Committee, the Contacts Committee, the Service Committee, the Editorial Committee, the Index Committee, the Library Committee, the Radio Committee, the Accountant Committee, the Annual Souvenir Committee, the Baha'i World Editorial Committee, the Study Outline Committee, the International Auxiliary Language Committee, the Institute of Baha'i Education Committee, the World Order Magazine Committee, the Baha'i Public Relations Committee, the Baha'i Schools Committee, the Summer Schools Committee, the International School Committee, the Pamphlet Literature Committee, the Baha'i Cemetery Committee, the Hazirat al-Quds Committee, the Mashriq al-Askar Committee, the Assembly Development Committee, the National History Committee, the Miscellaneous Materials Committee, the Free Literature Committee, the Translation Committee, the Cataloguing Tablets Committee, the Editing Tablets Committee, the Properties Committee, the Adjustments Committee, the Publicity Committee, the East-West Committee, the Welfare Committee, the Transcription of Tablets Committee, the Travelling Teachers Committee, the Bahá'í Education Committee, the Holy Sites Committee, the Children's Savings Bank Committee. Bahá'í Constitutions. The establishment of local and national assemblies, and the subsequent formation of local and national committees acting as necessary adjuncts to the elected representatives of Bahá'í communities in both the East and the West, however remarkable in themselves, were but a prelude to a series of undertakings on the part of the newly formed national assemblies, which have contributed in no small measure to the unification of the Bahá'í world community and the consolidation of its administrative order. The initial step taken in that direction was the drafting and adoption of a Bahá'í national constitution, first framed and promulgated by the elected representatives of the American Bahá'í community in 1927, the text of which has since, with slight variations suited to national requirements, been translated into Arabic, German, and Persian, and constitutes at the present time the Charter of the National Spiritual Assemblies of the Baha'is of the United States and Canada, of the British Isles, of Germany, of Persia, of Iraq, of India and Burma, of Egypt and the Sudan, and of Australia and New Zealand. Heralding the formation of the constitution of the future Bahá'í world community, submitted for the consideration of all local assemblies and ratified by the entire body of the recognized believers in countries possessing national assemblies. This national constitution has been supplemented by a similar document containing the bylaws of Bahá'í local assemblies, first drafted by the New York Bahá'í community in November 1931, and accepted as a pattern for all local Bahá'í constitutions. The text of this national constitution comprises a declaration of trust, whose articles set forth the character and objects of the national Bahá'í community, establish the functions, designate the central office, and describe the official seal of the body of its elected representatives, as well as a set of bylaws which define the status, the mode of election, the powers and duties of both local and national assemblies, describe the relation of the National Assembly to the International House of Justice, as well as to local assemblies and individual believers, outline the rights and obligations of the National Convention and its relation to the National Assembly, disclose the character of Bahá'í elections, and lay down the requirements of voting membership in all Bahá'í communities. Incorporation of Bahá'í assemblies. The framing of these constitutions, both local and national, identical to all intents and purposes in their provisions, provided the necessary foundation for the legal incorporation of these administrative institutions in accordance with civil statutes controlling religious or commercial bodies. Giving these assemblies a legal standing, this incorporation greatly consolidated their power and enlarged their capacity, and in this regard, the achievement of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the United States and Canada, and the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of New York, again set an example worthy of emulation by their sister assemblies in both the East and the West. The incorporation of the American National Spiritual Assembly as a voluntary trust, a species of corporation recognized under the common law, enabling it to enter into contract, hold property, and receive bequests by virtue of a certificate issued in May 1929 under the seal of the Department of State in Washington and bearing the signature of the Secretary of State, Henry L. Stimson, was followed by the adoption of similar legal measures resulting in the successive incorporation of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of India and Burma in January 1933, in Lahore, in the state of Punjab, according to the provisions of the Society's Registration Act of 1860, of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Egypt and the Sudan in December 1934, as certified by the Mixed Court in Cairo, of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Australia and New Zealand in January 1938, as witnessed by the Deputy Registrar at the General Registry Office for the State of South Australia, and more recently of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the British Isles in August 1939, as an unlimited non-profit company under the Companies Act 1929 and certified by the Assistant Registrar of Companies in the City of London. Parallel with the legal incorporation of these national assemblies, a far larger number of Baha'i local assemblies were similarly incorporated, following the example set by the Chicago Baha'i Assembly in February 1932, in countries as far apart as the United States of America, India, Mexico, Germany, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Burma, Costa Rica, Baluchistan, and the Hawaiian Islands. The spiritual assemblies of the Baha'is of Esslingen in Germany, of Mexico City in Mexico, of San Jose in Costa Rica, of Sydney and Adelaide in Australia, of Auckland in New Zealand, of Delhi, Bombay, Karachi, Pune, Calcutta, Secunderabad, Bangalore, Vellore, Ahmedabad, Serampore, Andheri and Baroda in India, of Quetta in Baluchistan, of Rangoon, Mandalay and Dandenong-Kalamazoo in Burma, of Montreal and Vancouver in Canada, of Honolulu in the Hawaiian Islands, and of Chicago, New York, Washington, D.C., Boston, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Kenosha, Teaneck, Racine, Detroit, Cleveland, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Cincinnati, Winnetka, Phoenix, Columbus, Lima, Portland, Jersey City, Wilmette, Peoria, Seattle, Binghamton, Helena, Richmond Highlands, Miami, Pasadena, Oakland, Indianapolis, St. Paul, Berkeley, Urbana, Springfield, and Flint in the United States of America. All these succeeded gradually and after submitting the text of almost identical Baha'i local constitutions to the civil authorities in their respective states or provinces, in constituting themselves into societies and corporations recognized by law and protected by the civil statutes operating in their respective countries. Baha'i endowments. Just as the formation of Baha'i constitutions had provided the foundation for the incorporation of Baha'i spiritual assemblies, so did the recognition accorded by local and national authorities to the elected representatives of Baha'i communities pave the way for the establishment of national and local Baha'i endowments, a historic undertaking which, as had been the case with the previous achievements of far-reaching importance, the American Bahá'í Community was the first to initiate. In most cases, these endowments, owing to their religious character, have been exempted from both government and municipal taxes as a result of representations made by the incorporated Bahá'í bodies to the civil authorities, though the value of the properties thus exempted has, in more than one country, amounted to a considerable sum. The institution of the Hazirat al-Quds. In the United States of America, the National Endowments of the Faith, already representing $1.75 million of assets, and established through a series of indentures of trust created in 1928, 1929, 1935, 1938, 1939, 1941, and 1942 by the National Spiritual Assembly in that country, acting as trustees of the American Bahá'í Community, now include the land and structure of the Mashrou' al-Askar and the Caretaker's Cottage in Wilmette, Illinois. The adjoining Hazirat al-Quds, Bahá'í National Headquarters, and its supplementary administrative office, the Inn, the Fellowship House, the Bahá'í Hall, the Arts and Crafts Studio, a farm, a number of cottages, several parcels of land, including the holding at Montsalvat, blessed by the footsteps of Abdu'l-Bahá in Greenacre in the state of Maine, Bosch House, the Bahá'í Hall, a fruit orchard, the Redwood Grove, a dormitory, and ranch buildings in Geyserville, California. Wilhelm House, Evergreen Cabin, a pine grove and several lots with buildings at West Englewood, New Jersey, the scene of the memorable Unity Feast given by Abdu'l-Bahá in June 1912 to the Baha'is of the New York Metropolitan District. Wilson House, blessed by his presence, and land in Malden, Massachusetts. Matthews House and ranch buildings in Pine Valley, Colorado. Land in Muskegon, Michigan, and a cemetery lot in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Of even greater importance, and in their aggregate far surpassing in value the national endowments of the American Bahá'í Community, though their title deeds are, owing to the inability of the Persian Bahá'í Community to incorporate its national and local assemblies held in trust by individuals, are the assets which the faith now possesses in the land of its origin. To the house of the Bab in Shiraz and the ancestral home of Baha'u'llah in Tarkur, Mazandaran, already in the possession of the community in the days of Abdu'l-Bahā's ministry, have, since his ascension, been added extensive properties in the outskirts of the capital, situated on the slopes of Mount Alborz, overlooking the native city of Baha'u'llah, including a farm, a garden and vineyard, comprising an area of over 3.5 million square meters, preserved as the future site of the first Mashrou' al-Askar in Persia. Other acquisitions that have greatly extended the range of Bahá'í endowments in that country include the house in which Baha'u'llah was born in Tehran. Several buildings adjoining the house of the Bab in Shiraz, including the house owned by his maternal uncle, the Hazirat al-Quds in Tehran, the shop occupied by the Bab during the years he was a merchant in Bushehr, a quarter of the village of Chehriq where he was confined, the house of Haji Mirza Jani where he tarried on his way to Tabriz, the public bath used by him in Shiraz and some adjacent houses, half of the house owned by Vahid in Neyriz and part of the house owned by Hujjat in Zanjan, the 3 gardens rented by Baha'u'llah in the hamlet of Badasht, the burial place of Quddus in Barfurush, the house of Kalantar in Tehran, the scene of Tahereh's confinement, The public bath visited by the Bab when in Urumiyeh, Azerbaijan, the house owned by Mirza Hossein Ali Nouri where the Bab's remains had been concealed, the Babiyeh, and the house owned by Mullah Hussein in Mashhad, the residence of Sultan al-Shuhada, King of Martyrs, and of Mahbub al-Shuhada, beloved of martyrs, in Esfahan, as well as a considerable number of sites and houses, including burial places, associated with the heroes and martyrs of the faith. These holdings, which with very few exceptions have been recently acquired in Persia, are now being preserved and yearly augmented, and whenever necessary, carefully restored, through the assiduous efforts of a specially appointed national committee, acting under the constant and general supervision of the elected representatives of the Persian believers. Nor should mention be omitted of the varied and multiplying national assets which ever since the inception of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah have been steadily acquired in other countries, such as India, Burma, the British Isles, Germany, Iraq, Egypt, Australia, Transjordan, and Syria. Among these may be specially mentioned the Hazirat al-Quds of the Baha'is of Iraq, the Hazirat al-Quds of the Baha'is of Egypt, the Hazirat al-Quds of the Baha'is of India, the Hazirat al-Quds of the Baha'is of Australia, the Baha'i Home in Esslingen, the Publishing Trust of the Baha'is of the British Isles, the Baha'i Pilgrim House in Baghdad, and the Baha'i cemeteries established in the capitals of Persia, Egypt, and Turkestan. Whether in the form of land, schools, administrative headquarters, secretariats, libraries, cemeteries, hostels, or publishing companies, these widely scattered assets, partly registered in the name of the incorporated national assemblies and partly held in trust by individual recognized believers, have contributed their share to the uninterrupted expansion of national Baha'i endowments in recent years, as well as to the consolidation of their foundations. Of vital importance, though less notable in significance, have been, moreover, the local endowments which have supplemented the national assets of the faith, and which, in consequence of the incorporation of Baha'i local assemblies, have been legally established and safeguarded in various countries in both the East and the West. Particularly in Persia, these holdings, whether in the form of land, administrative buildings, schools, or other institutions, have greatly enriched and widened the scope of the local endowments of the worldwide Baha'i community. Simultaneous with the establishment and incorporation of local and national Baha'i assemblies, with the formation of their respective committees, the formulation of national and local Baha'i constitutions, and the founding of Baha'i endowments, undertakings of great institutional significance were initiated by these newly founded assemblies, among which the institution of the Hazirat al-Quds, the seat of the Baha'i National Assembly and pivot of all Baha'i administrative activity in the future, must rank as one of the most important. Originating first in Persia, now universally known by its official and distinctive title signifying the Sacred Fold, marking a notable advance in the evolution of a process whose beginnings may be traced to the clandestine gatherings held at times underground and in the dead of night by the persecuted followers of the faith in that country. This institution, still in the early stages of its development, has already lent its share to the consolidation of the internal functions of the organic Baha'i community and provided a further visible evidence of its steady growth and rising power. complementary in its functions to those of the Mashraq al-Askar, an edifice exclusively reserved for Bahá'í worship. This institution, whether local or national, will, as its component parts, such as the Secretariat, the Treasury, the Archives, the Library, the Publishing Office, the Assembly Hall, the Council Chamber, the Pilgrims' Hostel, are brought together and made jointly to operate in one spot, be increasingly regarded as the focus of all Bahá'í administrative activity and symbolize, in a befitting manner, the ideal of service animating the Bahá'í community in its relation alike to the faith and to mankind in general. From the Mashraq al-Askar, ordained as a house of worship by Baha'u'llah in the Kitab-e-Aqdas, the representatives of Bahá'í communities, both local and national, together with the members of their respective committees, will, as they gather daily within its walls at the hour of dawn, derive the necessary inspiration that will enable them to discharge in the course of their day-to-day exertions in the Hazirat al-Quds, the scene of their administrative activities, their duties and responsibilities as befits the chosen stewards of his faith. Already on the shores of Lake Michigan, in the outskirts of the first Bahá'í Center established in the American continent, and under the shadow of the first Mashraq al-Askar of the West, in the capital city of Persia, the cradle of the faith, in the vicinity of the most great house in Baghdad, in the city of Ashgabat adjoining the first Mashraq al-Askar of the Bahá'í world, in the capital of Egypt, the foremost center of both the Arab and Islamic worlds, in Delhi, the capital city of India, and even in Sydney, in far-off Australia, initial steps have been taken which must eventually culminate in the establishment, in all their splendor and power, of the national administrative seats of the Bahá'í communities established in these countries. Locally, moreover, in the above-mentioned countries, as well as in several others, the preliminary measures for the establishment of this institution in the form of a house either owned or rented by the local Bahá'í community have been taken, foremost among them being the numerous administrative buildings which, in various provinces of Persia, the believers have, despite the disabilities from which they suffer, succeeded in either purchasing or constructing. Summer schools. Equally important as a factor in the evolution of the administrative order has been the remarkable progress achieved, particularly in the United States of America, by the institution of the summer schools, designed to foster the spirit of fellowship in a distinctly Bahá'í atmosphere, to afford the necessary training for Bahá'í teachers, and to provide facilities for the study of the history and teachings of the faith and for a better understanding of its relation to other religions and to human society in general. Established in 3 regional centers for the 3 major divisions of the North American continent, in Geyserville in the Californian hills, 1927, at Greenacre, situated on the banks of the Piscataqua in the state of Maine, 1929, and at Llewellyn Ranch, near Davison, Michigan, 1931, and recently supplemented by the international school founded at Pine Valley, Colorado Springs, dedicated to the training of Bahá'í teachers wishing to serve in other lands, and especially in Latin America. These 3 embryonic Bahá'í educational institutions have, through a steady expansion of their programs, set an example worthy of emulation by other Bahá'í communities in both the East and the West. Through the intensive study of Bahá'í scriptures and of the early history of the faith, through the organization of courses on the teachings and history of Islam, through conferences for the promotion of interracial amity, through laboratory courses designed to familiarize the participants with the processes of the Bahá'í administrative order, through special sessions devoted to youth and child training, through classes in public speaking, through lectures on comparative religion, through group discussion on the manifold aspects of the faith, through the establishment of libraries, through teaching classes, through courses on Bahá'í ethics and on Latin America, through the introduction of winter school sessions, through forums and devotional gatherings, through plays and pageants, through picnics and other recreational activities. These schools, open to Baha'is and non-Baha'is alike, have set so noble an example as to inspire other Baha'i communities in Persia, in the British Isles, in Germany, in Australia, in New Zealand, in India, in Iraq and in Egypt, to undertake the initial measures designed to enable them to build along the same lines institutions that bid fair to evolve into the Baha'i universities of the future. Youth and other activities. Among other factors contributing to the expansion and establishment of the administrative order may be mentioned the organized activities of the Baha'i youth, already much advanced in Persia and in the United States of America, and launched more recently in India, in the British Isles, in Germany, in Iraq, in Egypt, in Australia, in Bulgaria, in the Hawaiian Islands, in Hungary, and in Havana. These activities comprise annual worldwide Baha'i Youth Symposiums, youth sessions at Baha'i summer schools, youth bulletins and magazines, an international correspondence bureau, facilities for the registration of young people desiring to join the faith, the publication of outlines and references for the study of the teachings, and the organization of a Baha'i study group as an official university activity in a leading American university. They include, moreover, study days held in Baha'i homes and centers, classes for the study of Esperanto and other languages, the organization of Baha'i libraries, the opening of reading rooms, the production of Baha'i plays and pageants, the holding of oratorical contests, the education of orphans, the organization of classes in public speaking, the holding of gatherings to perpetuate the memory of historical Baha'i personalities, intergroup regional conferences, and youth sessions held in connection with Baha'i annual conventions. Still other factors promoting the development of that order and contributing to its consolidation have been the systematic institution of the 19-day feast, functioning in most Baha'i communities in East and West, with its threefold emphasis on the devotional, the administrative, and the social aspects of Baha'i community life. The initiation of activities designed to prepare a census of Baha'i children and provide for them laboratory courses, prayer books, and elementary literature, and the formulation and publication of a body of authoritative statements on the non-political character of the faith, on membership in non-Baha'i religious organizations, on methods of teaching, on the Baha'i attitude towards war, on the institutions of the annual convention of the Baha'i Spiritual Assembly, of the 19-day feast, and of the National Fund. Reference should moreover be made to the establishment of national archives for the authentication, the collection, the translation, the cataloguing, and the preservation of the tablets of Baha'u'llah and of Abdu'l-Baha, and for the preservation of sacred relics and historical documents, to the verification and transcription of the original tablets of the Bab of Baha'u'llah and of Abdu'l-Baha in the possession of Oriental believers, to the compilation of a detailed history of the faith since its inception until the present day. to the opening of a Bahá'í International Bureau in Geneva, to the holding of Bahá'í district conventions, to the purchase of historic sites, to the establishment of Bahá'í memorial libraries, and to the initiation of a flourishing children's saving bank in Persia. Contact established with humanitarian organizations and government authorities. Nor should mention be omitted of the participation, whether official or non-official, of representatives of these newly founded national Baha'i communities in the activities and proceedings of a great variety of congresses, associations, conventions, and conferences held in various countries of Europe, Asia, and America for the promotion of religious unity, peace, education, international cooperation, interracial amity, and other humanitarian purposes. With organizations such as the Conference of Some Living Religions Within the British Empire, held in London in 1924, and the World Fellowship of Faiths, held in that same city in 1936, with the Universal Esperanto Congresses held annually in various capitals of Europe, with the Institute of Intellectual Cooperation, with the Century of Progress exhibition held in Chicago in 1933, with the World's Fair held in New York in 1938 and 1939, with the Golden Gate International Exposition held in San Francisco in 1939, with the first convention of the Religious Congress held in Calcutta, with the second All India Cultural Conference convened in that same city, with the All Faiths League Convention in Indore, with the Arya Samaj and the Brahmo Samaj conferences, as well as those of the Theosophical Society and the All Asian Women's Conference held in various cities of India, with the World Council of Youth, with the Eastern Women's Congress in Tehran, with the Pan-Pacific Women's Conference in Honolulu, with the Women's International League for Peace, and with the People's Conference in Buenos Aires in Argentina. With these and others, relationships have in one form or another been cultivated, which have served the twofold purpose of demonstrating the universality and comprehensiveness of the faith of Baha'u'llah, and of forging vital and enduring links between them and the far-flung agencies of its administrative order. Nor should we ignore or underestimate the contacts established between these same agencies and some of the highest governmental authorities in both the East and the West, as well as with the heads of Islam in Persia, and with the League of Nations, and with even royalty itself, for the purpose of defending the rights or of presenting the literature or of setting forth the aims and purposes of the followers of the faith in their unremitting efforts to champion the cause of an infant administrative order. The communications addressed by the members of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the United States and Canada, the champion builders of that order, to the Palestine High Commissioner for the restitution of the keys of the tomb of Baha'u'llah to its custodian, to the Shah of Persia on 4 occasions, pleading for justice on behalf of their persecuted brethren within his domains, to the Persian Prime Minister on that same subject, to Queen Marie of Romania, expressing gratitude for her historic tributes to the Baha'i faith, to the heads of Islam in Persia, appealing for harmony and peace among religions, to King Faisal of Iraq for the purpose of ensuring the security of the most great house in Baghdad, to the Soviet authorities on behalf of the Baha'i communities in Russia, to the German authorities regarding the disability suffered by their German brethren, to the Egyptian government concerning the emancipation of their co-religionists from the yoke of Islamic orthodoxy, to the Persian cabinet in connection with the closing of Persian Bahá'í educational institutions, to the State Department of the United States government and the Turkish ambassador in Washington and the Turkish cabinet in Ankara in defense of the interests of the faith in Turkey, to that same State Department in order to facilitate the transfer of the remains of Lua Getzinger from the Protestant cemetery in Cairo to the first Bahá'í burial ground established in Egypt, to the Persian minister in Washington regarding the mission of Keith Ransom Kaler, to the King of Egypt with accompanying Bahá'í literature, to the government of the United States and the Canadian government setting forth the Bahá'í teachings on universal peace, to the Romanian minister in Washington on behalf of the American Baha'is on the occasion of the death of Queen Marie of Romania, and to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, acquainting him with Baha'u'llah's summons issued in his Kitab Aqdas to the presidents of the American republics, and with certain prayers revealed by Abdu'l-Baha. Such communications constitute in themselves a notable and illuminating chapter in the history of the unfoldment of the Bahá'í administrative order. To these must be added the communications addressed from the World Center of the Faith, as well as by Bahá'í national and local assemblies, whether telegraphically or in writing, to the Palestine High Commissioner, pleading for the delivery of the keys of the tomb of Baha'u'llah to its original keeper. The appeals made by Baha'i centers in East and West to the Iraqi authorities for the restoration of the House of Baha'u'llah in Baghdad. The subsequent appeal made to the British Secretary of State for the Colonies following the verdict of the Baghdad Court of Appeals in that connection. The messages dispatched to the League of Nations on behalf of Baha'i communities in the East and the West in appreciation of the official pronouncement of the Council of the League in favor of the claims presented by the Baha'i petitioners, as well as several letters exchanged between the International Center of the Faith on the one hand, and that archetype of Baha'i teachers Martha Root on the other, with Queen Marie of Romania, following the publication of her historic appreciations of the faith, and the messages of sympathy addressed to Queen Marie of Yugoslavia on behalf of the worldwide Baha'i community on the occasion of the passing of her mother, and to the Duchess of Kent following the tragic death of her husband. Nor should we fail to make special mention of the petition forwarded by the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Iraq to the Mandates Commission of the League of Nations as a result of the seizure of Baha'u'llah's house in Baghdad, or of the written messages sent to King Ghazi I of Iraq by that same assembly after the death of his father and on the occasion of his marriage, or of its condolences conveyed in writing to the present region of Iraq at the time of the sudden death of that king, or of the communications of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Egypt submitted to the Egyptian Prime Minister, the Minister of the Interior, and the Minister of Justice, following the verdict of the Muslim Ecclesiastical Court in Egypt, or of the letters addressed by the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Persia to the Shah and the Persian Cabinet in connection with the closing of Baha'i schools and the ban imposed on Baha'i literature in that country. Mention should, moreover, be made of the written messages dispatched by the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Persia to the King of Romania and the royal family on the occasion of the death of his mother, Queen Marie, as well as to the Turkish ambassador in Tehran, enclosing the contribution of the Persian believers for the sufferers of the earthquake in Turkey. of Martha Root's letters to the late President von Hindenburg and to Dr. Stresemann, the German foreign minister, accompanying the presentation to them of Bahá'í literature. Of Keith Ransom Kaler's 7 successive petitions addressed to the Shah of Persia, and of her numerous communications to various ministers and high dignitaries of the realm during her remarkable visit to that land. Consolidation of Bahá'í institutions in the Holy Land. Collateral with these first stirrings of the Bahá'í administrative order, and synchronizing with the emergence of national Bahá'í communities, and with the institution of their administrative, educational, and teaching agencies, the mighty process set in motion in the Holy Land, the heart and nerve center of that administrative order, on the memorable occasions when Baha'u'llah revealed the tablet of Carmel and visited the future site of the Bab's sepulchre, was irresistibly unfolding. That process had received a tremendous impetus through the purchase of that site shortly after Baha'u'llah's ascension, through the subsequent transfer of the Bab's remains from Tehran to Akka, through the construction of that sepulchre during the most distressful years of Abdu'l-Bahá's incarceration, and lastly, through the permanent internment of those remains in the heart of Mount Carmel, through the establishment of a pilgrim house in the immediate vicinity of that sepulchre, and the selection of the future site of the first Bahá'í educational institution on that mountain. Profiting from the freedom accorded the world centre of the faith of Baha'u'llah ever since the ignominious defeat of the decrepit Ottoman Empire during the war of 1914-18, the forces released through the inception of the stupendous plan conceived by him could now flow unchecked under the beneficent influence of a sympathetic regime, into channels designed to disclose to the world at large the potencies with which that plan had been endowed. The internment of Abdu'l-Bahá himself within the vault of the Bab's mausoleum, enhancing still further the sacredness of that mountain. The installment of an electric plant, the first of its kind established in the city of Haifa, flooding with illumination the grave of one who, in his own words, had been denied even a lighted lamp in his fortress prison in Azerbaijan. The construction of 3 additional chambers adjoining his sepulchre, thereby completing Abdu'l-Bahá's plan for the first unit of that edifice. The vast extension, despite the machinations of the covenant breakers, of the properties surrounding that resting place, sweeping from the ridge of Carmel down to the Templar colony nestling at its foot, and representing assets estimated at no less than £400,000, together with the acquisition of 4 tracts of land dedicated to the Bahá'í shrines and situated in the plain of Akka to the north, in the district of Beersheba to the south, and in the valley of the Jordan to the east, amounting to approximately 600 acres. The opening of a series of terraces which, as designed by Abdu'l-Bahá, are to provide a direct approach to the Bab's tomb from the city lying under its shadow. The beautification of its precincts, through the laying out of parks and gardens open daily to the public, and attracting tourists and residents alike to its gates. These may be regarded as the initial evidences of the marvelous expansion of the international institutions and endowments of the faith at its world centre. Of particular significance, moreover, has been the exemption granted by the Palestine High Commissioner to the entire area of land surrounding and dedicated to the Shrine of the Bab, to the school property and the archives in its vicinity, to the Western Pilgrim House situated in its neighbourhood, and to such historic sites as the mansion in Bahji, the house of Baha'u'llah in Akka, and the garden of Rezvan to the east of that city. The establishment, as a result of 2 formal applications submitted to the civil authorities, of the Palestine branches of the American and Indian National Spiritual Assemblies as recognized religious societies in Palestine, to be followed, for purposes of internal consolidation, by a similar incorporation of the branches of other national spiritual assemblies throughout the Baha'i world. And the transfer to the branch of the American National Spiritual Assembly through a series of no less than 30 transactions of properties dedicated to the tomb of the Bab and approximating in their aggregate 50,000 square meters, the majority of the title deeds of which bear the signature of the son of the Archbreaker of Baha'u'llah's Covenant in his capacity as Registrar of Lands in Haifa. Equally significant has been the founding on Mount Carmel of 2 international archives, one adjoining the Shrine of the Bab, the other in the immediate vicinity of the resting place of the Greatest Holy Leaf, where, for the first time in Baha'i history, priceless treasures, hitherto scattered and often hidden for safekeeping, have been collected and are now displayed to visiting pilgrims. These treasures include portraits of both the Bab and Baha'u'llah, personal relics such as the hair, the dust and garments of the Bab, the locks and blood of Baha'u'llah, and such articles as his pencase, his garments, his brocaded tajes, headdresses, the kashgul of his Suleymaniye days, his watch, and his Qur'an. Manuscripts and tablets of inestimable value, some of them illuminated, such as part of the hidden words written in Baha'u'llah's own hand, the Persian Bayan, in the handwriting of Sayyid Hussein, the Bab's amanuensis, the original tablets to the letters of the living penned by the Bab, and the manuscript of some answered questions. This precious collection, moreover, includes objects and effects associated with Abdu'l-Baha, the blood-stained garment of the purest branch, the ring of Quddus, the sword of Mullah Hussein, the seals of the Vizier, the father of Baha'u'llah, the brooch presented by the Queen of Romania to Martha Root, the originals of the Queen's letters to her and to others, and of her tributes to the faith, as well as no less than 20 volumes of prayers and tablets revealed by the founders of the faith, authenticated and transcribed by Baha'i assemblies throughout the Orient, and supplementing the vast collection of their published writings. Moreover, as a further testimony to the majestic unfoldment and progressive consolidation of the stupendous undertaking launched by Baha'u'llah on that holy mountain, may be mentioned the selection of a portion of the school property situated in the precincts of the Shrine of the Bab as a permanent resting place for the Greatest Holy Leaf, the well-beloved sister of Abdu'l-Baha, the leaf that hath sprung from the pre-existent root, the fragrance of Baha'u'llah's shining robe, elevated by him to a station such as none other woman hath surpassed, and comparable in rank to those immortal heroines such as Sarah, Asiyeh, the Virgin Mary, Fatimeh, and Tahireh, each of whom has outshone every member of her sex in previous dispensations. And lastly, there should be mentioned as further evidence of the blessings flowing from the divine plan, the transfer a few years later to that same hallowed spot, after a separation in death of above half a century, and notwithstanding the protests voiced by the brother and lieutenant of the Archbreaker of Baha'u'llah's Covenant, of the remains of the purest branch, the martyred son of Baha'u'llah, created of the light of Baha, the trust of God and his treasure in the Holy Land, and offered up by his father as a ransom for the regeneration of the world and the unification of its peoples. To this same burial ground, and on the same day the remains of the purest branch were interred, was transferred the body of his mother, the saintly Nawwab, she to whose dire afflictions, as attested by Abdu'l-Baha in a tablet, the 54th chapter of the book of Isaiah has in its entirety borne witness, whose husband, in the words of that prophet, is the Lord of hosts, whose seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and whom Baha'u'llah in his tablet has destined to be his consort in every one of his worlds. The conjunction of these three resting places, under the shadow of the Bab's own tomb, embosomed in the heart of Carmel, facing the snow-white city across the bay of Akka, the Qibla of the Baha'i world, set in a garden of exquisite beauty, reinforces, if we would correctly estimate its significance, the spiritual potencies of a spot designated by Baha'u'llah himself, the seat of God's throne. It marks, too, a further milestone in the road leading eventually to the establishment of that permanent world administrative center of the future Baha'i Commonwealth, destined never to be separated from and to function in the proximity of the spiritual center of that faith, in a land already revered and held sacred alike by the adherents of three of the world's outstanding religious systems. Erection of the Mashraqul Askar in Wilmette, Illinois. Scarcely less significant has been the erection of the superstructure and the completion of the exterior ornamentation of the first Mashraqul Askar of the West, the noblest of the exploits which have immortalized the services of the American Baha'i community to the cause of Baha'u'llah. Consummated through the agency of an efficiently functioning and newly established administrative order, this enterprise has itself immensely enhanced the prestige, consolidated the strength, and expanded the subsidiary institutions of the community that made its building possible. Conceived 41 years ago, originating with the petition spontaneously addressed in March 1903 to Abdu'l-Baha by the House of Spirituality of the Baha'is of Chicago, the first Bahá'í Century established in the Western world, the members of which, inspired by the example set by the builders of the Mashraqul Askar of Ashgabad, had appealed for permission to construct a similar temple in America. Blessed by his approval and high commendation in a tablet revealed by him in June of that same year, launched by the delegates of various American assemblies assembled in Chicago in November 1907 for the purpose of choosing the site of the temple, established on a national basis through a religious corporation known as the Baha'i Temple Unity, which was incorporated shortly after the first American Baha'i Convention held in that same city in March 1909, honored through the dedication ceremony presided over by Abdu'l-Baha himself when visiting that site in May 1912. This enterprise, the crowning achievement of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah in the first Bahá'í Century, had ever since that memorable occasion been progressing intermittently until the time when the foundations of that order, having been firmly laid in the North American continent, the American Baha'i community was in a position to utilize the instruments which it had forged for the efficient prosecution of its task. At the 1914 American Baha'i Convention, The purchase of the temple property was completed. The 1920 convention, held in New York, having been previously directed by Abdu'l-Bahá to select the design of that temple, chose from among a number of designs competitively submitted to it that of Louis J. Bourgeois, a French-Canadian architect, a selection that was later confirmed by Abdu'l-Bahá himself. The contracts for the sinking of the 9 great caissons supporting the central portion of the building, extending to rock at a depth of 120 feet below the ground level, and for the construction of the basement structure, were successively awarded in December 1920 and August 1921. In August 1930, in spite of the prevailing economic crisis and during a period of unemployment unparalleled in American history, another contract with 24 additional subcontracts for the erection of the superstructure was placed, and the work completed by May 1st, 1931, on which day the first devotional service in the new structure was celebrated, coinciding with the 19th anniversary of the dedication of the grounds by Abdu'l-Bahá. The ornamentation of the dome was started in June 1932 and finished in July 1934. The ornamentation of the clerestory was completed in July 1935, and that of the gallery unit below it in November 1938. The main story ornamentation was, despite the outbreak of the present war, undertaken in April 1940 and completed in July 1942. Whilst the 18 circular steps were placed in position by December 1942, 17 months in advance of the centenary celebration of the faith, by which time the exterior of the temple was scheduled to be finished, and 40 years after the petition of the Chicago believers had been submitted to and granted by Abdu'l-Bahá. This unique edifice, the first fruit of a slowly maturing administrative order, the noblest structure reared in the first Bahá'í Century, and the symbol and precursor of a future world civilization, is situated in the heart of the North American continent on the western shore of Lake Michigan, and is surrounded by its own grounds comprising a little less than 7 acres. It has been financed at cost of over $1 million by the American Bahá'í community, assisted at times by voluntary contributions of recognized believers in East and West, of Christian, of Muslim, of Jewish, of Zoroastrian, of Hindu and Buddhist extraction. It has been associated in its initial phase with Abdu'l-Bahá, and in the concluding stages of its construction with the memory of the greatest holy leaf, the purest branch, and their mother. The structure itself is a pure white nonagonal building of original and unique design, rising from a flight of white stairs encircling its base, and surmounted by a majestic and beautifully proportioned dome, bearing 9 tapering, symmetrically placed ribs of decorative as well as structural significance, which soar to its apex and finally merge into a common unit pointing skyward. Its framework is constructed of structural steel enclosed in concrete, the material of its ornamentation consisting of a combination of crystalline quartz, opaque quartz, and white Portland cement, producing a composition clear in texture, hard and enduring as stone, impervious to the elements, and cast into a design as delicate as lace. It soars 191 feet from the floor of its basement to the culmination of the ribs, clasping the hemispherical dome, which is 49 feet high, with an external diameter of 90 feet, and 1/3 of the surface of which is perforated to admit light during the day and emit light at night. It is buttressed by pylons 45 feet in height, and bears above its 9 entrances, one of which faces Akka, 9 selected quotations from the writings of Baha'u'llah, as well as the greatest name in the center of each of the arches over its doors. It is consecrated exclusively to worship, devoid of all ceremony and ritual. Is provided with an auditorium which can seat 1,600 people, and is to be supplemented by accessory institutions of social service to be established in its vicinity, such as an orphanage, a hospital, a dispensary for the poor, a home for the incapacitated, a hostel for travellers, and a college for the study of arts and sciences. It had already, long before its construction, evoked and is now increasingly evoking, though its interior ornamentation is as yet unbegun, such interest and comment in the public press, in technical journals, and in magazines of both the United States and other countries, as to justify the hopes and expectations entertained for it by Abdu'l-Baha. Its model, exhibited at art centres, galleries, state fairs, and national expositions, among which may be mentioned the Century of Progress exhibition held in Chicago in 1933, where no less than 10,000 people passing through the Hall of Religions must have viewed it every day, its replica forming a part of the permanent exhibit of the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. Its doors now thronged by visitors from far and near, whose number during the period from June 1932 to October 1941 has exceeded 130,000 people, representing almost every country in the world. This great, silent teacher of the faith of Baha'u'llah, it may be confidently asserted, has contributed to the diffusion of the knowledge of his faith and teachings in a measure which no other single agency operating within the framework of its administrative order has ever remotely approached. When the foundation of the Mashraq al-Askar is laid in America, Abdu'l-Baha himself has predicted, and that divine edifice is completed, a most wonderful and thrilling motion will appear in the world of existence. From that point of light, the spirit of teaching, spreading the cause of God and promoting the teachings of God, will permeate to all parts of the world. Out of this Mashraq al-Askar, he has affirmed in the tablets of the divine plan, without doubt, thousands of Mashraq al-Askars will be born. It marks, he furthermore has written, the inception of the kingdom of God on earth. And again, it is the manifest standard waving in the centre of that great continent. Thousands of Mashraq al-Askars, he, when dedicating the grounds of the temple, declared, will be built in the east and in the west, but this, being the first erected in the Occident, has great importance. This organization of the Mashraq al-Askar, he referring to that edifice has moreover stated, will be a model for the coming centuries and will hold the station of a mother. Its inception, the architect of the temple has himself testified, was not from man, for as musicians, artists, poets receive their inspiration from another realm, so the temple's architect, through all his years of labour, was ever conscious that Baha'u'llah was the creator of this building to be erected in his glory. Into this new design, he furthermore has written, is woven in symbolic form the great Bahá'í teaching of unity, the unity of all religions and of all mankind. There are combinations of mathematical lines symbolizing those of the universe, and in their intricate merging of circle into circle and circle within circle, we visualize the merging of all the religions into one. And again, a circle of steps, 18 in all, will surround the structure on the outside and lead to the auditorium floor. These 18 steps represent the 18 first disciples of the Bab, and the door to which they lead stand for the Bab himself. As the essence of the pure original teachings of the historic religions was the same, in the Bahá'í Temple is used a composite architecture expressing the essence in the line of each of the great architectural styles, harmonizing them into one whole. It is the first new idea in architecture since the 13th century, declared a distinguished architect H. van Buren Magenigel, president of the Architectural League, after gazing upon a plaster model of the temple on exhibition in the Engineering Society's building in New York in June 1920. The architect, he moreover has stated, has conceived a temple of light in which structure, as usually understood, is to be concealed, visible support eliminated as far as possible, and the whole fabric to take on the airy substance of a dream. It is a lacy envelope enshrining an idea, the idea of light, a shelter of cobweb interposed between earth and sky, struck through and through with light, light which shall partly consume the forms and make of it a thing of fairy. In the geometric forms of the ornamentation, a writer in the well-known publication Architectural Record has written, covering the columns and surrounding windows and doors of the temple, one deciphers all the religious symbols of the world. Here are the swastika, the circle, the cross, the triangle, the double triangle or six-pointed star, Solomon's seal, but more than this, the noble symbol of the spiritual orb, the five-pointed star, the Greek cross, the Roman cross, and supreme above all, the wonderful nine-pointed star figured in the structure of the temple itself, and appearing again and again in its ornamentation as significant of the spiritual glory in the world today. The greatest creation since the Gothic period is the testimony of George Gray Barnard, one of the most widely known sculptors in the United States of America, and the most beautiful I have ever seen. This is a new creation, Professor Luigi Quaglino, ex-professor of architecture from Turin, declared after viewing the model, which will revolutionize architecture in the world, and it is the most beautiful I have ever seen. Without doubt, it will have a lasting page in history. It is a revelation from another world. Americans, wrote Sherwin Cody in the magazine section of the New York Times of the model of the temple when exhibited in the Kevorkian Gallery in New York, will have to pause long enough to find that an artist has wrought into this building the conception of a religious league of nations. And lastly, this tribute paid to the features of and the ideals embodied in this temple, the most sacred house of worship in the Baha'i world, whether of the present or of the future, by Dr. Rexford Newcomb, Dean of the College of Fine and Applied Arts at the University of Illinois. This temple of light opens upon the terrain of human experience 9 great doorways which beckon men and women of every race and clime, of every faith and conviction, of every condition of freedom or servitude, to enter here into a recognition of that kinship and brotherhood without which the modern world will be able to make little further progress. The dome, pointed in form, aiming as assuredly as did the aspiring lines of the medieval cathedrals towards higher and better things, achieves not only through its symbolism, but also through its structural propriety and sheer loveliness of form, a beauty not matched by any domical structure since the construction of Michelangelo's dome on the Basilica of St. Peter in Rome. Chapter 23. Attacks on Baha'i Institutions. The institution signalizing the rise and establishment of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah did not, as the history of their unfoldment abundantly demonstrates, remain immune against the assaults and persecutions to which the faith itself, the progenitor of that order, had for over 70 years been subjected, and from which it is still suffering. The emergence of a firmly knit community advancing the claims of a world religion, with ramifications spread over 5 continents, representing a great variety of races, languages, classes, and religious traditions. Provided with a literature scattered over the surface of the earth and expounding in several languages its doctrine. Clear-visioned, unafraid, alert and determined to achieve at whatever sacrifice its goal. Organically united through the machinery of a divinely appointed administrative order. Non-sectarian, non-political, faithful to its civil obligations, yet supranational in character, tenacious in its adherence to the laws and ordinances regulating its community life, the emergence of such a community in a world steeped in prejudice, worshipping false gods, torn by intestine divisions, and blindly clinging to obsolescent doctrines and defective standards, could not but precipitate sooner or later crises no less grave, though less spectacular, than the persecutions which, in an earlier age, had raged around the founders of that community and their early disciples. Assailed by enemies within who have either rebelled against its God-given authority or wholly renounced their faith, or by adversaries from without, whether political or ecclesiastical, the infant order identified with this community has, since its inception and throughout every stage in its evolution, felt severely the impact of the forces which have sought in vain to strangle its budding life or to obscure its purpose. To these attacks, destined to grow in scope and severity and to arouse a tumult that will reverberate throughout the world, Abdu'l-Baha himself had already, at the time the outlines of that divine order were being delineated by him in his will, significantly alluded. Ere long shall the clamour of the multitude, throughout Africa, throughout America, the cry of the European and of the Turk, the groaning of India and China, be heard from far and near. One and all, they shall arise with all their power to resist his cause. Then shall the knights of the Lord, reinforced by the legions of the covenant, arise and manifest the truth of the verse, "Behold the confusion that hath befallen the tribes of the defeated." Already in more than one country, the trustees and elected representatives of this indestructible, world-embracing order have been summoned by civil authorities or ecclesiastical courts ignorant of its claims, or hostile to its principles, or fearful of its rising strength, to defend its cause, or to renounce their allegiance to it, or to curtail the range of its operation. Already, an aggressive hand, unmindful of God's avenging wrath, has been stretched out against its sanctuaries and edifices. Already its defenders and champions have, in some countries, been declared heretics, or stigmatized as subverters of law and order, or branded as visionaries unpatriotic and careless of their civic duties and responsibilities, or peremptorily ordered to suspend their activities and dissolve their institutions. Seizure of the keys of the tomb of Baha'u'llah by the covenant breakers. In the Holy Land, the world's seat of this system, where its heart pulsates, where the dust of its founders reposes, where the processes disclosing its purposes, energizing its life, and shaping its destiny all originate, there fell at the very hour of its inception the first blow, which served to proclaim to high and low alike the solidity of the foundations on which it had been established. The covenant breakers, now dwindled to a mere handful, instigated by Mirza Muhammad Ali the arch-rebel, whose dormant hopes had been awakened by Abdu'l-Baha's sudden ascension, and headed by the arrogant Mirza Badi'ullah, seized forcibly the keys of the tomb of Baha'u'llah, expelled its keeper, the brave-souled Abul Qasim Khurasani, and demanded that their chief be recognized by the authorities as the legal custodian of that shrine. Unadmonished by their abject failure, as witnessed by the firm action of the Palestine authorities, who after prolonged investigations instructed the British officer in Akka to deliver the keys into the hands of that same keeper, they resorted to other methods, in the hope of creating a cleavage in the ranks of the bereaved yet resolute disciples of Abdu'l-Baha, and of ultimately undermining the foundations of the institutions his followers were laboring to erect. Through their mischievous misrepresentations of the ideals animating the builders of the Baha'i administrative order, through the maintenance, though not on its original scale, of a subversive correspondence with individuals whose loyalty they hoped they could sap, through deliberate distortions of the truth in their contact with officials and notables whom they could approach, through attempts made through bribery and intimidation to purchase a part of the mansion of Baha'u'llah, through efforts directed at preventing the acquisition by the Baha'i community of certain properties situated in the vicinity of the tomb of the Bab, and at frustrating the design to consolidate the foundation of some of these properties by transferring their title deeds to incorporated Baha'i assemblies. They continued to labor intermittently for several years, until the extinction of the life of the archbreaker of the covenant himself virtually sealed their doom. The evacuation of the mansion of Baha'u'llah by these covenant breakers, after their unchallenged occupancy of it since his ascension, a mansion which through their gross neglect had fallen into a sad state of disrepair, its subsequent complete restoration fulfilling a long-cherished desire of Abdu'l-Baha, its illumination through an electric plant installed by an American believer for that purpose, the refurnishing of all its rooms after it had been completely denuded by its former occupants of all the precious relics it contained, with the exception of a single candlestick in the room where Baha'u'llah had ascended. The collection within its walls of Baha'i historic documents, of relics, and of over 5,000 volumes of Bahá'í literature in no less than 40 languages. The extension to it of the exemption from government taxes already granted to other Bahá'í institutions and properties in Akka and on Mount Carmel. And finally, its conversion from a private residence to a center of pilgrimage, visited by Baha'is and non-Baha'is alike. These served to further dash the hopes of those who were still desperately striving to extinguish the light of the covenant of Baha'u'llah. Furthermore, the success later achieved in purchasing and safeguarding the area forming the precincts of the resting place of the Bab on Mount Carmel, and the transfer of the title deeds of some of these properties to the legally constituted Palestine branch of the American Bahá'í National Spiritual Assembly, no less than the circumstances attending the death of the one who had been the prime mover of mischief throughout Abdu'l-Bahá's ministry, demonstrated to these enemies the futility of their efforts and the hopelessness of their cause. Seizure of the House of Baha'u'llah in Baghdad by the Shias. Of a more serious nature and productive of still greater repercussions was the unlawful seizure by the Shias of Iraq at about the same time that the keys of the tomb of Baha'u'llah were wrested by the covenant breakers from its keeper, of yet another Baha'i shrine, the house occupied by Baha'u'llah for well nigh the whole period of his exile in Iraq, which had been acquired by him and later had been ordained as a center of pilgrimage, and had continued in the unbroken and undisputed possession of his followers ever since his departure from Baghdad. This crisis, originating about a year prior to Abdu'l-Bahá's ascension, and precipitated by the measures which, after the change of regime in Iraq, had, according to his instructions, been taken for the reconstruction of that house, acquired as it developed a steadily widening measure of publicity. It became the object of the consideration of successive tribunals, first of the local Shia Ja'fariyeh court in Baghdad, second of the peace court, then the court of first instance, then the court of appeal in Iraq, and finally of the League of Nations, the greatest international body yet come into existence and empowered to exercise supervision and control over all mandated territories. Though as yet unresolved, through a combination of causes religious as well as political, it has already remarkably fulfilled Baha'u'llah's own prediction, and will, in its own appointed time, as the means for its solution are providentially created, fulfill the high destiny ordained for it by him in his tablets. Long before its seizure by fanatical enemies, who had no conceivable claim to it whatever, he had prophesied that it shall be so abased in the days to come as to cause tears to flow from every discerning eye. The spiritual assembly of the Baha'is of Baghdad, deprived of the use of that sacred property through an adverse decision by a majority of the Court of Appeal, which had reversed the verdict of the lower court and awarded the property to the Shias, and aroused by subsequent action of the Shias soon after the execution of the judgment of that court in converting the building into a waqf property, pious foundation, designating it Husseiniyyeh, with the purpose of consolidating their gain, realized the futility of the 3 years of negotiations they had been conducting with the civil authorities in Baghdad for the righting of the wrong inflicted upon them. In their capacity as the national representatives of the Baha'is of Iraq, they therefore, on September the 11th, 1928, through the High Commissioner for Iraq, and in conformity with the provisions of Article 22 of the Covenant of the League of Nations, approached the League's Permanent Mandates Commission, charged with the supervision of the administration of all mandated territories, and presented a petition that was accepted and approved by that body in November 1928. A memorandum submitted in connection with that petition to that same commission by the mandatory power unequivocally stated that the Shias had no conceivable claim whatever to the house, that the decision of the judge of the Ja'fariyeh court was obviously wrong, unjust, and undoubtedly actuated by religious prejudice, that the subsequent ejectment of the Baha'is was illegal, that the action of the authorities had been highly irregular, and that the verdict of the Court of Appeal was suspected of not being uninfluenced by political consideration. The Commission, states the report submitted by it to the Council of the League and published in the minutes of the 14th session of the Permanent Mandates Commission held in Geneva in the fall of 1928, and subsequently translated into Arabic and published in Iraq, draws the Council's attention to the considerations and conclusions suggested to it by an examination of the petition. It recommends that the Council should ask the British government to make representations to the Iraq government with a view to the immediate redress of the denial of justice from which the petitioners have suffered. The British accredited representative present at the sessions of the Commission, furthermore, stated that the mandatory power had recognised that the Baha'is had suffered an injustice, whilst allusion was made in the course of that session to the fact that the action of the Shias constituted a breach of the constitution and the organic law of Iraq. The Finnish representative, moreover, in his report to the Council, declared that this injustice must be attributed solely to religious passion, and asked that the petitioners' wrongs should be redressed. The Council of the League, on its part, having considered this report as well as the joint observations and conclusions of the Commission, unanimously adopted on March the 4th, 1929, a resolution subsequently translated and published in the newspapers of Baghdad, directing the mandatory power to make representations to the government of Iraq with a view to the immediate redress of the injustice suffered by the petitioners. It instructed, accordingly, the Secretary-General to bring to the notice of the mandatory power, as well as to the petitioners concerned, the conclusions arrived at by the Commission, an instruction which was duly transmitted by the British government through its High Commissioner to the Iraq government. A letter dated January the 12th, 1931, written on behalf of the British Foreign Minister, Mr. Arthur Henderson, addressed to the League Secretariat, stated that the conclusions reached by the Council had received the most careful consideration by the government of Iraq, who had finally decided to set up a special committee to consider the views expressed by the Baha'i community in respect of certain houses in Baghdad, and to formulate recommendations for an equitable settlement of this question. That letter, moreover, pointed out that the committee had submitted its report in August 1930, that it had been accepted by the government, that the Baha'i community had accepted in principle its recommendations, and that the authorities in Baghdad had directed that detailed plans and estimates shall be prepared with a view to carrying these recommendations into effect during the coming financial year. No need to dwell on the subsequent history of this momentous case, on the long drawn-out negotiations, the delays and complications that ensued, on the consultations, over 100 in number, in which the king, his ministers and advisers took part, on the expressions of regret, of surprise and of anxiety placed on record at successive sessions of the Mandates Commission held in Geneva in 1929, 1930, 1931, 1932 and 1933. On the condemnation by its members of the spirit of intolerance animating the Shia community, of the partiality of the Iraqi courts, of the weakness of the civil authorities, and of the religious passion at the bottom of this injustice. On their testimony to the extremely conciliatory disposition of the petitioners, on their doubt regarding the adequacy of the proposals, and their recognition of the serious character of the situation that had been created, of the flagrant denial of justice which the Baha'is had suffered, and of the moral debt which the Iraq government had contracted, a debt which, whatever the changes in her status as a nation, it was her bounden duty to discharge. Nor does it seem necessary to expiate on the unfortunate consequences of the untimely death of both the British High Commissioner and the Iraqi Prime Minister, on the admission of Iraq as a member of the League and the consequent termination of the mandate held by Great Britain, on the tragic and unexpected death of the King himself, on the difficulties raised owing to the existence of a town planning scheme, on the written assurance conveyed to the High Commissioner by the acting Premier in his letter of January 1932. On the pledge given by the King prior to his death in the presence of the Foreign Minister in February 1933 that the House would be expropriated and the necessary sum would be appropriated in the spring of the ensuing year. On the categorical statement made by that same Foreign Minister that the Prime Minister had given the necessary assurances that the promise already made by the acting Premier would be redeemed. Or on the positive statements made by that same Foreign Minister and his colleague, the Minister of Finance, when representing their country during the sessions of the League Assembly held in Geneva, that the promise given by their late king would be fully honoured. Suffice it to say that despite these interminable delays, protests and evasions, and the manifest failure of the authorities concerned to implement the recommendations made by both the Council of the League and the Permanent Mandates Commission, the publicity achieved for the faith by this memorable litigation and the defence of its cause, the cause of truth and justice, by the world's highest tribunal, have been such as to excite the wonder of its friends and to fill with consternation its enemies. Few episodes, if any, since the birth of the formative age of the faith of Baha'u'llah, have given rise to repercussions in high places comparable to the effect produced on governments and chanceries by this violent and unprovoked assault directed by its inveterate enemies against one of its holiest sanctuaries. Grieve not, O house of God, Baha'u'llah himself has significantly written, if the veil of thy sanctity be rent asunder by the infidels. God hath in the world of creation adorned thee with the jewel of his remembrance. Such an ornament no man can at any time profane. Towards thee the eyes of thy Lord shall under all conditions remain directed. In the fullness of time, he in another passage, referring to that same house, has prophesied, the Lord shall by the power of truth exalt it in the eyes of all men. He shall cause it to become the standard of his kingdom, the shrine round which will circle the concourse of the faithful. Persecution of the faith and suppression of its institutions in Russia. To the bold onslaught made by the breakers of the covenant of Baha'u'llah in their concerted efforts to secure the custodianship of his holy tomb. To the arbitrary seizure of his holy house in Baghdad by the Shia community of Iraq, was to be added a few years later yet another grievous assault, launched by a still more powerful adversary, directed against the very fabric of the administrative order as established by two long-flourishing Bahá'í communities of the East, culminating in the virtual disruption of these communities and the seizure of the first Mashrul Askar of the Bahá'í world and of the few accessory institutions already reared about it. The courage, the fervour and the spiritual vitality evinced by these communities, the highly organised state of their administrative institutions, the facilities provided for the religious education and training of their youth, the conversion of a number of broad-minded Russian citizens imbued with ideas closely related to the tenets of the faith, the growing realization of the implications of its principles, with their emphasis on religion, on the sanctity of family life, on the institution of private property, and their repudiation of all discrimination between classes and of the doctrine of the absolute equality of men, these combined to excite the suspicion and later to arouse the fierce antagonism of the ruling authorities, and to precipitate one of the gravest crises in the history of the first Bahá'í Century. As the crisis developed and spread to even the outlying centres of both Turkestan and the Caucasus, it resulted gradually in the imposition of restrictions limiting the freedom of these communities, in the interrogation and arrest of their elected representatives, in the dissolution of their local assemblies and their respective committees in Moscow, in Ashgabat, in Baku, and in other localities in the above-mentioned provinces, and in the suspension of all Bahá'í youth activities. It even led to the closing of Bahá'í schools, kindergartens, libraries and public reading rooms, to the interception of all communication with foreign Bahá'í centres, to the confiscation of Bahá'í printing presses, books and documents, to the prohibition of all teaching activities, to the abrogation of the Bahá'í Constitution, to the abolition of all national and local funds, and to the ban placed on the attendance of non-believers at Bahá'í meetings. In the middle of 1928, the law expropriating religious edifices was applied to the Mashrul Askar of Ashgabat. The use of this edifice as a house of worship, however, was continued under a 5-year lease which was renewed by the local authorities in 1933 for a similar period. In 1938, the situation in both Turkestan and the Caucasus rapidly deteriorated, leading to the imprisonment of over 500 believers, many of whom died, as well as a number of women, and the confiscation of their property, followed by the exile of several prominent members of these communities to Siberia, the polar forests and other places in the vicinity of the Arctic Ocean, the subsequent deportation of most of the remnant of these communities to Persia on account of their Persian nationality, and lastly, the complete expropriation of the temple itself and its conversion into an art gallery. Repressive measures against Bahá'í institutions in Germany. In Germany, likewise, the rise and establishment of the administrative order of the faith, to whose expansion and consolidation the German believers were distinctively and increasingly contributing, was soon followed by repressive measures, which, though less grievous than the afflictions suffered by the Baha'is of Turkestan and the Caucasus, amounted to the virtual cessation, in the years immediately preceding the present conflict, of all organized Baha'i activity throughout the length and breadth of that land. The public teaching of the faith, with its unconcealed emphasis on peace and universality, and its repudiation of racialism, was officially forbidden. Baha'i assemblies and their committees were dissolved. The holding of Baha'i conventions was interdicted. The archives of the National Spiritual Assembly were seized. The summer school was abolished, and the publication of all Baha'i literature was suspended. Restrictions imposed on Baha'i institutions in Persia. In Persia, moreover, apart from sporadic outbreaks of persecution in such places as Shiraz, Abadeh, Ardebil, Esfahan, and in certain districts of Azerbaijan and Khorasan, outbreaks greatly reduced in number and violence owing to the marked decline in the fortunes of the erstwhile powerful Shia ecclesiastics. The institutions of a newly established and as yet unconsolidated administrative order were subjected by the civil authorities in both the capital and the provinces to restrictions designed to circumscribe their scope, to fetter their freedom, and undermine their foundations. The gradual and wholly unexpected emergence from obscurity of a firmly wedded national community, schooled in adversity and unbroken in spirit, with centres established in every province of that country, in spite of the successive waves of inhuman persecution, which had for 3/4 of a century swept over and had all but engulfed it. The determination of its members to diffuse the spirit and principles of their faith, broadcast its literature, enforce its laws and ordinances, penalize those who would transgress them, maintain a steady intercourse with their fellow believers in foreign lands, and erect the edifices and institutions of its administrative order, could not but arouse the apprehensions and the hostility of those placed in authority, who either misunderstood the aims of that community or were bent upon stifling its life. The insistence of its members, while obedient in all matters of a purely administrative character to the civil statutes of their country, on adhering to the fundamental spiritual principles, precepts and laws revealed by Baha'u'llah, requiring them, among other things, to hold fast to truthfulness, not to dissimulate their faith, observe the ordinances prescribed for marriage and divorce, and suspend all manner of work on the holy days ordained by him, brought them sooner or later into conflict with a regime which, owing to its formal recognition of Islam as the state religion of Persia, refused to extend any recognition to those whom the official exponents of that religion had already condemned as heretics. The closing of all schools belonging to the Baha'i community in that country, as a direct consequence of the refusal of the representatives of that community to permit official Baha'i institutions, owned and entirely controlled by them, to transgress the clearly revealed law requiring the suspension of work on Baha'i holy days. The rejection of all Baha'i marriage certificates and the refusal to register them at government license bureaus. The ban placed on the printing and circulation of all Baha'i literature, as well as on its entry into the country. The seizure in various centres of Baha'i documents, books and relics. The closing in some of the provinces of the Hazirat al-Quds and the confiscation in some localities of their furniture, the prohibition of all Bahá'í demonstrations, conferences and conventions, the strict censorship imposed on and often the non-delivery of communication between Bahá'í centers in Persia and between those centers and the Bahá'í communities in foreign lands, the withholding of good record certificates from loyal and law-abiding citizens on the ground of their avowed adherence to the Bahá'í faith, the dismissal of government employees, the demotion or discharge of army officers, the arrest, the interrogation, the imprisonment of and the imposition of fines and other punishments upon a number of believers who refused either to cast aside the moral obligation of adhering to the spiritual principles of their faith, or to act in any manner that would conflict with its universal and non-political character. All these may be regarded as the initial attempts made in the country whose soil had already been imbued with the blood of countless Bahá'í martyrs, to resist the rise and frustrate the struggle for the emancipation of a nascent administrative order, whose very roots have sucked their strength from such heroic sacrifice. Chapter 24. Emancipation and recognition of the faith and its institutions. While the initial steps aiming at the erection of the framework of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah were being simultaneously undertaken by his followers in the East and in the West, a fierce attack was launched in an obscure village in Egypt on a handful of believers who were trying to establish there one of the primary institutions of that order, an attack which, viewed in the perspective of history, will be acclaimed by future generations as a landmark not only in the formative period of the faith but in the history of the first Bahá'í century. Indeed, the sequel to this assault may be said to have opened a new chapter in the evolution of the faith itself, an evolution which, carrying it through the successive stages of repression, of emancipation, of recognition as an independent revelation and as a state religion, must lead to the establishment of the Bahá'í state and culminate in the emergence of the Bahá'í World Commonwealth. Formal divorce of the faith from Islam in Egypt. Originating in a country which can rightly boast of being the acknowledged centre of both the Arab and Muslim worlds, precipitated by the action taken on their own initiative by the ecclesiastical representatives of the largest communion in Islam. The direct outcome of a series of disturbances instigated by some of the members of that communion designed to suppress the activities of certain followers of the faith who had held a clerical rank among them, this momentous development in the fortunes of a struggling community has directly contributed to a considerable degree to the consolidation and the enhancement of the prestige of the administrative order which that community had begun to erect. It will, moreover, as its repercussions are more widely spread in other Islamic countries, and its vast significance is more clearly apprehended by the adherents of both Christianity and Islam, hasten the termination of the period of transition through which the faith, now in the formative stage of its growth, is passing. It was in the village of Komus Saoyede, in the district of Beba of the province of Beni Suef, in Upper Egypt, that as a result of the religious fanaticism which the formation of a Bahá'í assembly had kindled in the breast of the headman of that village, and of the grave accusations made by him to both the district police officer and the governor of the province, accusations which aroused the Mohammedans to such a pitch of excitement as to cause them to perpetrate shameful acts against their victims, that action was initiated by the notary of the village in his capacity as a religious plaintiff authorized by the Ministry of Justice against 3 Baha'i residents of that village, demanding that their Muslim wives be divorced from them on the grounds that their husbands had abandoned Islam after their legal marriage as Muslims. The opinion and judgment of the Appellate Religious Court of Beba, delivered on May 10, 1925, subsequently sanctioned by the highest ecclesiastical authorities in Cairo and upheld by them as final, printed and circulated by the Muslim authorities themselves, annulled the marriages contracted by the 3 Baha'i defendants and condemned the mass heretics for having violated the laws and ordinances of Islam. It even went so far as to make the positive, the startling, and indeed the historic assertion that the faith embraced by these heretics is to be regarded as a distinct religion, wholly independent of the religious systems that have preceded it, an assertion which hitherto the enemies of the faith, whether in the East or in the West, had either disputed or deliberately ignored. Having expounded the fundamental tenets and ordinances of Islam, and given a detailed exposition of the Baha'i teachings, supported by various quotations from the Kitab al-Aqdas, from the writings of Abdul Baha and of Mirza Abul Fazl, with special reference to certain Baha'i laws, and demonstrated that the defendants had, in the light of these statements, actually abjured the faith of Muhammad, his formal verdict declares in the most unequivocal terms: the Baha'i faith is a new religion, entirely independent, with beliefs, principles, and laws of its own, which differ from and are utterly in conflict with the beliefs, principles, and laws of Islam. No Baha'i, therefore, can be regarded a Muslim or vice versa, even as no Buddhist, Brahmin, or Christian can be regarded as a Muslim or vice versa. Ordering the dissolution of the contracts of marriage of the parties on trial, and the separation of the husbands from their wives, this official and memorable pronouncement concludes with the following words: if any one of them, husbands, repents, believes in, and acknowledges whatsoever Muhammad, the Apostle of God, has brought from God, and returns to the august faith of Islam, and testifies that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets and messengers, that no religion will succeed his religion, that no law will abrogate his law, that the Quran is the last of the books of God and his last revelation to his prophets and his messengers, he shall be accepted and shall be entitled to renew his marriage contract. This declaration of portentous significance, which was supported by incontrovertible proofs adduced by the avowed enemies of the faith of Baha'u'llah themselves, which was made in a country that aspires to the headship of Islam through the restoration of the Caliphate, and which has received the sanction of the highest ecclesiastical authorities in that country. This official testimony, which the leaders of Shia Islam in both Persia and Iraq have through a century sedulously avoided voicing, and which once and for all silences those detractors, including Christian ecclesiastics in the West, who have in the past stigmatized that faith as a cult, as a Bahá'í sect, and as an offshoot of Islam, or represented it as a synthesis of religions. Such a declaration was acclaimed by all Baha'i communities in the East and in the West as the first charter of the emancipation of the cause of Baha'u'llah from the fetters of Islamic orthodoxy, the first historic step taken not by its adherents, as might have been expected, but by its adversaries on the road leading to its ultimate and worldwide recognition. Such a verdict, fraught with incalculable possibilities, was immediately recognized as a powerful challenge which the builders of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah were not slow to face and accept. It imposed upon them a sacred obligation which they felt ready to discharge. Designed by its authors to deprive their adversaries of access to Muslim courts, and thereby place them in a perplexing and embarrassing situation, it became a lever which the Egyptian Baha'i community, followed later by its sister communities, readily utilized for the purpose of asserting the independence of its faith and of seeking for it the recognition of its government. Translated into several languages, circulated among Baha'i communities in East and West, it gradually paved the way for the initiation of negotiations between the elected representatives of these communities and the civil authorities in Egypt, in the Holy Land, in Persia, and even in the United States of America, for the purpose of securing the official recognition by these authorities of the faith as an independent religion. In Egypt, it was the signal for the adoption of a series of measures which have in their cumulative effect greatly facilitated the extension of such a recognition by a government which is still formally associated with the religion of Islam, and which suffers its laws and regulations to be shaped in a great measure by the views and pronouncements of its ecclesiastical leaders. The inflexible determination of the Egyptian believers not to deviate a hair's breadth from the tenets of their faith, by avoiding all dealings with any Muslim ecclesiastical court in that country, and by refusing any ecclesiastical post which might be offered them. The codification and publication of the fundamental laws of the Kitab al-Aqdas regarding matters of personal status, such as marriage, divorce, inheritance, and burial, and the presentation of these laws to the Egyptian cabinet. The issuance of marriage and divorce certificates by the Egyptian National Spiritual Assembly. The assumption by that assembly of all the duties and responsibilities connected with the conduct of Baha'i marriages and divorces, as well as with the burial of the dead. The observance by all members of that community of the 9 holy days on which work as prescribed in the Baha'i teachings must be completely suspended. The presentation of a petition addressed by the national elected representatives of that community to the Egyptian Prime Minister, the Minister of the Interior, and the Minister of Justice, supported by a similar communication addressed by the American National Spiritual Assembly to the Egyptian government, enclosing a copy of the judgment of the court and of their national Baha'i constitution and bylaws, requesting them to recognize their assembly as a body qualified to exercise the functions of an independent court and empowered to apply in all matters affecting their personal status the laws and ordinances revealed by the author of their faith. These stand out as the initial consequences of a historic pronouncement that must eventually lead to the establishment of that faith on the basis of absolute equality with its sister religions in that land. A corollary to this epoch-making declaration, and a direct consequence of the intermittent disturbances instigated in Port Said and Ismailia by a fanatical populace in connection with the burial of some of the members of the Baha'i community, was the official and no less remarkable fatwa judgment issued at the request of the Ministry of Justice by the Grand Mufti of Egypt. This soon after its pronouncement, was published in the Egyptian press and contributed to fortify further the independent status of the faith. It followed upon the riots which broke out with exceptional fury in Ismailiye, when angry crowds surrounded the funeral cortege of Mohammed Suleiman, a prominent Bahá'í resident of that town, creating such an uproar that the police had to intervene, and having rescued the body and brought it back to the home of the deceased, they were forced to carry it without escort at night to the edge of the desert and inter it in the wilderness. This judgment was passed as a result of the inquiry addressed in writing on January the 24th, 1939, by the Egyptian Ministry of the Interior to the Ministry of Justice, enclosing a copy of the compilation of Bahá'í laws related to matters of personal status published by the Egyptian Bahá'í National Spiritual Assembly, and asking for a pronouncement by the Mufti regarding the petition addressed by that assembly to the Egyptian government for the allocation of 4 plots to serve as cemeteries for the Bahá'í communities of Cairo, Alexandria, Port Said, and Ismailiye. "We are," wrote the Mufti in his reply of March the 11th, 1939, to the communication addressed to him by the Ministry of Justice, "in receipt of your letter, dated February 21st, 1939, with its enclosures, inquiring whether or not it would be lawful to bury the Bahá'í dead in Moslem cemeteries. We hereby declare that this community is not to be regarded as Moslem, as shown by the beliefs which it professes. The perusal of what they term the Bahá'í laws affecting matters of personal status, accompanying the papers, is deemed sufficient evidence. Whoever among its members had formerly been a Moslem has, by virtue of his belief in the pretensions of this community, renounced Islam, and is regarded as beyond its pale, and is subject to the laws governing apostasy as established in the right faith of Islam. This community not being Moslem, it would be unlawful to bury its dead in Moslem cemeteries, be they originally Moslems or otherwise." It was in consequence of this final, this clearly worded and authoritative sentence by the highest exponent of Islamic law in Egypt, and after prolonged negotiations, resulting at first in the allocation to the Cairo Bahá'í community of a cemetery plot forming a part of that set aside for free thinkers residing in that city, that the Egyptian government consented to grant that community, as well as to the Baha'is of Ismailiye, 2 tracts of land to serve as burial grounds for their dead, an act of historic significance, which was greatly welcomed by the members of sore-pressed and long-suffering communities, and which has served to demonstrate still further the independent character of their faith, and enlarge the sphere of the jurisdiction of its representative institutions. It was to the first of these 2 officially designated Bahá'í cemeteries, following the decision of the Egyptian Bahá'í National Assembly, aided by its sister assembly in Persia, that the remains of the illustrious Mirza Abul Fazl were transferred and accorded a sepulchre worthy of his high position, thereby inaugurating, in a befitting manner, the first official Bahá'í institution of its kind established in the East. This achievement was soon after enhanced by the exhumation from a Christian cemetery in Cairo of the body of that far-famed mother teacher of the West, Mrs. E. Getzinger, and its interment through the assistance extended by the American Bahá'í National Assembly and the Department of State in Washington, in a spot in the heart of that cemetery and adjoining the resting place of that distinguished author and champion of the faith. Recognition of the independent status of the faith at its world center. In the Holy Land, where a Bahá'í cemetery had, before these pronouncements, been established during Abdu'l-Bahá's ministry, the historic decision to bury the Bahá'í dead facing the Qibla in Akka was taken, a measure whose significance was heightened by the resolution to cease having recourse, as had been previously the case, to any Mohammedan court in all matters affecting marriage and divorce, and to carry out in their entirety and without any concealment whatever the rites prescribed by Baha'u'llah for the preparation and burial of the dead. This was soon after followed by the presentation of a formal petition addressed by the representatives of the local Baha'i community of Haifa, dated May 4th, 1929, to the Palestine authorities, requesting them that, pending the adoption of a uniform civil law of personal status, applicable to all residents of the country, irrespective of their religious beliefs, the community be officially recognized by them and be granted full powers to administer its own affairs now enjoyed by other religious communities in Palestine. The acceptance of this petition, an act of tremendous significance and wholly unprecedented in the history of the faith in any country, according official recognition by the civil authorities to marriage certificates issued by the representatives of the local community, the validity of which the official representative of the Persian government in Palestine has tacitly recognized, was followed by a series of decisions exempting from government tax all properties and institutions regarded by the Baha'i community as holy sites or dedicated to the tombs of its founders at its world center. Moreover, through these decisions, all articles serving as ornaments or furniture for the Baha'i shrines were exempted from customs duties, and the branches of both the American and Indian Baha'i National Spiritual Assemblies were enabled to function as religious societies in accordance with the laws of the country and to hold and administer property as agents of these assemblies. Assertion of the independence of the faith by its followers in Persia. In Persia, where a far larger community, already numerically superior to the Christian, the Jewish and the Zoroastrian minorities living in that country, had, notwithstanding the traditionally hostile attitude of the civil and ecclesiastical authorities, succeeded in rearing the structure of its administrative institutions, the reaction to so momentous a declaration was such as to inspire its members and induce them to exploit in the fullest measure possible the enormous advantages which this wholly unexpected testimonial had conferred upon them. Having survived the fiery ordeals to which the cruel, the arrogant, and implacable leaders of an all-powerful priesthood, now grievously humiliated, had subjected it, a triumphant community just emerging from obscurity was determined more than ever before to press, within the limits prescribed for it by its founders, its claim to be regarded as an independent religious entity, and to safeguard by all available means its integrity, the solidarity of its members, and the solidity of its elective institutions. It could no longer, now that its declared adversaries had, in such a country, in such a language, and on so important an issue, made so emphatic and sweeping a pronouncement, and torn asunder the veil that had for so long been drawn over some of the distinguishing verities lying at the core of its doctrine, keep silent, or tolerate without any protest the imposition of restrictions calculated to circumscribe its powers, stifle its community life, and deny it, its right to be placed on a footing of unqualified equality with other religious communities in that land. Inflexibly resolved to be classified no longer as Muslim, Jew, Christian, or Zoroastrian, the members of this community determined as a first step to adopt such measures as would vindicate beyond challenge the distinctive position claimed for their religion by its avowed enemies. Mindful of their clear, their sacred and inescapable duty to obey unreservedly in all matters of a purely administrative character the laws of their country, but firmly determined to assert and demonstrate through every legitimate means at their disposal the independent character of their faith, they formulated a policy and embarked in undertakings designed to carry them a stage further towards the goal they had set themselves to attain. The steadfast resolution not to dissemble their faith, whatever the sacrifices it might entail. The uncompromising position that they would not refer any matters affecting their personal status to any Moslem, Christian, rabbinical or Zoroastrian court. The refusal to affiliate with any organization or accept any ecclesiastical post associated with any of the recognized religions in their country. The universal observance of the laws prescribed in the Kitab al-Aqdas relating to obligatory prayers, fasting, marriage, divorce, inheritance, burial of the dead, and the use of opium and alcoholic beverages. The issue and circulation of certificates of birth, death, marriage, and divorce at the direction and under the seal of recognized Bahá'í assemblies. The translation into Persian of the Bahá'í Laws Affecting Matters of Personal Status, first published by the Egyptian Bahá'í National Assembly. The cessation of work on all Bahá'í holy days. The establishment of Bahá'í cemeteries in the capital as well as in the provinces, designed to provide a common burial ground for all ranks of the faithful, whatever their religious extraction. The insistence that they no longer be registered as Muslim, Christian, Jew, or Zoroastrian on identity cards, marriage certificates, passports, and other official documents. The emphasis placed on the institution of the 19-day feast as established by Baha'u'llah in his most holy book. The imposition of sanctions by Bahá'í elective assemblies, now assuming the duties and functions of religious courts, on recalcitrant members of the community, by denying them the right to vote and of membership in these assemblies and their committees. All these are to be associated with the first stirrings of a community that had erected the fabric of its administrative order and was now under the propelling influence of the historic judicial sentence passed in Egypt, intent upon obtaining, not by force, but through persuasion, the recognition by the civil authorities of the status to which its ecclesiastical adversaries had so emphatically borne witness. That its initial attempt should have been met with partial success, that it should have aroused at times the suspicion of the ruling authorities, that it should have been grossly misrepresented by its vigilant enemies, is not a matter for surprise. It was successful in certain respects in its negotiations with the civil authorities, as in obtaining the government decree removing all references to religious affiliation in passports issued to Persian subjects, and in the tacit permission granted in certain localities that its members should not fill in the religious columns in certain state documents, but should register with their own assemblies their marriage, their divorce, their birth and their death certificates, and should conduct their funerals according to their religious rites. In other respects, however, it has been subjected to grave disabilities. Its schools, founded, owned and controlled exclusively by itself, were forcibly closed because they refused to remain open on Bahá'í holy days. Its members, both men and women, were prosecuted. Those who held army or civil service appointments were in some cases dismissed. A ban was placed on the import, on the printing and circulation of its literature, and all Bahá'í public gatherings were proscribed. To all administrative regulations which the civil authorities have issued from time to time, or will issue in the future in that land, as in all other countries, the Bahá'í community, faithful to its sacred obligations towards its government and conscious of its civic duties, has yielded and will continue to yield implicit obedience. Its immediate closing of its schools in Persia is a proof of this. To such orders, however, as are tantamount to a recantation of their faith by its members, or constitute an act of disloyalty to its spiritual, its basic and God-given principles and precepts, it will stubbornly refuse to bow, preferring imprisonment, deportation, and all manner of persecution, including death, as already suffered by the 20,000 martyrs that have laid down their lives in the path of its founders, rather than follow the dictates of a temporal authority requiring it to renounce its allegiance to its cause. If you cut us in pieces, men, women, and children alike, in the entire district of Aberdare, was the memorable message sent by the fearless descendants of some of those martyrs in that turbulent centre to the governor of Fars, who had intended to coerce them into declaring themselves as Moslems. We will never submit to your wishes. A message which, as soon as it was delivered to that defiant governor, induced him to desist from pressing the matter any further. Official recognition of Bahá'í administrative institutions in the United States of America. In the United States of America, the Bahá'í community, having already set an inspiring example by erecting and perfecting the machinery of its administrative order, was alive to the far-reaching implications of the sentence passed by the Moslem court in Egypt, and to the significance of the reaction it had produced in the Holy Land, and was stimulated by the courageous persistence demonstrated by its sister community in Persia. It determined to supplement its notable achievements with further acts designed to throw into sharper relief the status achieved by the faith of Baha'u'llah in the North American continent. It was numerically smaller than the community of the Persian believers. Owing to the multiplicity of laws governing the states within the Union, it was faced, in matters affecting the personal status of its members, with a situation radically different from that confronting the believers in the East, and much more complex. But conscious of its responsibility to lend once again a powerful impetus to the unfoldment of a divinely appointed order, it boldly undertook to initiate such measures as would accentuate the independent character of a revelation it had already so nobly championed. The recognition of its National Spiritual Assembly by the federal authorities as a religious body entitled to hold as trustees properties dedicated to the interests of the faith, the establishment of Bahá'í endowments, and the exemptions obtained for them from the civil authorities as properties owned by and administered solely for the benefit of a purely religious community, were now to be supplemented by decisions and measures designed to give further prominence to the nature of the ties uniting its members. The special stress laid on some of the fundamental laws contained in the Kitab al-Aqdas regarding daily obligatory prayers, the observance of the fast, the consent of the parents as a prerequisite of marriage, the 1-year separation between husband and wife as an indispensable condition of divorce, abstinence from all alcoholic drinks, the emphasis placed on the institution of the 19-day feast as ordained by Baha'u'llah in that same book. The discontinuation of membership in and affiliation with all ecclesiastical organizations, and the refusal to accept any ecclesiastical post. These have served to forcibly underline the distinctive character of the Baha'i Fellowship, and to dissociate it, in the eyes of the public, from the rituals, the ceremonies and man-made institutions identified with the religious systems of the past. The recognition of its National Spiritual Assembly by the federal authorities as a religious body entitled to hold as trustees properties dedicated to the interests of the faith, the establishment of Baha'i endowments and the exemption obtained for them from the civil authorities as properties owned by and administered solely for the benefit of a purely religious community, were now to be supplemented by decisions and measures designed to give further prominence to the nature of the ties uniting its members. The special stress laid on some of the fundamental laws contained in the Kitab al-Aqdas regarding daily obligatory prayers, the observance of the fast, the consent of the parents as a prerequisite of marriage, the 1-year separation between husband and wife as an indispensable condition of divorce, abstinence from all alcoholic drinks, the emphasis placed on the institution of the 19-day feast as ordained by Baha'u'llah in that same book, the discontinuation of membership in and affiliation with all ecclesiastical organizations, and the refusal to accept any ecclesiastical post, these have served to forcibly underline the distinctive character of the Baha'i Fellowship, and to disassociate it in the eyes of the public from the rituals, the ceremonials, and man-made institutions identified with the religious systems of the past. Of a particular and historic importance has been the application made by the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Chicago, the first center established in the North American continent, the first to be incorporated among its sister assemblies, and the first to take the initiative in paving the way for the erection of a Baha'i temple in the West, to the civil authorities in the state of Illinois for civil recognition of the right to conduct legal marriages in accordance with the ordinances of the Kitab al-Aqdas, and to file marriage certificates that have previously received the official sanction of that assembly. The acceptance of this petition by the authorities, necessitating an amendment of the bylaws of all local assemblies to enable them to conduct Baha'i legal marriages, and empowering the chairman or secretary of the Chicago Assembly to represent that body in the conduct of all Baha'i marriages. The issuance on September 22, 1939, of the first Baha'i marriage license by the state of Illinois, authorizing the aforementioned assembly to solemnize Baha'i marriages and issue Baha'i marriage certificates. The successful measures taken subsequently by assemblies in other states of the Union, such as New York, New Jersey, Wisconsin, and Ohio, to procure for themselves similar privileges, have moreover contributed their share in giving added prominence to the independent religious status of the faith. To these must be added a similar and no less significant recognition extended since the outbreak of the present conflict by the United States War Department, as evidenced by the communication addressed to the American Baha'i National Spiritual Assembly by the Quartermaster General of that department on August the 14th, 1942, approving the use of the symbol of the greatest name on stones marking the graves of Baha'is killed in the war and buried in military or private cemeteries, distinguishing thereby these graves from those bearing the Latin cross or the Star of David assigned to those belonging to the Christian and Jewish faiths respectively. Nor should mention be omitted of the equally successful application made by the American Baha'i National Spiritual Assembly to the Office of Price Administration in Washington, D.C., asking that the chairmen and secretaries of the Baha'i local assemblies should, in their capacity as officers conducting religious meetings and authorized in certain states to perform marriage services, be eligible for preferred mileage under the provisions of the preferred mileage section of the gasoline regulations, for the purpose of meeting the religious needs of the localities they serve. Nor had the Baha'i communities in other countries, such as India, Iraq, Great Britain and Australia, been slow to either appreciate the advantages derived from the publication of this historic verdict, or to exploit, each according to its capacity and within the limits imposed upon it by prevailing circumstances, the opportunities afforded by such public testimonial for a further demonstration on their part of the independent character of the faith whose administrative structure they had already erected. Through the enforcement, to whatever extent deemed practicable, of the laws ordained in their most holy book, through the severance of all ties of affiliation with and membership in ecclesiastical institutions of whatever denomination, through the formulation of a policy initiated for the sole purpose of giving further publicity to this mighty issue, marking a great turning point in the evolution of the faith and of facilitating its ultimate settlement, these communities, and indeed all organized Baha'i bodies, whether in the East or in the West, however isolated their position or immature their state of development, have, conscious of their solidarity and well aware of the glorious prospects opening before them, arisen to proclaim with one voice the independent character of the religion of Baha'u'llah, and to pave the way for its emancipation from whatever fetters, be they ecclesiastical or otherwise, might hinder or delay its ultimate and worldwide recognition. To the status already achieved by their faith, largely through their own unaided efforts and accomplishments, tributes have been paid by observers in various walks of life, whose testimony they welcome and regard as added incentive to action in their steep and laborious ascent towards the heights which they must eventually capture. Palestine is the testimony of Professor Norman Bentwich, a former Attorney General of the Palestine government, may indeed be now regarded as the land not of three but of four faiths, because the Baha'i Creed, which has its centre of faith and pilgrimage in Akka and Haifa, is attaining to the character of a world religion. So far as its influence goes in the land, it is a factor making for international and interreligious understanding. In 1920 is the declaration made in his testament by the distinguished Swiss scientist and psychiatrist Dr. Auguste Forel. I learned at Karlsruhe of the supra-confessional world religion of the Baha'is, founded in the Orient 70 years ago by a Persian, Baha'u'llah. This is the real religion of social welfare, without dogmas or priests, binding together all men of this small terrestrial globe of ours. I have become a Baha'i. May this religion live and prosper for the good of humanity. This is my most ardent desire. There is bound to be a world state, a universal language, and a universal religion, he moreover has stated. The Bahá'í movement for the oneness of mankind is, in my estimation, the greatest movement today working for universal peace and brotherhood. A religion is yet another testimony from the pen of the late Queen Marie of Romania, which links all creeds, a religion based upon the inner spirit of God. It teaches that all hatreds, intrigues, suspicions, evil words, all aggressive patriotism even, are outside the one essential law of God, and that special beliefs are but surface things, whereas the heart that beats with divine love knows no tribe nor race. Chapter 25. International expansion of teaching activities. While the fabric of the administrative order of the faith of Baha'u'llah gradually arose, and while through the influence of unforeseen forces, the independence of the faith was more and more definitely acknowledged by its enemies and demonstrated by its friends, another development, no less pregnant with consequences, was at the same time being set in motion. The purpose of this was to extend the borders of the faith, increasing the number of its declared supporters and of its administrative centres, and to give a new and ever-growing impetus to the enriching, the expanding, the diversifying of its literature, and to the task of disseminating it farther and farther afield. Experience indeed proved that the very pattern of the administrative order, apart from other distinctive features, definitely encouraged efficiency and expedition in this work of teaching, and its builders found their zeal continually quickened and their missionary ardour heightened as the faith moved forward to an ever fuller emancipation. Nor were they unmindful of the exhortations, the appeals, and the promises of the founders of their faith, who for 3/4 of a century had, each in his own way, and within the limits circumscribing his activities, laboured so heroically to noise abroad the fame of the cause whose destiny an almighty providence had commissioned them to shape. The herald of their faith had commanded the sovereigns of the earth themselves to arise and teach his cause, writing in the Qayyum al-Asma, "O concourse of kings, deliver with truth and in all haste the verses sent down by us to the peoples of Turkey and of India, and beyond them to the lands in both the east and the west. Issue forth from your cities, O people of the west." He in that same book had moreover written, "to aid God. We behold you from our most glorious horizon." Baha'u'llah had thus addressed his followers in his Kitab al-Aqdas, "and will assist whosoever will arise to aid my cause, with the hosts of the concourse on high, and a cohort of the angels who are nigh unto me. Teach ye the cause of God, O people of Baha," he furthermore had written, "for God hath prescribed unto every one the duty of proclaiming his message, and regardeth it as the most meritorious of all deeds. Should a man all alone," he had clearly affirmed, "arise in the name of Baha, and put on the armour of his love, him will the Almighty cause to be victorious, though the forces of the earth and heaven be arrayed against him. Should anyone arise for the triumph of our cause," he moreover had declared, "him will God render victorious, though tens of thousands of enemies be leagued against him." And again, "Centre your energies in the propagation of the faith of God." Whoso is worthy of so high a calling, let him arise and promote it. Whoso is unable, it is his duty to appoint him who will in his stead proclaim this revelation. They that have forsaken their country, is his own promise, for the purpose of teaching our cause, these shall the faithful Spirit strengthen through its power. Such a service is indeed the prince of all goodly deeds, and the ornament of every goodly act. In these days, Abdu'l-Baha had written in his will, the most important of all things is the guidance of the nations and peoples of the world. Teaching the cause is of the utmost importance, for it is the head cornerstone of the foundation itself. The disciples of Christ, he had declared in that same document, forgot themselves and all earthly things, forsook all their cares and belongings, purged themselves of self and passion, and with absolute detachment scattered far and wide, and engaged in guiding aright the peoples of the world, till at last they made the world another world, illumined the earth, and to their last hour proved self-sacrificing in the path of that beloved one of God. Finally, in various lands they suffered martyrdom. Let men of action follow in their footsteps. When the hour cometh, he had solemnly stated in that same will, that this wronged and broken winged bird will have taken its flight under the celestial concourse. It is incumbent upon the friends and loved ones, one and all, to bestir themselves and arise with heart and soul and in one accord to teach his cause and promote his faith. It behoveth them not to rest for a moment. They must disperse themselves in every land and travel throughout all regions. Bestirred without rest and steadfast to the end, they must raise in every land the cry of Ya Baha'u'llah, O thou the glory of glories, that throughout the east and the west a vast concourse may gather under the shadow of the word of God, that the sweet savours of holiness may be wafted, that men's faces may be illumined, that their hearts may be filled with the divine spirit, and their souls become heavenly. Obedient to these repeated injunctions, mindful of these glowing promises, conscious of the sublimity of their calling, spurred on by the example which Abdu'l-Baha himself had set, undismayed by his sudden removal from their midst, undaunted by the attacks launched by their adversaries from within and from without, his followers in both the east and in the west arose in the full strength of their solidarity to promote more vigorously than ever before the international expansion of their faith, and expansion which was now to assume such proportions as to deserve to be recognized as one of the most significant developments in the history of the first Bahá'í Century. Launched in every continent of the globe, at first intermittent, haphazard and unorganized, and later, as a result of the emergence of a slowly developing administrative order, systematically conducted, centrally directed, and efficiently prosecuted. The teaching enterprises which were undertaken by the followers of Baha'u'llah in many lands, but conspicuously in America, and which were pursued by members of all ages and of both sexes, by neophytes and by veterans, by itinerant teachers and by settlers, constitute by virtue of their range and the blessings which have flowed from them, a shining episode that yields place to none except those associated with the exploits which have immortalized the early years of the primitive age of the Bahá'í dispensation. The light of the faith, which during the 9 years of the Bahá'í dispensation had irradiated Persia and been reflected on the adjoining territory of Iraq, which in the course of Baha'u'llah's 39-year ministry had shed its splendor upon India, Egypt, Turkey, the Caucasus, Turkestan, the Sudan, Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and Burma, and which had subsequently, through the impulse of a divinely instituted covenant, travelled to the United States of America, Canada, France, Great Britain, Germany, Austria, Russia, Italy, Holland, Hungary, Switzerland, Arabia, Tunisia, China, Japan, the Hawaiian Islands, South Africa, Brazil, and Australia, was now to be carried to and illuminate, ere the termination of the first Bahá'í Century, no less than 34 independent nations, as well as several dependencies situated in the American, the Asiatic and African continents, in the Persian Gulf, and in the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. In Norway, in Sweden, in Denmark, in Belgium, in Finland, in Ireland, in Poland, in Czechoslovakia, in Romania, in Yugoslavia, in Bulgaria, in Albania, in Afghanistan, in Abyssinia, in New Zealand, and in 19 Latin American republics. Ensigns of the revelation of Baha'u'llah have been raised since Abdu'l-Baha's passing, and the structural basis of the administrative order of his faith, in many of them, already established. In several dependencies, moreover, in both the East and the West, including Alaska, Iceland, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, the island of Solano in the Philippines, Java, Tasmania, the islands of Bahrain and of Tahiti, Baluchistan, South Rhodesia, and the Belgian Congo, the bearers of the newborn gospel have established their residence and are bending every effort to lay an impregnable basis for its institutions. Through lectures and conferences, through the press and radio, through the organization of study classes and fireside gatherings, through participation in the activities of societies, institutes, and clubs animated by ideals akin to the principles of the faith, through the dissemination of Bahá'í literature, through various exhibits, through the establishment of teacher training classes, through contact with statesmen, scholars, publicists, philanthropists, and other leaders of public thought, most of which have been carried out through the resourcefulness of the members of the American Bahá'í community, who have assumed direct responsibility for the spiritual conquest of the vast majority of these countries and dependencies. Above all, through the inflexible resolution and unswerving fidelity of pioneers who, whether as visiting teachers or as residents, have participated in these crusades, have these signal victories been achieved through the closing decades of the first Bahá'í Century. Enlargement of the limits of the faith. Nor should reference be omitted to the international teaching activities of the Western followers of the faith of Baha'u'llah, and particularly the members of the stalwart American Baha'i community, who, seizing every opportunity that presented itself to them, have either through example, precept, or the circulation of literature carried the faith to virgin fields, scattering the seeds which must eventually germinate and yield a harvest as notable as those already garnered in the aforementioned countries. Through such efforts as these, the breezes of God's vitalizing revelation have been blown upon the uttermost corners of the earth, bearing the germ of a new spiritual life to such distant climes and inhospitable regions as Lapland, the island of Spitsbergen, the northernmost settlement in the world, Hammerfest in Norway, and Magellans in the extremity of Chile, the most northerly and southerly cities of the globe respectively, Pago Pago and Fiji in the Pacific Ocean, Chichen Itza in the province of Yucatan, the Bahama Islands, Trinidad and Barbados in the West Indies, the island of Bali and British North Borneo in the East Indies, Patagonia, British Guyana, Seychelles Islands, New Guinea and Ceylon. Nor can we fail to notice the special endeavours that have been exerted by individuals as well as assemblies for the purpose of establishing contact with minority groups and races in various parts of the world, such as the Jews and Negroes in the United States of America, the Eskimos in Alaska, the Patagonian Indians in Argentina, the Mexican Indians in Mexico, the Inca Indians in Peru, the Cherokee Indians in North Carolina, the Oneida Indians in Wisconsin, the Mayans in Yucatan, the Lapps in northern Scandinavia, and the Maoris in Rotorua, New Zealand. Of special and valuable assistance has been the institution of an International Bahá'í Bureau in Geneva, a centre designed primarily to facilitate the expansion of the teaching activities of the faith in the European continent, which, as an auxiliary to the World Administrative Centre in the Holy Land, has maintained contact with Bahá'í communities in the East and in the West. Serving as a bureau of information on the faith, as well as a distributing centre for its literature, it has, through its free reading room and lending library, through the hospitality extended to itinerant teachers and visiting believers, and through its contact with various societies, contributed in no small measure to the consolidation of the teaching enterprises undertaken by individuals as well as Bahá'í national assemblies. Through these teaching activities, some initiated by individual believers, others conducted through plans launched by organized assemblies, the faith of Baha'u'llah, which in his expansion of Bahá'í literature, so notable an enlargement of the limits of the faith, so striking an increase in the diversity of the elements included within its pale, was accompanied by an enormous extension in the volume and the circulation of its literature, an extension that sharply contrasted with those initial measures undertaken for the publication of the few editions of Baha'u'llah's writing issued during the concluding years of his ministry. The range of Bahá'í literature, confined during half a century in the days of the Bab and of Baha'u'llah to the two languages in which their teachings were originally revealed, and subsequently extended in the lifetime of Abdul-Baha to include editions published in the English, the French, the German, the Turkish, the Russian, and Burmese languages, was steadily enlarged after his passing through a vast multiplication in the number of books, treatises, pamphlets, and leaflets, printed and circulated in no less than 29 additional languages. In Spanish and in Portuguese, in the 3 Scandinavian languages, in Finnish and in Icelandic, in Dutch, Italian, Czech, Polish, Hungarian, Romanian, Serbian, Bulgarian, Greek, and Albanian, in Hebrew and in Esperanto, in Armenian, in Kurdish, and in Amharic, in Chinese and in Japanese, as well as in 5 Indian languages, namely Urdu, Gujarati, Bengali, Hindi, and Sindhi. Books, mostly through the initiative of individual Baha'is and partly through the intermediary of Baha'i assemblies, were published, widely distributed, and placed in private as well as public libraries in both the East and the West. The literature of the faith, moreover, is being translated at present into Latvian, Lithuanian, Ukrainian, Tamil, Marathi, Pashto, Telugu, Kinares, Singales, Malayalam, Oriya, Punjabi, and Rajasthani. No less remarkable has been the range of the literature produced and placed at the disposal of the general public in every continent of the globe, and carried by resolute and indefatigable pioneers to the furthermost ends of the earth, an enterprise in which the members of the American Baha'i community have again distinguished themselves. The publication of an English edition comprising selected passages from the more important and hitherto untranslated writings of Baha'u'llah, as well as of an English version of his Epistle to the Son of the Wolf, and of a compilation in the same language of prayers and meditations revealed by his pen. The translation and publication of his hidden words in 8, of his Kitab-i-Iran in 7, and of Abdu'l-Baha's Unanswered Questions in 6 languages. The compilation of the 3rd volume of Abdu'l-Baha's tablets translated into English. The publication of books and treatises related to the principles of Baha'i belief and to the origin and development of the administrative order of the faith. Of an English translation of the narrative of the early days of the Baha'i revelation, written by the chronicler and poet Nabil Zarandi, subsequently published in Arabic and translated into German and Esperanto. Of commentaries and of expositions of the Baha'i teachings, of administrative institutions and of kindred subjects, such as World Federation, Race Unity, and Comparative Religion, by Western authors and by former ministers of the Church. All these attest the diversified character of Baha'i publications, so closely paralleled by their extensive dissemination over the surface of the globe. Moreover, the printing of documents related to the laws of the Kitab al-Aqdas, of books and pamphlets dealing with biblical prophecies, of revised editions of some of the writings of Baha'u'llah, of Abdu'l-Baha, and of several Baha'i authors, of guides and study outlines for a wide variety of Baha'i books and subjects, of lessons in Baha'i administration, of indexes to Baha'i books and periodicals, of anniversary cards and of calendars, of poems, songs, plays, and pageants, of study outlines and a prayer book for the training of Baha'i children, and of newsletters, bulletins, and periodicals issued in English, Persian, German, Esperanto, Arabic, French, Urdu, Burmese, and Portuguese, has contributed to swell the output and increase the diversity of Baha'i publications. Of particular value and significance has been the production over a period of many years of successive volumes of biennial international record of Baha'i activity, profusely illustrated, fully documented, and comprising, among other things, a statement on the aims and purposes of the faith and its administrative order, selections from its scriptures, a survey of its activities, a list of its centres in 5 continents, a bibliography of its literature, tributes paid to its ideals and achievements by prominent men and women in East and West, and articles dealing with its relation to present-day problems. Nor would any survey of the Baha'i literature produced during the concluding decades of the first Bahá'í century be complete without special reference being made to the publication of and the far-reaching influence exerted by that splendid, authoritative, and comprehensive introduction to Baha'i history and teachings, penned by that pure-hearted and immortal promoter of the faith, J.E. Esselmont, which has already been printed in no less than 37 languages and is being translated into 13 additional languages, whose English version has already run into tens of thousands, which has been reprinted no less than 9 times in the United States of America, whose Esperanto, Japanese, and English versions have been transcribed into Braille, and to which royalty has paid its tribute, characterizing it as a glorious book of love and goodness, strength and beauty, commending it to all and affirming that no man could fail to be better because of this book. Deserving special mention, moreover, is the establishment by the British National Spiritual Assembly of a publishing trust, registered as the Bahá'í Publishing Company, and acting as a publisher and wholesale distributor of Bahá'í literature throughout the British Isles. The compilation by various Bahá'í assemblies throughout the East of no less than 40 volumes in manuscript of the authenticated and unpublished writings of the Bab, of Baha'u'llah, and of Abdu'l-Baha. The translation into English of the appendix to the Kitab al-Aqdas, entitled Questions and Answers, as well as the publication in Arabic and Persian by the Egyptian and Indian Bahá'í National Spiritual Assemblies, respectively, of the outline of Bahá'í laws on matters of personal status, and of a brief outline by the latter assembly of the laws related to the burial of the dead, and the translation of a pamphlet into Maori undertaken by a Maori Bahá'í in New Zealand. Reference should also be made to the collection and publication by the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Tehran of a considerable number of the addresses delivered by Abdu'l-Baha in the course of his Western tours, to the preparation of a detailed history of the faith in Persian, to the printing of Baha'i certificates of marriage and divorce in both Persian and Arabic by a number of national spiritual assemblies in the East, to the issuance of birth and death certificates by the Persian Baha'i National Spiritual Assembly, to the preparation of forms of bequest available to believers wishing to make a legacy to the faith, to the compilation of a considerable number of the unpublished tablets of Abdu'l-Baha by the American Baha'i National Spiritual Assembly, to the translation into Esperanto undertaken by the daughter of the famous Zamenhof, herself a convert to the faith, of several Baha'i books, including some of the more important writings of Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha, to the translation of a Baha'i book into Serbian by Professor Bogodan Popovic, one of the most eminent scholars attached to the University of Belgrade, and to the offer spontaneously made by Princess Ileana of Romania, now Archduchess Anton of Austria, to render into her own native language a Baha'i pamphlet written in English and subsequently distributed in her native country. The progress made in connection with the transcription of the Baha'i writings into Braille should also be noted. A transcription which already includes such works as the English versions of the Kitab-i-Iran, of the Hidden Words, of the Seven Valleys, of the Eshraqat, of the Surah Haykal, of the Words of Wisdom, of the Prayers and Meditations of Baha'u'llah, of Abdu'l-Baha's Some Answered Questions, of the Promulgation of Universal Peace, of the wisdom of Abdu'l-Baha, of the goal of a new world order, as well as the English 2 editions, the Esperanto and the Japanese versions of Baha'u'llah and the New Era, and pamphlets written in English, in French, and in Esperanto. Nor have those who have been primarily responsible for the enrichment of the literature of the faith and its translation into so many languages been slow to disseminate it by every means in their power in their daily intercourse with individuals as well as in their official contacts with organizations whom they have been seeking to acquaint with the aims and principles of their faith. The energy, the vigilance, the steadfastness displayed by these heralds of the faith of Baha'u'llah and their elected representatives, under whose auspices the circulation of Baha'i literature has of late years assumed tremendous dimensions, merit the highest praise. From the reports prepared and circulated by the chief agencies entrusted with the task of the publication and distribution of this literature in the United States and Canada, the remarkable facts emerge that within the space of the 11 months ending February 28, 1943, over 19,000 books, 100,000 pamphlets, 3,000 study outlines, 4,000 sets of selected writings, and 1,800 anniversary and temple cards and folders have been either sold or distributed. That in the course of 2 years, 376,000 pamphlets outlining the character and purpose of the house of worship erected in the United States of America had been printed, that over 300,000 pieces of literature had been distributed at the 2 World Fairs held in San Francisco and New York, that in a period of 12 months, 1,089 books had been donated to various libraries, and that through the National Contacts Committee during 1 year, more than 2,300 letters with over 4,500 pamphlets had reached authors, radio speakers, and representatives of the Jewish and Negro minorities, as well as various organizations interested in international affairs. In the presentation of this vast literature to men of eminence and rank, the elected representatives, as well as the traveling teachers of the American Baha'i community, aided by assemblies in other lands, have likewise exhibited an energy and determination as laudable as the efforts exerted for its production. To the King of England, to Queen Marie of Romania, to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, to the Emperor of Japan, to the late President von Hindenburg, to the King of Denmark, to the Queen of Sweden, to King Ferdinand of Bulgaria, to the Emperor of Abyssinia, to the King of Egypt, to the late King Faisal of Iraq, to King Zog of Albania, to the late President Masaryk of Czechoslovakia, to the Presidents of Mexico, of Honduras, of Panama, of El Salvador, of Guatemala, and of Puerto Rico, to General Chiang Kai-shek, to the ex-Khedive of Egypt, to the Crown Prince of Sweden, to the Duke of Windsor, to the Duchess of Kent, to the Archduchess Anton of Austria, to Princess Olga of Yugoslavia, to Princess Kadria of Egypt, to Princess Estelle Bernadotte of Wisborg, to Mahatma Gandhi, to several ruling princes of India, and to the Prime Ministers of all the states of the Australian Commonwealth. To these, as well as to other personages of lesser rank, Baha'i literature touching various aspects of the faith has been presented, to some personally, to others through suitable intermediaries, either by individual believers or by the elected representatives of Baha'i communities. Nor have these individual teachers and assemblies been neglectful of their duty to place this literature at the disposal of the public in state, university, and public libraries, thereby extending the opportunity to the great mass of the reading public of familiarizing itself with the history and precepts of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. A mere enumeration of a number of the more important of these libraries would suffice to reveal the scope of these activities extending over 5 continents. The British Museum in London, the Bodleian Library at Oxford, the Library of Congress in Washington, the Peace Palace Library at The Hague, the Nobel Peace Foundation and Nansen Foundation libraries at Oslo, the Royal Library in Copenhagen, the League of Nations Library in Geneva, the Hoover Peace Library. The Amsterdam University Library, the Library of Parliament in Ottawa, the Allahabad University Library, the Aligarh University Library, the University of Madras Library, the Shanti Niketan International University Library in Boleypur, the Usmania University Library in Hyderabad, the Imperial Library in Calcutta, the Jamia Milli Library in Delhi, the Mysore University Library, the Bernard Library in Rangoon, the Jerabia Wadia Library in Pune, the Lahore Public Library, the Lucknow and Delhi University Libraries, the Johannesburg Public Library, the Rio de Janeiro Circulating Libraries, the Manila National Library, the Hong Kong University Library, the Reykjavik Public Libraries, the Carnegie Library in the Seychelles Islands, the Cuban National Library, the San Juan Public Library, the Ciudad Trujillo University Library, the University and Carnegie Public Libraries in Puerto Rico, the Library of Parliament in Canberra, the Wellington Parliamentary Library. In all these, as well as in all the chief libraries of Australia and New Zealand, 9 libraries in Mexico, several libraries in Mukden, Manchukuo, and more than 1,000 public libraries, 100 service libraries, and 200 university and college libraries, including Indian colleges in the United States and Canada, authoritative books on the faith of Baha'u'llah have been placed. State prisons and, since the outbreak of the war, army libraries have been included in the comprehensive scheme which the American Baha'i community has, through a special committee, devised for the diffusion of the literature of the faith. The interests of the blind, too, have not been neglected by that alert and enterprising community, as is shown by the placing of Baha'i books, transcribed by its members in Braille, in 30 libraries and institutes in 18 states of the United States of America, in Honolulu, Hawaii, in Regina, Saskatchewan, and in the Tokyo and Geneva libraries for the blind, as well as in a large number of circulating libraries connected with public libraries in various large cities of the North American continent. Worldwide teaching activities of Martha Root. Nor can I dismiss this subject without singling out for special reference her who, not only through her preponderating share in initiating measures for the translation and dissemination of Baha'i literature, but above all through her prodigious and indeed unique exertions in the international teaching field, has covered herself with a glory that has not only eclipsed the achievements of the teachers of the faith among her contemporaries the globe around, but has outshone the feats accomplished by any of its propagators in the course of an entire century. To Martha Root, that archetype of Baha'i itinerant teachers and the foremost hand raised by Baha'u'llah since Abdu'l-Baha's passing, must be awarded, if her manifold services and the supreme act of her life are to be correctly appraised, the title of Leading Ambassadress of His Faith and Pride of Baha'i Teachers, whether men or women, in both the East and the West. The first to arise in the very year the tablets of the Divine Plan were unveiled in the United States of America, in response to the epoch-making summons voiced in them by Abdu'l-Baha. Embarking with unswerving resolve and a spirit of sublime detachment on her world journeys, covering an almost uninterrupted period of 20 years and carrying her 4 times round the globe, in the course of which she travelled 4 times to China and Japan and 3 times to India, visited every important city in South America, transmitted the message of the new day to kings, queens, princes and princesses, presidents of republics, ministers and statesmen, publicists, professors, clergymen and poets, as well as a vast number of people in various walks of life, and contacted both officially and informally religious congresses, peace societies, Esperanto associations, socialist congresses, theosophical societies, women's clubs, and other kindred organizations. This indomitable soul has, by virtue of the character of her exertions and the quality of the victories she has won, established a record that constitutes the nearest approach to the example set by Abdu'l-Baha himself to his disciples in the course of his journeys throughout the West. Conversion of Queen Marie of Romania. Her 8 successive audiences with Queen Marie of Romania, the first of which took place in January 1926 in Controceni Palace in Bucharest, the second in 1927 in Pelisor Palace in Sinaia, followed by a visit in January of the ensuing year to Her Majesty and her daughter Princess Ileana at the Royal Palace in Belgrade, where they were staying as guests of the King and Queen of Yugoslavia, and later, in October 1929, at the Queen's Summer Palace, Tehnayuva, in Balchik on the Black Sea, and again in August 1932 and February 1933 at the home of Princess Ileana, now Archduchess Anton of Austria, at Mödling, near Vienna, followed a year later, in February, by another audience at Controceni Palace, and lastly, in February 1936, in that same palace. These audiences stand out by reason of the profound influence exerted by the visitor on her royal hostess, as witnessed by the successive encomiums from the Queen's own pen, as the most outstanding feature of those memorable journeys. The 3 invitations which that indefatigable champion of the faith received to call on Prince Paul and Princess Olga of Yugoslavia at the Royal Palace in Belgrade. The lectures which she delivered in over 400 universities and colleges in both the East and the West. Her twice repeated visits to all German universities, with the exception of 2, as well as nearly 100 universities, colleges, and schools in China. The innumerable articles which she published in newspapers and magazines in practically every country she visited. The numerous broadcasts which she delivered, and the unnumbered books she placed in private and state libraries, her personal meetings with the statesmen of more than 50 countries during her 3-month stay in Geneva in 1932, at the time of the Disarmament Conference, the painstaking efforts she exerted while on her arduous journeys in supervising the translation and production of a large number of versions of Dr. Esselmont's Baha'u'llah and the New Era. The correspondence exchanged with and the presentation of Baha'i books to men of eminence and learning, her pilgrimage to Persia, and the touching homage paid by her to the memory of the heroes of the faith when visiting the Baha'i historic sites in that country. Her visit to Adrianople, where in her overflowing love for Baha'u'llah she searched out the house where he had dwelt and the people whom he had met during his exile in that city, and where she was entertained by its governor and mayor. the ready and unfailing assistance extended by her to the administrators of the faith in all the countries where its institutions had been erected or were being established. These may be regarded as the highlights of a service, which in many of its aspects is without parallel in the entire history of the first Bahá'í Century. No less impressive is the list of the names of those whom she interviewed in the course of the execution of her mission, including, in addition to those already mentioned, such royal personages and distinguished figures as King Haakon of Norway, King Faisal of Iraq, King Zog of Albania and members of his family, Princess Marina of Greece, now the Duchess of Kent, Princess Elizabeth of Greece, President Thomas G. Masaryk and President Eduard Benes of Czechoslovakia, the President of Austria, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, Dr. Nicholas Murray Butler, President of Columbia University, Professor Bogdan Popovich of Belgrade University, the Foreign Minister of Turkey, Tawfiq Rushdie Bey, the Chinese Foreign Minister and Minister of Education, the Lithuanian Foreign Minister, Prince Muhammad Ali of Egypt, Stephen Radic, the Maharajas of Patiala, of Benares, and of Travancore, the Governor and the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Dr. Erling Idem, Archbishop of Sweden, Sarojini Naidu, Sir Rabindranath Tagore, Madame Huda Shahravi, the Egyptian feminist leader, Dr. Kei Ichiki, Minister of the Japanese Imperial Household, Professor Tetsujiru Inoue, Professor Emeritus of the Imperial University of Tokyo, Baron Yoshiro Sakatani, member of the House of Peers of Japan, and Mehmet Fuad, Diwan of the Faculty of Letters and President of the Institute of Turkish History. Neither age nor ill health, neither the paucity of literature which hampered her early efforts, nor the meagre resources which imposed an added burden on her labours, neither the extremities of the climates to which she was exposed, nor the political disturbances which she encountered in the course of her journeys, could damp the zeal or deflect the purpose of this spiritually dynamic and saintly woman. Single-handed, and on more than one occasion in extremely perilous circumstances, she continued to call in clarion tones men of diverse creeds, colour, and classes to the message of Baha'u'llah, until, while in spite of a deadly and painful disease, the onslaught of which she endured with heroic fortitude, she hastened homeward to help in the recently launched 7-year plan, she was stricken down on her way in far-off Honolulu. There, in that symbolic spot between the eastern and western hemispheres, in both of which she had laboured so mightily, she died on September 28, 1939, and brought to its close a life which may well be regarded as the fairest fruit as yet yielded by the formative age of the dispensation of Baha'u'llah. To the injunction of Abdu'l-Baha, bequeathed in his will to follow in the footsteps of the disciples of Jesus Christ, not to rest for a moment, to travel throughout all regions, and to raise, without rest and steadfast to the end, in every land the cry of Ya Baha'u'llah, this immortal heroine yielded an obedience of which the present as well as future generations may well be proud, and which they may emulate. Unrestrained as the wind, putting her whole trust in God as the best provision for her journey, she fulfilled almost to the letter the wish so poignantly expressed by Abdu'l-Baha in the tablets, whose summons she had instantly arisen to carry out. Oh, that I could travel, even though on foot and in the utmost poverty, to these regions, and raising the call of Ya Baha'u'llah in cities, villages, mountains, deserts, and oceans, promote the divine teachings. This, alas, I cannot do. How intensely I deplore it. Please God, ye may achieve it. I am deeply distressed to hear of the death of good Miss Martha Root, is the royal tribute paid to her memory by Princess Olga of Yugoslavia on being informed of her death, as I had no idea of it. We always enjoyed her visits in the past. She was so kind and gentle, and a real worker for peace. I am sure she will be sadly missed in her work. Thou art in truth a herald of the kingdom and a harbinger of the covenant, is the testimony from the unerring pen of the centre of Baha'u'llah's covenant himself. Thou art truly self-sacrificing. Thou showest kindness unto all nations. Thou art sowing a seed that shall in due time give rise to thousands of harvests. Thou art planting a tree that shall eternally put forth leaves and blossoms and yield fruits, and whose shadow shall, day by day, grow in magnitude. Of all the services rendered the cause of Baha'u'llah by this star servant of his faith, the most superb and by far the most momentous has been the almost instantaneous response evoked in Queen Marie of Romania to the message which that ardent and audacious pioneer had carried to her during one of the darkest moments of her life, an hour of bitter need, perplexity, and sorrow. It came, she herself in a letter had testified, as all great messages come, at an hour of dire grief and inner conflict and distress. So the seed sank deeply. Eldest daughter of the Duke of Edinburgh, who was the second son of that queen to whom Baha'u'llah had in a significant tablet addressed words of commendation. Granddaughter of Tsar Alexander II, to whom an epistle had been revealed by that same pen. Related by both birth and marriage to Europe's most prominent families, born in the Anglican faith, closely associated through her marriage with the Greek Orthodox Church, the state religion of her adopted country, herself an accomplished authoress, possessed of a charming and radiant personality. Highly talented, clear-visioned, daring and ardent by nature, keenly devoted to all enterprises of a humanitarian character, she, alone among her sister queens, alone among all those of royal birth or station, was moved to spontaneously acclaim the greatness of the message of Baha'u'llah, to proclaim his fatherhood as well as the prophethood of Muhammad, to commend the Bahá'í teachings to all men and women, and to extol their potency, sublimity, and beauty. Through the fearless acknowledgement of her belief to her own kith and kin, and particularly to her youngest daughter, through 3 successive encomiums that constitute her greatest and abiding legacy to posterity, through 3 additional appreciations penned by her as her contribution to Bahá'í publications, through several letters written to friends and associates, as well as those addressed to her guide and spiritual mother, through various tokens expressive of faith and gratitude for the glad tidings that had been brought to her, through the orders for Bahá'í books placed by her and her youngest daughter, and lastly, through her frustrated pilgrimage to the Holy Land, for the express purpose of paying homage at the graves of the founders of the faith. Through such acts as these, this illustrious queen may well deserve to rank as the first of those royal supporters of the cause of God who are to arise in the future and each of whom, in the words of Baha'u'llah himself, is to be acclaimed as the very eye of mankind, the luminous ornament on the brow of creation, the fountainhead of blessings unto the whole world. Some of those of my caste, she in a personal letter has significantly testified, wonder at and disapprove my courage to step forward pronouncing words not habitual for crowned heads to pronounce. But I advance by an inner urge I cannot resist. With bowed head I recognize that I too am but an instrument in greater hands, and I rejoice in the knowledge. A note which Martha Root, upon her arrival in Bucharest, sent to Her Majesty, and a copy of Baha'u'llah and the New Era, which accompanied the note, and which so absorbed the Queen's attention that she continued reading it into the small hours of the morning, led 2 days later to the Queen's granting Martha Root an audience on January the 30th, 1926, in Controceni Palace in Bucharest, in the course of which Her Majesty avowed her belief that these teachings are the solution for the world's problems. And from these followed her publication that same year, on her own initiative, of those 3 epoch-making testimonies, which appeared in nearly 200 newspapers of the United States and Canada, and which were subsequently translated and published in Europe, China, Japan, Australia, the Near East, and the islands of the seas. In the first of these testimonies, she affirmed that the writings of Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha are a great cry toward peace, reaching beyond all limits of frontiers, above all dissensions about rights and dogmas. It is a wondrous message that Baha'u'llah and his son Abdu'l-Baha have given us. They have not set it up aggressively, knowing that the germ of eternal truth which lies at its core cannot but take root and spread. It is Christ's message taken up anew, in the same words almost, but adapted to the 1,000 years and more difference that lies between the year 1 and today. She added a remarkable admonition, reminiscent of the telling words of Dr. Benjamin Jowett, who had hailed the faith in his conversation with his pupil, Professor Lewis Campbell, as the greatest light that has come into the world since the time of Jesus Christ, and cautioned him to watch it and never let it out of his sight. If ever, wrote the Queen, the name of Baha'u'llah or Abdu'l-Baha comes to your attention, do not put their writings from you. Search out their books and let their glorious, peace-bringing, love-creating words and lessons sink into your hearts as they have into mine. Seek them and be the happier. In another of these testimonies, wherein she makes a significant comment on the station of the Arabian prophet, she declared, God is all, everything. He is the power behind all beings. His is the voice within us that shows us good and evil. But mostly we ignore or misunderstand this voice. Therefore did he choose his elect to come down amongst us upon earth, to make clear his word, his real meaning. Therefore the prophets, therefore Christ, Muhammad, Baha'u'llah, for man needs from time to time a voice upon earth to bring God to him, to sharpen the realization of the existence of the true God. Those voices sent to us had to become flesh, so that with our earthly ears we should be able to hear and understand. In appreciation of these testimonies, a communication was addressed to her in the name of the followers of Baha'u'llah in East and West, and in the course of the deeply touching letter which she sent in reply, she wrote, "Indeed, a great light came to me with the message of Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha. My youngest daughter finds also great strength and comfort in the teachings of the beloved masters." We pass on the message from mouth to mouth, and all those we give it to see a light suddenly lighting before them, and much that was obscure and perplexing becomes simple, luminous, and full of hope as never before. That my open letter was a balm to those suffering for the cause is indeed a great happiness to me, and I take it as a sign that God accepted my humble tribute. The occasion given me to be able to express myself publicly was also His work, for indeed it was a chain of circumstances of which each link led me unwittingly one step further, till suddenly all was clear before my eyes, and I understood why it had been. Thus does He lead us finally to our ultimate destiny. Little by little, the veil is lifting. Grief tore it in two, and grief was also a step leading me ever nearer truth. Therefore do I not cry out against grief. In a significant and moving letter to an intimate American friend of hers residing in Paris, she wrote, "Lately, a great hope has come to me from one Abdu'l-Baha. I have found in his and his father Baha'u'llah's message of faith all my yearning for real religion satisfied. What I mean, these books have strengthened me beyond belief, and I am now ready to die any day, full of hope. But I pray God not to take me away yet, for I still have a lot of work to do." And again in one of her later appreciations of the faith, "The Bahá'í teaching brings peace and understanding. It is like a wide embrace, gathering all those who have long searched for words of hope. Saddened by the continual strife amongst believers of many confessions, and wearied of their intolerance towards each other, I discovered in the Bahá'í teaching the real Spirit of Christ, so often denied and misunderstood." And again, this wonderful confession: "The Bahá'í teaching brings peace to the soul and hope to the heart. To those in search of assurance, the words of the Father are as a fountain in the desert after long wandering. The beautiful truth of Baha'u'llah," she wrote to Martha Root, "is with me always, a help and an inspiration. What I wrote was because my heart overflowed with gratitude for the reflection you brought me. I'm happy if you think I helped. I thought it might bring truth nearer, because my words are read by so many." In the course of a visit to the Near East, she expressed her intention of visiting the Bahá'í shrines, and accompanied by her youngest daughter, actually passed through Haifa and was within sight of her goal when she was denied the right to make the pilgrimage she had planned, to the keen disappointment of the aged Greatest Holy Leaf, who had eagerly expected her arrival. A few months later, in June 1931, she wrote in the course of a letter to Martha Root, "Both Ileana and I were cruelly disappointed at having been prevented going to the holy shrines. But at that time we were going through a cruel crisis, and every movement I made was being turned against me and being politically exploited in an unkind way. It caused me a good deal of suffering and curtailed my liberty most unkindly. But the beauty of truth remains, and I cling to it through all the vicissitudes of a life become rather sad." I am glad to hear that your travelling has been so fruitful, and I wish you continual success, knowing what a beautiful message you are carrying from land to land. After this sad disappointment, she wrote to a friend of her childhood who dwelt near Akka, in a house formerly occupied by Baha'u'llah. It was indeed nice to hear from you, and to think that you are of all things living near Haifa and are, as I am, a follower of the Baha'i teachings. It interests me that you're living in that special house. I was so intensely interested and studied each photo intently. It must be a lovely place, and the house you live in so incredibly attractive and made precious by its associations with the man we all venerate. Her last public tribute to the faith she had dearly loved was made 2 years before her death. "More than ever today," she wrote, "when the world is facing such a crisis of bewilderment and unrest, must we stand firm in faith, seeking that which binds together instead of tearing asunder. To those searching for light, the Baha'i teachings offer a star which will lead them to deeper understanding, to assurance, peace, and goodwill with all men." Martha Root's own illuminating record is given in one of her articles as follows. "For 10 years, Her Majesty and her daughter, Her Royal Highness Princess Ileana, now Archduchess Anton, have read with interest each new book about the Baha'i movement as soon as it came from the press. Received in audience by Her Majesty in Pelisor Palace, Sinaya, in 1927, after the passing of His Majesty King Ferdinand, her husband, she graciously gave me an interview speaking of the Baha'i teachings about immortality. She had on her table and on the divan a number of Baha'i books, for she had just been reading in each of them the teachings about life after death. She asked the writer to give her greeting to the friends in Iran and to the many American Baha'is who she said had been so remarkably kind to her during her trip through the United States the year before. Meeting the Queen again on January the 19th, 1928, in the Royal Palace in Belgrade, where she and Her Royal Highness Princess Ileana were guests of the Queen of Yugoslavia, and they had brought some of their Baha'i books with them. The words that I shall remember longest of all that Her dear Majesty said were these: "The ultimate dream which we shall realize is that the Baha'i channel of thought has such strength it will serve little by little to become a light to all those searching for the real expression of truth." Then, in the audience in the Controceni Palace on February the 16th, 1934, when Her Majesty was told that the Romanian translation of Baha'u'llah and the New Era had just been published in Bucharest, she said she was so happy that her people were to have the blessing of reading this precious teaching. And now today, February the 4th, 1936, I have just had another audience with Her Majesty in Controceni Palace in Bucharest. Again, Queen Marie of Romania received me cordially in her softly lighted library, for the hour was 6 o'clock. What a memorable visit it was. She also told me that when she was in London she had met a Baha'i, Lady Blomfield, who had shown her the original message that Baha'u'llah had sent to her grandmother, Queen Victoria, in London. She asked the writer about the progress of the Baha'i movement, especially in the Balkan countries. She spoke too of several Baha'i books, the depths of Iran, and specially of Gleanings from the Writings of Baha'u'llah, which she said was a wonderful book. To quote her own words, Even doubters would find a powerful strength in it if they would read it alone, and would give their souls time to expand. I asked her if I could perhaps speak of the brooch, which historically is precious to Baha'is, and she replied, "Yes, you may." Once, and it was in 1928, Her Dear Majesty had given the writer a gift, a lovely and rare brooch which had been a gift to the Queen from her royal relatives in Russia some years ago. It was 2 little wings of wrought gold and silver, set with tiny diamond chips and joined together with 1 large pearl. "Always you are giving gifts to others, and I am going to give you a gift from me," said the Queen, smiling, and she herself clasped it onto my dress. The wings and the pearl made it seem light-bearing Bahá'í. It was sent the same week to Chicago as a gift to the Bahá'í Temple, and at the National Bahá'í Convention, which was in season that spring, a demur was made. Should a gift from a queen be sold? Should it not be kept as a souvenir of the first queen who arose to promote the faith of Baha'u'llah? However, it was sold immediately, and the money given to the temple, for all the Baha'is were giving to the utmost to forward this mighty structure, the first of its kind in the United States of America. Mr. Willard Hatch, a Baha'i of Los Angeles, California, who bought the exquisite brooch, took it to Haifa, Palestine in 1931 and placed it in the archives on Mount Carmel, where down the ages it will rest with the Baha'i treasures. In July 1938, Queen Marie of Romania passed away. A message of condolence was communicated in the name of all Baha'i communities in East and West to her daughter, the Queen of Yugoslavia, to which she replied expressing sincere thanks to all of Baha'u'llah's followers. The National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Persia addressed, on behalf of the followers of the faith in Baha'u'llah's native land, a letter expressive of grief and sympathy to her son, the King of Romania, and the Romanian royal family, the text of which was in both Persian and English. An expression of profound and loving sympathy was sent by Martha Root to Princess Ileana, and was gratefully acknowledged by her. Memorial gatherings were held in the Queen's memory, at which a meed of honour was paid to her bold and epochal confession of faith in the fatherhood of Baha'u'llah, to her recognition of the station of the Prophet of Islam, and to the several encomiums from her pen. On the first anniversary of her death, the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the United States and Canada demonstrated its grateful admiration and affection for the deceased Queen by associating itself through an imposing floral offering with the impressive memorial service held in her honour and arranged by the Romanian minister in Bethlehem Chapel at the Cathedral of Washington, D.C., at which the American delegation, headed by the Secretary of State and including government officials and representatives of the Army and Navy, the British, French and Italian ambassadors, and representatives of other European embassies and legations, joined in a common tribute to one who, apart from the imperishable renown achieved by her in the kingdom of Baha'u'llah, had earned in this earthly life the esteem and love of many a soul living beyond the confines of her own country. Queen Marie's acknowledgement of the divine message stands as the first fruits of the vision which Baha'u'llah had seen long before in his captivity, and had announced in his Kitab-e-Aqdas. "How great," he wrote, "the blessedness that awaits the king who will arise to aid my cause in my kingdom, who will detach himself from all else but me. All must glorify his name, must reverence his station, and aid him to unlock the cities with the keys of my name, the omnipotent protector of all that inhabit the visible and invisible kingdoms." Such a king is the very eye of mankind, the luminous ornament on the brow of creation, the fountainhead of blessings unto the whole world. Offer up, O people of Baha, your substance, nay, your very lives, for his assistance. The American Baha'i community, crowned with imperishable glory by the signal international services of Martha Root, was destined, as the first Bahá'í Century drew to a close, to distinguish itself through the concerted efforts of its members, both at home and abroad, by further achievements of such scope and quality that no survey of the teaching activities of the faith in the course of that century can afford to ignore them. It would be no exaggeration to say that these colossal achievements, with the amazing results which flowed from them, could only have been effected through the harnessing of all the agencies of a newly established administrative order, operating in conformity with a carefully conceived plan, and that they constitute a befitting conclusion to the record of 100 years of sublime endeavour in the service of the cause of Baha'u'llah. That the community of his followers in the United States and Canada should have carried off the palm of victory in the concluding years of such a glorious century is not a matter for surprise. Its accomplishments during the last 2 decades of the heroic and throughout the first 15 years of the formative age of the Baha'i dispensation had already augured well for its future, and had paved the way for its final victory ere the expiration of the first century of the Baha'i era. The Bab had, in his Qayyamul Asma, almost 100 years previously, sounded his specific summons to the peoples of the West to issue forth from their cities and aid his cause. Baha'u'llah, in his Kitab-e-Aqdas, had collectively addressed the presidents of the republics of the entire Americas, bidding them arise and bind with the hands of justice the broken, and crush the oppressor with the rod of the commandments of their Lord, and had moreover anticipated in his writings the appearance in the West of the signs of his dominion. Abdu'l-Baha, on his part, declared that the illumination shed by his father's revelation upon the West would acquire an extraordinary brilliancy, and that the light of the kingdom would shed a still greater illumination upon the West than upon the East. He had extolled the American continent in particular as the land wherein the splendours of his light shall be revealed, where the mysteries of his faith shall be unveiled, and affirmed that it will lead all nations spiritually. More specifically still, he had singled out the great Republic of the West, the leading nation of that continent, declaring that its people were indeed worthy of being the first to build the tabernacle of the most great peace and proclaim the oneness of mankind. That it was equipped and empowered to accomplish that which will adorn the pages of history, to become the envy of the world and be blessed in both the East and the West. The first act of his ministry had been to unfurl the standard of Baha'u'llah in the very heart of that republic. This was followed by his own prolonged visit to its shores, by his dedication of the first house of worship to be built by the community of his disciples in that land, and finally by the revelation in the evening of his life of the tablets of the divine plan, investing his disciples with a mandate to plant the banner of his Father's faith as he had planted it in their own land, in all the continents, the countries and islands of the globe. He had furthermore acclaimed one of their most celebrated presidents as one who, through the ideals he had expounded and the institutions he had inaugurated, had caused the dawn of the peace anticipated by Baha'u'llah to break, had voiced the hope that from their country heavenly illumination may stream to all the peoples of the world, had designated them in those tablets as apostles of Baha'u'llah, had assured them that, should success crown their enterprise, the throne of the kingdom of God will in the plenitude of its majesty and glory be firmly established, and had made the stirring announcement that the moment this divine message is propagated by them through the continents of Europe, of Asia, of Africa, and Australasia, and as far as the islands of the Pacific, this community will find itself securely established upon the throne of an everlasting dominion, and that the whole earth would resound with the praises of its majesty and greatness. Execution of the 7-year plan by the American Baha'i community. That community had already, in the lifetime of him who had created it, tenderly nursed and repeatedly blessed it, and had at last conferred upon it so distinctive a mission, arisen to launch the enterprise of the Mashriq al-Asghar through the purchase of its land and the laying of its foundations. It had dispatched its teachers to the east and to the west to propagate the cause it had espoused, had established the basis of its community life, and had, since his passing, erected the superstructure and commenced the external ornamentation of its temple. It had, moreover, assumed a preponderating share in the task of erecting the framework of the administrative order of the faith, of championing its cause, of demonstrating its independent character, of enriching and disseminating its literature, of lending moral and material assistance to its persecuted followers, of repelling the assaults of its adversaries, and of winning the allegiance of royalty to its founder. Such a splendid record was to culminate as the century approached its end in the initiation of a plan, the first stage in the execution of the mission entrusted to it by Abdu'l-Baha, which within the space of 7 brief years was to bring to a successful completion the exterior ornamentation of the Mashriq al-Asghar, to almost double the number of spiritual assemblies functioning in the North American continent, to bring the total number of localities in which Baha'is reside to no less than 1,322 in that same continent, to establish the structural basis of the administrative order in every state of the United States and every province of Canada, and by laying a firm anchorage in each of the 20 republics of Central and South America, to swell to 60 the number of the sovereign states included within its orbit. Many and diverse forces combined now to urge the American Baha'i community to strong action. The glowing exhortations and promises of Baha'u'llah and his behest to erect in his name houses of worship, the directions issued by Abdu'l-Baha in 14 tablets addressed to the believers residing in the western, the central, the northeastern, and the southern states of the North American Republic and in the Dominion of Canada. his prophetic utterances regarding the future of the Mashriq al-Asghar in America, the influence of the new administrative order in fostering and rendering effective an eager spirit of cooperation. The example of Martha Root, who, though equipped with no more than a handful of inadequately translated leaflets, had travelled to South America and visited every important city in that continent. The tenacity and self-sacrifice of the fearless and brilliant Keith Ransom Kaler, the first American martyr, who journeying to Persia had pleaded in numerous interviews with ministers, ecclesiastics, and government officials the cause of her downtrodden brethren in that land, had addressed no less than 7 petitions to the Shah, and heedless of the warnings of age and ill health, had at last succumbed in Esfahan. Other factors which spurred the members of that community to fresh sacrifices and adventure were their eagerness to reinforce the work intermittently undertaken through the settlement and travellers of a number of pioneers who had established the first centre of the faith in Brazil, circumnavigated the South American continent, and visited the West Indies, and distributed literature in various countries of Central and South America. The consciousness of their pressing responsibilities in the face of a rapidly deteriorating international situation. The realization that the first Bahá'í century was fast speeding to a close, and their anxiety to bring to a befitting conclusion an enterprise that had been launched 30 years previously. Undeterred by the immensity of the field, the power wielded by firmly entrenched ecclesiastical organizations, the political instability of some of the countries in which they were to settle, the climatic conditions they were to encounter, and the difference in language and custom of the people amongst whom they were to reside, and keenly aware of the crying needs of the faith in the North American continent, the members of the American Baha'i community arose as one man to inaugurate a 3-fold campaign, carefully planned and systematically conducted, designed to establish a spiritual assembly in every virgin state and province in North America, to form a nucleus of resident believers in each of the republics of Central and South America, and to consummate the exterior ornamentation of the Mashriq al-Asghar. 100 activities, administrative and educational, were devised and pursued for the prosecution of this noble plan. Through the liberal contribution of funds, through the establishment of an Inter-America Committee and the formation of auxiliary regional teaching committees, through the founding of an international school to provide training for Baha'i teachers, through the settlement of pioneers in virgin areas and the visits of itinerant teachers, through the dissemination of literature in Spanish and Portuguese, through the initiation of teacher training courses and extension work by groups and local assemblies, through newspaper and radio publicity, through the exhibition of temple slides and models, through inter-community conferences and lectures delivered in universities and colleges, through the intensification of teaching courses and Latin American studies at summer schools. Through these and other activities, the prosecutors of this 7-year plan have succeeded in sealing the triumph of what must be regarded as the greatest collective enterprise ever launched by the followers of Baha'u'llah in the entire history of the first Bahá'í century. Indeed, Ere the expiry of that century, not only had the work on the temple been completed 16 months before the appointed time, but instead of one tiny nucleus in every Latin republic, spiritual assemblies had already been established in Mexico City and Puebla, Mexico, in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in Guatemala City, Guatemala, in Santiago, Chile, in Montevideo, Uruguay, in Quito, Ecuador, in Bogotá, Colombia, in Lima, Peru, in Asunción, Paraguay, in Tegucigalpa, Honduras, in San Salvador, El Salvador, in San Jose and Punta Costa Rica, in Havana, Cuba, and in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Extension work in which newly fledged Latin American believers were participating had, moreover, been initiated and was being vigorously carried out in the republics of Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Panama, and Costa Rica. Believers had established their residence not only in the capital cities of all the Latin American republics, but also in such centers as Veracruz, Cananea, Tacubaya, Mexico, in Balboa and Cristobal, Panama, in Recife, Brazil, in Guayaquil and Ambato, Ecuador, and in Temuco and the Magallanes, Chile. The spiritual assemblies of the Baha'is of Mexico City and of San Jose had been incorporated. In the former city, a Bahá'í Center comprising a library, a reading room, and a lecture room had been founded. Bahá'í youth symposiums had been observed in Havana, Buenos Aires, and Santiago, whilst a distributing center of Bahá'í literature for Latin America had been established in Buenos Aires. Nor was this gigantic enterprise destined to be deprived, in its initial stage, of a blessing that was to cement the spiritual union of the Americas, a blessing flowing from the sacrifice of one who at the very dawn of the Day of the Covenant had been responsible for the establishment of the first Baha'i centers in both Europe and the Dominion of Canada, and who, though 70 years of age and suffering from ill health, undertook a 6,000-mile voyage to the capital of Argentina, where, while still on the threshold of her pioneer service, she suddenly passed away, imparting through such a death to the work initiated in that republic an impetus which has already enabled it, through the establishment of a distributing center of Baha'i literature for Latin America and through other activities, to assume the foremost position among its sister republics. To May Maxwell, laid to rest in the soil of Argentina. To Hyde Dunn, whose dust reposes in the Antipodes, in the city of Sydney. To Keith Ransom Kaler, entombed in distant Esfahan. To Susan Moody and Lillian Capes and their valiant associates who lie buried in Tehran. To Lua Getzinger, reposing forever in the capital of Egypt. And last but not least, to Martha Root, interred in an island in the bosom of the Pacific, belong the matchless honor of having conferred through their services and sacrifice a luster upon the American Baha'i community for which its representatives, while celebrating at their first all-American convention, their hard-won victories, may well feel eternally grateful. Gathered within the walls of its national shrine, the most sacred temple ever to be reared to the glory of Baha'u'llah, commemorating at once the centenary of the birth of the Babi dispensation, of the inauguration of the Baha'i era, of the inception of the Baha'i cycle, and of the birth of Abdul-Baha, as well as the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the faith in the Western Hemisphere. associated in its celebration with the representatives of American republics foregathered in the close vicinity of a city that may well pride itself on being the first Bahá'í Center established in the Western world. This community may indeed feel on this solemn occasion that it has, in its turn, through the triumphal conclusion of the first stage of the plan traced for it by Abdu'l-Bahá, shed a lasting glory upon its sister communities in East and West, and written in golden letters the concluding pages in the annals of the first Bahá'í Century. Retrospect and prospect. Thus drew to a close the first century of the Bahá'í era, an epoch which, in its sublimity and fecundity, is without parallel in the entire field of religious history and indeed in the annals of mankind. A process, God-impelled, endowed with measureless potentialities, mysterious in its workings, awful in the retribution meted out to everyone seeking to resist its operation, infinitely rich in its promise for the regeneration and redemption of humankind, had been set in motion in Shiraz, had gained momentum successively in Tehran, Baghdad, Adrianople, and Akka, had projected itself across the seas, poured its generative influences into the West, and manifested the initial evidences of its marvelous, world-energizing force in the midst of the North American continent. It had sprung from the heart of Asia, and pressing westward had gathered speed in its resistless course until it had encircled the earth with a girdle of glory. It had been generated by the son of a mercer in the province of Fars, had been reshaped by a nobleman of Nur, had been reinforced through the exertions of one who had spent the fairest years of his youth and manhood in exile and imprisonment, and had achieved its most conspicuous triumphs in a country and amidst a people living half the circumference of the globe distant from the land of its origin. It had repulsed every onslaught directed against it, torn down every barrier opposing its advance, abased every proud antagonist who had sought to sap its strength, and had exalted to heights of incredible courage the weakest and humblest among those who had arisen and become willing instruments of its revolutionizing power. Heroic struggles and matchless victories, interwoven with appalling tragedies and condign punishments, have formed the pattern of its 100-year-old history. A handful of students belonging to the Shoghi school, sprung from the Ithna Ashariya sect of Shia Islam, had in consequence of the operation of this process been expanded and transformed into a world community, closely knit, clear of vision, alive, consecrated by the sacrifice of no less than 20,000 martyrs. Supranational, non-sectarian, non-political, claiming the status and assuming the functions of a world religion, spread over 5 continents and the islands of the seas, with ramifications extending over 60 sovereign states and 17 dependencies. Equipped with a literature translated and broadcast in 40 languages, exercising control over endowments representing several $1 million, recognized by a number of governments in both the East and the West, integral in aim and outlook, possessing no professional clergy, professing a single belief, following a single law, animated by a single purpose, organically united through an administrative order divinely ordained and unique in its features, including within its orbit representatives of all the leading religions of the world, of various classes and races, faithful to its civil obligations, conscious of its civic responsibilities, as well as of the perils confronting the society of which it forms a part, sharing the sufferings of that society and confident of its own high destiny. The nucleus of this community had been formed by the Bab soon after the night of the declaration of his mission to Mullah Hussein in Shiraz. A clamour in which the Shah, his government, his people, and the entire ecclesiastical hierarchy of his country unanimously joined, had greeted its birth. Captivity, swift and cruel in the mountains of Azerbaijan, had been the lot of its youthful founder almost immediately after his return from his pilgrimage to Mecca. Amidst the solitude of Markou and Shahriq, he had instituted his covenant, formulated his laws, and transmitted to posterity the overwhelming majority of his writings. A conference of his disciples, headed by Baha'u'llah, had in the hamlet of Badasht abrogated in dramatic circumstances the laws of the Islamic and ushered in the new dispensation. In Tabriz, he had, in the presence of the heir to the throne and the leading ecclesiastical dignitaries of Azerbaijan, publicly and unreservedly voiced his claim to be none other than the promised, the long-awaited Qa'em. Tempests of devastating violence in Mazandaran, Neyriz, Zanjan, and Tehran had decimated the ranks of his followers and robbed him of the noblest and most valuable of his supporters. He himself had to witness the virtual annihilation of his faith and the loss of most of the letters of the living, and, after experiencing in his own person a series of bitter humiliations, he had been executed by a firing squad in the barrack square of Tabriz. A bloodbath of unusual ferocity had engulfed the greatest heroine of his faith, had further denuded it of its adherents, had extinguished the life of his trusted amanuensis and repository of his last wishes, and swept Baha'u'llah into the depths of the foulest dungeon of Tehran. In the pestilential atmosphere of the Siyah-Chal, 9 years after that historic declaration, the message proclaimed by the Bab had yielded its fruit. His promise had been redeemed, and the most glorious, the most momentous period of the heroic age of the Bahá'í era had dawned. A momentary eclipse of the newly risen Sun of Truth, the world's greatest luminary, had ensued as a result of Baha'u'llah's precipitate banishment to Iraq by order of Nasir-ed-Din Shah, of his sudden withdrawal to the mountains of Kurdistan, and of the degradation and confusion that afflicted the remnant of the persecuted community of his fellow disciples in Baghdad. A reversal in the fortunes of a fast-declining community following his return from his 2-year retirement had set in, bringing in its wake the recreation of that community, the reformation of its morals, the enhancement of its prestige, the enrichment of its doctrine, and culminating in the declaration of his mission in the garden of Najibiyeh to his immediate companions, on the eve of his banishment to Constantinople. Another crisis, the severest a struggling faith was destined to experience in the course of its history, precipitated by the rebellion of the Bab's nominee and the iniquities perpetrated by him and by the evil genius that had seduced him, had in Adrianople well nigh disrupted the newly consolidated forces of the faith, and all but destroyed in a baptism of fire the community of the most great name which Baha'u'llah had called into being. Cleansed of the pollution of this most great idol, undeterred by the convulsion that had seized it, an indestructible faith had, in the strength of the covenant instituted by the Bab, now surmounted the most formidable obstacles it was ever to meet. And in this very hour it reached its meridian glory through the proclamation of the mission of Baha'u'llah to the kings, the rulers, and ecclesiastical leaders of the world in both the East and the West. Close on the heels of this unprecedented victory had followed the climax of his sufferings, a banishment to the penal colony of Akka decreed by Sultan Abdul Aziz. This had been hailed by vigilant enemies as the signal for the final extermination of a much feared and hated adversary, and it had heaped upon that faith in this fortress town, designated by Baha'u'llah as his most great prison, calamities from both within and without, such as it had never before experienced. The formulation of the laws and ordinances of a newborn dispensation, and the enunciation and reaffirmation of its fundamental principles, the warp and woof of a future administrative order, had, however, enabled a slowly maturing revelation, in spite of this tide of tribulations, to advance a stage further and yield its fairest fruit. The ascension of Baha'u'llah had plunged into grief and bewilderment his loyal supporters, quickened the hopes of the betrayers of his cause, who had rebelled against his God-given authority, and rejoiced and encouraged his political as well as ecclesiastical adversaries. The instrument he had forged, the covenant he himself instituted, had canalized, after his passing, the forces released by him in the course of a 40-year ministry, had preserved the unity of his faith and provided the impulse required to propel it forward to achieve its destiny. The proclamation of this new covenant had been followed by yet another crisis, precipitated by one of his own sons, on whom, according to the provisions of that instrument, had been conferred a rank second to none except the centre of that covenant himself. Impelled by the forces engendered by the revelation of that immortal and unique document, an unbreachable faith, having registered its initial victory over the covenant breakers, had, under the leadership of Abdu'l-Baha, irradiated the West, illumined the western fringes of Europe, hoisted its banner in the heart of the North American continent, and set in motion the processes that were to culminate in the transfer of the mortal remains of its herald to the Holy Land, and their entombment in a mausoleum on Mount Carmel, as well as in the erection of its first house of worship in Russian Turkestan. A major crisis, following swiftly upon the signal victories achieved in East and West, attributable to the monstrous intrigues of the archbreaker of Baha'u'llah's covenant and to the orders issued by the tyrannical Abdul Hamid, had exposed during more than 7 years the heart and centre of the faith to imminent peril, filled with anxiety and anguish its followers, and postponed the execution of the enterprises conceived for its spread and consolidation. Abdu'l-Baha's historic journeys in Europe and America, soon after the fall of that tyrant and the collapse of his regime, had dealt a staggering blow to the covenant breakers, had consolidated the colossal enterprise he had undertaken in the opening years of his ministry, had raised the prestige of his father's faith to heights it had never before attained, had been instrumental in proclaiming its verities far and wide, and had paved the way for the diffusion of its light over the Far East and as far as the Antipodes. Another major crisis, the last the faith was to undergo at its world centre, provoked by the cruel Jamal Pasha and accentuated by the anxieties of a devastating world war, by the privations it entailed and the rupture of communications it brought about, had threatened with still graver peril the head of the faith himself, as well as the holiest sanctuaries enshrining the remains of its twin founders. The revelation of the tablets of the divine plan during the sombre days of that tragic conflict had, in the concluding years of Abdu'l-Baha's ministry, invested the members of the leading Baha'i community in the West, the champions of a future administrative order, with a world mission, which in the concluding years of the first Bahá'í Century was to shed deathless glory upon the faith and its administrative institutions. The conclusion of that long and distressing conflict had frustrated the hopes of that military despot and inflicted an ignominious defeat on him, had removed once and for all the danger that had overshadowed for 65 years the founder of the faith and the centre of his covenant, fulfilled the prophecies recorded by him in his writings, enhanced still further the prestige of his faith and its leader, and been signalized by the spread of his message to the continent of Australia. The sudden passing of Abdu'l-Baha, marking the close of the primitive age of the faith, had, as had been the case with the ascension of his father, submerged in sorrow and consternation his faithful disciples, imparted fresh hopes to the dwindling followers of both Mirza Yahya and Mirza Muhammad Ali, and stirred to feverish activity political as well as ecclesiastical adversaries, all of whom anticipated the impending dismemberment of the communities which the centre of the covenant had so greatly inspired and ably led. The promulgation of his will and testament, inaugurating the formative age of the Bahá'í era, the charter delineating the features of an order which the Bab had announced, which Baha'u'llah had envisioned, and whose laws and principles he had enunciated, had galvanized these communities in Europe, Asia, Africa, and America into concerted action, enabling them to erect and consolidate the framework of this order by establishing its local and national assemblies, by framing the constitutions of these assemblies, by securing the recognition on the part of the civil authorities in various countries of these institutions, by founding administrative headquarters, by raising the superstructure of the first house of worship in the West, by establishing and extending the scope of the endowments of the faith, and by obtaining the full recognition by the civil authorities of the religious character of these endowments at its world centre, as well as in the North American continent. A severe, a historic censure pronounced by a Moslem ecclesiastical court in Egypt had, whilst this mighty process, the laying of the structural basis of the Bahá'í world administrative order, was being initiated, officially expelled all adherents of the faith of Moslem extraction from Islam, had condemned them as heretics, and brought the members of a proscribed community face to face with tests and perils of a character they had never known before. The unjust decision of a civil court in Baghdad, instigated by Shia enemies in Iraq, and the decree issued by a still more redoubtable adversary in Russia had, moreover, robbed the faith on the one hand of one of its holiest centres of pilgrimage, and denied it on the other the use of its first house of worship, initiated by Abdu'l-Baha and erected in the course of his ministry. And finally, inspired by this unexpected declaration made by an age-long enemy, marking the first step in the march of their faith towards total emancipation, and undaunted by this double blow struck at its institutions, the followers of Baha'u'llah, already united and fully equipped through the agencies of a firmly established administrative order, had arisen to crown the immortal records of the first Bahá'í century by vindicating the independent character of their faith, by enforcing the fundamental laws ordained in their most holy book, by demanding and in some cases obtaining the recognition by the ruling authorities of their right to be classified as followers of an independent religion, by securing from the world's highest tribunal its condemnation of the injustice they had suffered at the hands of their persecutors, by establishing their residence in no less than 34 additional countries, as well as in 13 dependencies, by disseminating their literature in 29 additional languages, by enrolling a queen in the ranks of the supporters of their cause, and, lastly, by launching an enterprise which, as that century approached its end, enabled them to complete the exterior ornamentation of their second house of worship, and to bring to a successful conclusion the first stage of the plan which Abdu'l-Baha had conceived for the worldwide and systematic propagation of their faith. Kings, emperors, princes, whether of the East or of the West, had, as we look back upon the tumultuous record of an entire century, either ignored the summons of its founders, or derided their message, or decreed their exile and banishment, or barbarously persecuted their followers, or sedulously striven to discredit their teachings. They were visited by the wrath of the Almighty, many losing their thrones, some witnessing the extinction of their dynasties, a few being assassinated or covered with shame, others finding themselves powerless to avert the cataclysmic dissolution of their kingdoms, still others being degraded to positions of subservience in their own realms. The Caliphate, its arch-enemy, had unsheathed the sword against its author and thrice pronounced his banishment. It was humbled to dust, and in its ignominious collapse suffered the same fate as the Jewish hierarchy, the chief prosecutor of Jesus Christ, had suffered at the hands of its Roman masters in the 1st century of the Christian era, almost 2,000 years before. Members of various sacerdotal orders, Shia, Sunni, Zoroastrian and Christian, had fiercely assailed the faith, branded as heretic its supporters, and laboured unremittingly to disrupt its fabric and subvert its foundations. The most redoubtable and hostile amongst these orders were either overthrown or virtually dismembered. Others rapidly declined in prestige and influence. All were made to sustain the impact of a secular power, aggressive and determined to curtail their privileges and assert its own authority. Apostates, rebels, betrayers, heretics, had exerted their utmost endeavours, privily or openly, to sap the loyalty of the followers of that faith, to split their ranks or assault their institutions. These enemies were one by one, some gradually, others with dramatic swiftness, confounded, dispersed, swept away, and forgotten. Not a few among its leading figures, its earliest disciples, its foremost champions, the companions and fellow exiles of its founders, trusted amanuenses and secretaries of its author and of the centre of his covenant, even some of those who were numbered among the kindred of the manifestation himself, not excluding the nominee of the Bab and the son of Baha'u'llah named by him in the book of his covenant, had allowed themselves to pass out from under its shadow, to bring shame upon it through acts of indelible infamy, and to provoke crises of such dimensions as have never been experienced by any previous religion. All were precipitated, without exception, from the enviable positions they occupied. Many of them lived to behold the frustration of their designs. Others were plunged into degradation and misery, utterly impotent to impair the unity or stay the march of the faith they had so shamelessly forsaken. Ministers, ambassadors, and other state dignitaries had plotted assiduously to pervert its purpose, had instigated the successive banishments of its founders, and maliciously striven to undermine its foundations. They had, through such plottings, unwittingly brought about their own downfall, forfeited the confidence of their sovereigns, drunk the cup of disgrace to its dregs, and irrevocably sealed their own doom. Humanity itself, perverse and utterly heedless, had refused to lend a hearing ear to the insistent appeals and warnings sounded by the twin founders of the faith, and later voiced by the centre of the covenant in his public discourses in the West. It had plunged into two desolating wars of unprecedented magnitude, which have deranged its equilibrium, mown down its youth, and shaken it to its roots. The weak, the obscure, the downtrodden had, on the other hand, through their allegiance to so mighty a cause and their response to its summons, been enabled to accomplish such feats of valour and heroism as to equal, and in some cases to dwarf, the exploits of those men and women of undying fame, whose names and deeds adorn the spiritual annals of mankind. Despite the blows levelled at its nascent strength, whether by the wielders of temporal and spiritual authority from without, or by black-hearted foes from within, the faith of Baha'u'llah had, far from breaking or bending, gone from strength to strength, from victory to victory. Indeed, its history, if read aright, may be said to resolve itself into a series of pulsations, of alternating crises and triumphs, leading it ever nearer to its divinely appointed destiny. The outburst of savage fanaticism that greeted the birth of the revelation proclaimed by the Bab, his subsequent arrest and captivity, had been followed by the formulation of the laws of his dispensation, by the institution of his covenant, by the inauguration of that dispensation in Badasht, and by the public assertion of his station in Tabriz. Widespread and still more violent uprisings in the provinces, his own execution, the bloodbath which followed it, and Baha'u'llah's imprisonment in the Siarchal, had been succeeded by the breaking of the dawn of the Bahá'í revelation in that dungeon. Baha'u'llah's banishment to Iraq, his withdrawal to Kurdistan, and the confusion and distress that afflicted his fellow disciples in Baghdad, had in turn been followed by the resurgence of the Babi community, culminating in the declaration of his mission in the Najibiyeh garden. Sultan Abdul Aziz's decree summoning him to Constantinople and the crisis precipitated by Mirza Yahya had been succeeded by the proclamation of that mission to the crowned heads of the world and its ecclesiastical leaders. Baha'u'llah's banishment to the penal colony of Akka, with all its attendant troubles and miseries, had in its turn led to the promulgation of the laws and ordinances of his revelation and to the institution of his covenant, the last act of his life. The fiery tests engendered by the rebellion of Mirza Muhammad Ali and his associates had been succeeded by the introduction of the faith of Baha'u'llah in the West and the transfer of the Bab's remains to the Holy Land. The renewal of Abdul-Baha's incarceration and the perils and anxieties consequent upon it had resulted in the downfall of Abdul Hamid, in Abdul-Baha's release from his confinement, in the entombment of the Bab's remains on Mount Carmel, and in the triumphal journeys undertaken by the centre of the Covenant himself in Europe and America. The outbreak of a devastating world war and the deepening of the dangers to which Jamal Pasha and the Covenant breakers had exposed him had led to the revelation of the tablets of the divine plan, to the flight of that overbearing commander, to the liberation of the Holy Land, to the enhancement of the prestige of the faith at its world centre, and to a marked expansion of its activities in East and West. Abdul-Baha's passing, and the agitation which his removal had provoked, had been followed by the promulgation of his will and testament, by the inauguration of the formative age of the Bahá'í era, and by the laying of the foundations of a world-embracing administrative order. And finally, the seizure of the keys of the tomb of Baha'u'llah by the Covenant breakers, the forcible occupation of his house in Baghdad by the Shia community, the outbreak of persecution in Russia and the expulsion of the Bahá'í community from Islam in Egypt, had been succeeded by the public assertion of the independent religious status of the faith by its followers in East and West, by the recognition of that status at its world centre, by the pronouncement of the Council of the League of Nations testifying to the justice of its claims, by a remarkable expansion of its international teaching activities and its literature, by the testimonials of royalty to its divine origin, and by the completion of the exterior ornamentation of its first house of worship in the Western world. The tribulations attending the progressive unfoldment of the faith of Baha'u'llah have indeed been such as to exceed in gravity those from which the religions of the past have suffered. Unlike those religions, however, these tribulations have failed utterly to impair its unity or to create even temporarily a breach in the ranks of its adherents. It has not only survived these ordeals, but has emerged purified and inviolate, endowed with greater capacity to face and surmount any crisis which its resistless march may engender in the future. Mighty indeed have been the tasks accomplished and the victories achieved by this sorely tried yet undefeatable faith within the space of a century. Its unfinished tasks, its future victories as it stands on the threshold of the second Bahá'í Century, are greater still. In the brief space of the first 100 years of its existence, it has succeeded in diffusing its light over 5 continents, in erecting its outposts in the furthermost corners of the earth, in establishing on an impregnable basis its covenant with all mankind, in rearing the fabric of its world-encompassing administrative order, in casting off many of the shackles hindering its total emancipation and worldwide recognition, in registering its initial victories over royal, political, and ecclesiastical adversaries, and in launching the first of its systematic crusades for the spiritual conquest of the whole planet. The institution, however, which is to constitute the last stage in the erection of the framework of its world administrative order, functioning in close proximity to its world spiritual center, is as yet unestablished. The full emancipation of the faith itself from the fetters of religious orthodoxy, the essential prerequisite of its universal recognition and of the world emergence of its world order, is still unachieved. The successive campaigns designed to extend the beneficent influence of its system, according to Abdu'l-Baha's plan, to every country and island where the structural basis of its administrative order has not been erected, still remain to be launched. The banner of Ya Baha'u'llah, which, as foretold by him, must float from the pinnacles of the foremost seat of learning in the Islamic world, is still unhoisted. The most great house, ordained as a center of pilgrimage by Baha'u'llah in his Kitab al-Aqdas, is as yet unliberated. The third Mashruq al-Askar to be raised in his glory, the site of which has recently been acquired, as well as the dependencies of the two houses of worship already erected in East and West, are as yet unbuilt. The dome, the final unit, which, as anticipated by Abdu'l-Baha, is to crown the sepulchre of the Bab, is as yet unreared. The codification of the Kitab al-Aqdas, the mother book of the Baha'i revelation, and the systematic promulgation of its laws and ordinances are as yet unbegun. The preliminary measures for the institution of Baha'i courts, invested with the legal right to apply and execute those laws and ordinances, still remain to be undertaken. The restitution of the first Mashruq al-Askar of the Baha'i world and the recreation of the community that so devotedly reared it have yet to be accomplished. The sovereign who, as foreshadowed in Baha'u'llah's most holy book, must adorn the throne of his native land and cast the shadow of royal protection over his long persecuted followers, is as yet undiscovered. The contest that must ensue as a result of the concerted onslaughts which, as prophesied by Abdu'l-Baha, are to be delivered by the leaders of religions as yet indifferent to the advance of the faith, is as yet unfought. The golden age of the faith itself, that must witness the unification of all the peoples and nations of the world, the establishment of the most great peace, the inauguration of the kingdom of the Father upon earth, the coming of age of the entire human race, and the birth of a world civilization inspired and directed by the creative energies released by Baha'u'llah's world order, shining in its meridian splendor, is still unborn and its glories unsuspected. Whatever may befall this infant faith of God in future decades or in succeeding centuries, whatever the sorrows, dangers, and tribulations which the next stage in its worldwide development may engender, from whatever quarter the assaults to be launched by its present or future adversaries may be unleashed against it, however great the reverses and setbacks it may suffer, we, who have been privileged to apprehend, to the degree our finite minds can fathom, the significance of these marvellous phenomena associated with its rise and establishment, can harbour no doubt that what it has already achieved in the first 100 years of its life provides sufficient guarantee that it will continue to forge ahead, capturing loftier heights, tearing down every obstacle, opening up new horizons, and winning still mightier victories until its glorious mission, stretching into the dim ranges of time that lie ahead, is totally fulfilled.